Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
how
Task,
Goofy
you're a
and
freak!
Pluto are both
You're a
dogs.
It's like,
Or if a
Like,
human had a little human pet.
yeah, that'd be so fucking weird. So like if
Yeah,
I were to
funny.
make like a dinosaur dude have a pet, I would have it like sort of be adjacent to like reptiles, like a turtle maybe or something.
Although,
Yeah, that makes
admittedly, like people walk around with their kids on leashes, so I don't know how it actually is. But
God, Drake Warden, but it's your child on a leash.
God, that's funny flavor right there.
That's yeah.
I've had to babysit my niece a few times, and she can be a destructive little dragon, so it actually makes perfect sense. Hi everybody, welcome to
Hi,
Ravenloft.
everybody.
hey, Thero just admitted on stream that he has an actual dragon in his family. So
Yeah.
you know,
My I don't need to go into the story, but my niece did set something on fire before, but that's a story for a different day.
haven't we all?
That I did. I set a tree on fire once. It was very bad.
I set
did
myself on fire.
I set a bunch of leaves on fire.
I used to live in like acreage, and we had like I would start fires and like have little campfires. I did not set the tree on fire actually. It was my dad who did, and then my dad's like, "Get water," and I went inside and grabbed like our we had like a Brita filter of water, and I brought that out, and he's like, "No, like a bucket of water," and I was like, and I had to run back inside, and the tree was catching more fire, and I was like, "Oh God."
I once was trying to relight the pilot on a jacuzzi, and the gas backfired and crisped off all the hair on my left arm. So for like weeks, I was walking around with like this perfectly smooth left arm, and it was really weird.
Be
Also, I've been
careful with
electrocuted
pilot.
4 times, which, you know, you do
Oh,
actually
God, Mark!
catch on fire when you are electrocuted. So, in case
I
you were
electrocuted
wondering,
myself several times. I once, when I was a kid, I had a neighbor who had a deer fence, and I didn't know what a deer fence was, and I remember grabbing onto it and being like, "Wow, my body feels weird," and then like I let go of it, and like I was like, "Huh, I must have like hit like some sort of plant or something that like injected poison into my veins or something." So I went home, and then like I told my parents what happened, and they're like, "Honey, that's a deer fence," and I'm like, "But it's just string," and they're like, "There's electricity running through it." I'm like, "Oh."
yeah, you're lucky you were able to let go.
Oh yeah, I let go. I was like, I don't like this feeling, and I let go of it.
If the voltage is high enough, you cannot unclasp your hand.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
It's like that
It
scene
was-
in Home Alone 2.
Or
It was
Jurassic
like
Park.
It was like just a weird, and it wasn't like an inside. I held on to it for like probably a good like, but I was really holding on to it. I was just like trying to climb, and I grabbed onto it, and like I held on to it for probably about 30 seconds, and I was like,
Yikes.
"Whoa, I feel weird. This feels weird."
Yeah, if you hold on to this fence, it totally gets you high.
The best way like I could like explain it was like this is not a very good way to explain it. It felt like a very relaxing thing, but like too much. Like especially in like the temples, I was like I felt really like weirdly like kind of sickly. Anyway,
Don't
Bosco,
touch
please
electric fence.
Please get us started, Bosco.
No, it's my. You guys are having a great conversation. I didn't want to interrupt it. Welcome in to the last episode of Raven. What was that?
Welcome to the Being Electrocuted podcast.
Basically, last week it was cheese. Now it's being electrocuted.
Yeah.
Welcome to the last episode of Ravenloft, everybody. Thank you so much for spending your Saturday nights with all of us crazy cats. After a little bit of deliberation, I believe the official word is Gateway will be starting us off next Saturday. But before we get there, we have to wrap up Ravenloft for this year. Thank you guys again. We're going to go around the horn. It's going to be a crazy night, or at least I hope it is, because that means we ended on a high note. Monty Glue, where can they find you?
You can find me at MontyGlue on Twitter, and you can find me at twitch.tv/MontyGlue. Tomorrow is more Metopia. We're in the snow area, which means I have a power buff. Also, we have to save the Dark Lord. Well, we have to stop the Dark Lord, the Darker Lord Connor now. Bosco, Bosco, you just upped and left. You just fucked off. And now you left me with another problem.
He had to go.
The Dark Minotaurs were playing.
Yeah, that's
fucking God, my brain. Thursday, if you guys haven't caught it yet, I'm actually running a pre-written module called The Dungeon of the Mad Mage, which released a while ago. I think like quite a few years ago. And we did
early ones.
Yeah, it came out when Waterdeep Heist came out around the same time, which was a couple of years ago. And I've been running that with Brachyzoid, Boo Radley, Zoran the Bear, and my IRL good friend Shay, who sold me out several times, bitch. So they had a really fun time. The best thing about it, if you guys want to check that out, is you do not have to watch the previous episodes. It's kind of a big explorative thing, so every session kind of can be self-contained. I definitely recommend checking it out because the module itself is very interesting and very fun, and I'm running the module as intended. But yes, that is on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, as well as if you haven't seen it yet, I actually have a Final Fantasy XIV Twitter account now specifically for that. So if you guys are interested in what I have to say about Final Fantasy XIV, definitely check that out. It is at PatienceFF14. And then that's, I think, it for me. Thank you.
Very nice. Distortion Devil, where can they find you?
Gone.
Apparently
believe I
gone.
can't
Mark
find
Allen
him.
Jr., you snickered. Where can they find you?
You can find me on twitter.com at Mark Allen Jr., here on Twitch at Aeon Protect Gaming, and you can follow the adventures of my fat, sleepy cat bunny on Instagram at Chonk4Life. Lots of announcements over the last 24 hours. You can catch me as Kazuma in My Senpai is Annoying. The first episode is up now, dubbed on Funimation. We also had episode 6 of Remain finally went up today on Funimation. And what else? I'm missing something. Oh, yeah. Oh no. Oh, brain. I've been up for a very long time. I'm gonna find it on Twitter real quick. Hang on, don't judge me. I forgot what it was. Okay, how a realist hero rebuilt the kingdom. I have a part that comes back. I was in it 4 episodes ago, and I'm in it again today. 3 things for the value of 1. Check it out, Funimation. Also, Fusion Strike released for Pokemon. It releases on Monday, but there were pre-release cards today. I streamed opening up pre-release cards. If you missed it, check the VOD. It'll be great. We've got more.
I need to ask you
stuff
about
coming up in
cards
the
because
future.
there's a set I'm interested in actually.
Do it. Ask me. We'll talk.
Okay.
We'll make it happen.
Not right now, you won't, because Distortion Devil, you need to tell them where you're at.
Yes. You can find me on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube.com/DistortionDevil. I stream Tuesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Been playing some tabletop games with my buddies. Hey, Mr. Rabbit and Count Widget. Fridays, basically just play whatever I want. Whoever decides to show up. Played some VR games, including Sniper Elite VR and Until You Fall. Both great games. Highly recommend them. Saturdays, I'm right before I'm over here, playing Yakuza 5 Remastered. Sundays, I am playing Wildermyth. And after I finish Wildermyth, I'll be moving on to the Banner Saga, which I'm hoping will be a lot of fun. Also, be sure to check out Dead House Sonata. They just released a little bit of a teaser tech demo of what one of the arenas in the game will look like. So be sure to check that out. And if it looks good to you, and if you want to play as a game, you want to play a game where you play as the dead to fight the living, then go ahead and click the link, purchase a Founders Pack to get access to the first and second age. And also check out my DM's Guild, where I release 5th edition subclass content, including the Pact of the Fang King Warlock, just came out near Halloween. And this month I will be releasing the Barbarian Path of the Rampage. It's a ranged weapon focused barbarian path. That's me.
Hey, hey, is that Therapod art?
Yeah, I'm
Are you
over
hiding in the
here.
corner again?
It's my cheese corner.
Oh, tell us about it and where they can find you.
Well, I'm all out of Gouda, so I'm a little bit sad. But
Aw.
That's not
Yo.
Gouda.
yeah, it's really not.
Shut
But
up, Mark.
you can find me over at be nice to Mark. You can find me over at
No.
twitter.com therapod_art. There I post my art, my general ship post nonsense. I on stream today, which stream twitch.tv therapodart, no underscore there, I drew a bard sorcerer lizard folk commission for somebody, and so that was pretty fun. And yeah, I got commissions going on. I'm pretty busy. Thank you for everybody that's commissioning me. I got a list. It's crazy.
Checking it twice.
Yeah, I have to.
Everyone was naughty.
I have to keep a list
No one
because
was nice.
it's like, okay, they paid, they didn't, they're almost done, they're not done. I have to be organized. I can't
I
remember
have to break
everything.
their legs. I have to bite that one.
That one's not real.
Oh God, it's all in my head. Oh no. But yeah, I'm drawn. I'm drawing the usual stuff. You know where to find me.
Well, they do now. And last but certainly not least, hey, Sci-Fry,
Hey,
the newcomer, where can they find you?
true. You can find me at twitch.tv/sci-fi and Twitter and youtube.com/sci-fi TV. We got big things coming down the pipeline. I just hired an editor for my
Nice.
YouTube
Ooh.
channel. So we're going to be having some highlight videos go up of the various games we've been playing. I've been thinking about calling them sci-fi lights because I think that's cute.
That is
That's
But
really
we'll see
cute.
how that turns
Let's
out.
just say that I think that it fits your brand.
I'm leaving. I'm gone. That's it.
I've been pretty busy this week, so I haven't been up to all much. It's been sort of a grab bag week. I've been playing whatever. I got to watch more Gundam this week.
Hey.
Gundams.
Nice,
Good,
because
good.
I finally convinced a friend of mine to watch Gundam.
Have you ever met a Gundam?
I've never met a Gundam.
They are assholes.
It's true.
Wow.
They really know how to get into your head.
In your head, they're fighting.
Anyway, that's me.
Nice. And I said last but not least, but before more last and more least, we can't forget about our beautiful sponsor, Die Hard Dice.
Hey!
Oh.
I have my dice out because I use it for when I run Dungeons of the Mad Mage.
Yeah.
And I know I said last week that we would have the thing updated. We have not, but we will. I
Ah!
promise it's coming.
Fuck! I forgot. Oh,
If
God.
we, the person who was supposed to
No.
take care of it, they just spaced on it. They've been having a really rough week. We're not going to throw anybody under the bus. So when Monty gets to it, she gets to it.
And there's such a good bus on its way too.
Oh, is there? In that case, go
Is
for
it the
it.
double Dutch bus?
I'm sorry. That's on me. Yeah, I apologize. We do have the new one. We will get the new code up. I am so sorry.
And that new code, which will save you 10% on all your dice and dice accessories, is unexpectable exclamation point. You use that at the
Hold it
checkout.
right there, Bosco.
Oh, wait, it's November.
Dun, dun, dun,
Objection.
dun, dun, dun,
I
dun,
have
dun,
received
dun, dun,
word from Diana herself that from now until December 20th, that code will actually save you 15% on all your orders at DieHardDice.com. Now is the perfect time to pick up a holiday gift for a special person in your life who loves tabletop gaming. Pick them up some Die Hard dice and dice accessories.
Hold
You
on.
know that
Inside the
gif?
turkey.
You know that
You'll
gif of
never
like
know.
Andre the Giant being like, "Oh no, no." That's my wallet right now.
That's crazy. Is it still the same code, though, because we switched over months?
Yes.
Okay,
It is still
cool.
the same code.
So it is still unexpectable exclamation point. So I was still technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. But it will save you 15% or more. Not actually. It'll just save you 15 if you use it at checkout.
Correct.
Yes. You know what else we have to do? Bits and
Who was
subs. We can't.
Bits and
All these. All these
Bosco,
people have been.
where can they find you though?
Nobody cares.
They can never find him.
Oh.
Chicago. The answer is
No,
Chicago.
I guess I have. Okay, I'll do the twitch.tv/EdwardBosco at EdBoscoVA on Twitter and Instagram. I guess I can talk about it. I know I didn't post
Yeah.
about it. I should have. I'm in Call of Duty
It came
Vanguard,
out.
so go check out Call of Duty Vanguard. I do a bunch of NPCs in the background. I'm also Novak, who you start the game off as. So check that out. It's really cool. Yeah.
How many times do
you-
I get to kill you? That's really all I need to know.
This is always
You-
the
Why don't you play the game and find out?
You were.
I mean, if I can't kill you more than 5 times, I don't know if it's worth playing.
Yeah,
You were also in Hell of a Boss, episode 7, as the
I
bouncer.
was, and apparently people lost their mind on that freaking bouncer character. They're like, "Why is he so hot?" And I'm like, I said 2 things. I don't know what y'all are. It wasn't me. It was the design. I didn't do nothing. But yeah, they made him way too hot for just a bouncer.
Everybody in that show was hot. So anyway.
What?
Yeah,
What is the
yeah.
code? It's unexpectable.
Unexpectable exclamation point.
All right.
But yeah, check out Call of Duty Vanguard. It's awesome.
Oh god, the stream's being updated right now.
It sure is. There's the code, and now
Doing it live.
we're doing it
Doing it
live.
live.
I don't know if that's necessarily the color I would have picked, but we'll see what happens.
Oh, I'm fixing it. Hold on. I gotta select it manually.
I personally think white on a white background is the perfect color
It's
coordination.
There we go. There we go.
The stealthiest.
Alakazam, Alakazak.
This is so
Turn the unexpectable word into black.
We
Aha, it
are-
worked.
Yeah.
That's racist.
No, it's not. It's inclusive.
How would
It's
they
exclusive.
smaller?
It ain't gonna be
So hard.
intrusive.
This is so hard.
Well,
Gonna be
track
elusive.
pad.
Well, while
Thank
you're
you,
being
somebody. I was like,
entertained-
does nobody watch SNL anymore?
Ooh-wee.
What up with that? What up with that?
I only watch funny shows.
I love that
so-
fucking skit
Oh,
so
fuck
much.
Off, Pharaoh. SNL is hilarious.
That
Hey.
yeah, you just gotta. That
Come on,
skit in
guys.
particular is great.
Saturday Night Live used to be funny.
it still
Wow.
is.
It still is. Just watch the right episodes. It's all about who they bring
I
in.
mean,
Yep,
You
it's
know,
about who the host
Go
is.
watch any of the Adam Driver skits and tell me they're not hysterical.
Okay, yeah.
sometimes they hit,
Well-
sometimes they miss.
That is true.
That has always been true.
Yeah.
Even in the 90s and the 70s.
I think we can do bits and subs while this is happening, even though
Yeah.
everybody will be watching
There
it.
you
Why don't
go.
you take it away,
So,
Connor?
I
I
already-
edited it. I did it.
Yeah!
Hooray! There we go. And it doesn't look actually terrible.
It is
Hooray!
15% off. That's the only difference.
Yep.
That's how I did.
That's some
Whatever.
unexpectable savings.
You know what you could do,
File.
Monty, if you really wanted to be crazy? You could just cross that out and put it over the top. But that's for another day. We're halfway there. We can't ask
Living
too
on a
much.
prayer.
And speaking
Connor.
of over the top,
Connor.
let's get to some of these business subs.
Yeah, both feet have to touch the
Sir-
floor.
Sir Thomas Perry, thank you for what?
I love that it shut you down.
Uh-oh.
Sir Thomas Perry, thank you for the 19 months.
I don't
Nightwolf
get it.
1785, thank you for the 5 months in a row. Don't worry about it. Loud crashing sounds. Tears of Mozart, thank you for the 17 months. Let's go. Hoping for a death-free session. Ooh. Drago Soon, thank you for the 13 months. Yo, another month in the books. One Sweet Girl, thank you for the 2 months of Prime subbage. Paladin Bubbles, thank you for the 18 months of Prime. Been so long, but so happy to finally watch live again. Hope everybody has a great night. Merrick Cat, thank you for the 15 months of Prime. Nia and the Mantid, thank you for the 100 bits. Last night for Team Ravenloft, where is Sumer? Where is Sophia? Is Brand ever going to turn into a non-orc being? Let's find out.
He isn't on non-orc being.
All beings are orcs.
All
what are you
the
talking
time.
about? They're all just weird orcs.
Aren't we all orcs, if you think about it?
It's true. We're all red on
Just
them.
kneeling. Thank you for the thank you for the 100 bits. I used a pumpkin to summon ghosts. It was a Ouija gourd.
Nice.
Excellent. Well done.
I-
Well
allow it.
done.
I'll allow it.
Burnout Vaughn, thank you for the 100 bits. Before we start this, I would like to extend a big thank you to the party for all the fun that is our second annual Ravenloft game and subsequent death pool. You've all been fantastic sports, and thank you for the laughs. Now, let's have a nice, unbiased game of Kill Waihakeda.
I fucking knew it was coming.
Wow.
More Thrandor, thank you for the 600 bits. Players, good luck. We will miss your characters.
Oh,
Wow.
Hope to see you again soon, Bosco. Great story and adventure. I had an amazing time watching you all. Zenlita, thank you for the 301 bits. A werewolf with white fur is called a fair wolf. That is all. That is true.
I don't know how I feel about that one.
Travis A. Carey, thank you for the 100 bits. Long shot bet here. No one dies and all the members join hands and sing as friends. I'm feeling lucky. Hartley Reaper, thank you for the 3 months. Zacho Duo, thank you for the 1,519 bits. With a bitter finale, I give you the last meme machine fortune. Wasted your time, wasted your silver. Send that bloody orc up the river and friggin' pay me! Tears of Mozart, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Tix Dixel, thank you for the 11 months. Happy 11 months. I'm super excited, but super nervous for this finality. Who will live? Who will die? Who knows? Burnout Vaughn, thank you for the 100 additional bits. All right, now that we have the mushy stuff out of the way, we're at the finish line now, folks. Tensions are high. Blood is pumping, but will it be spilled? Cy, Mark, and Monty all sit at 5-1 odds, daring each other to die first. Connor has defied the odds, and Bob, and sits at 25-1. Zero remains the long shot at 35-1 odds, not dropping since the start of the campaign, and the TPK odds loom at 25-1. Who will live? More importantly, who will die? Good luck, gang. Drago Soon, thank you for the 975 bits. Here's all my bits for some blood, but I'll survive. Dark E Arts, thank you for the 19 months. Good luck with the rolls tonight. Gudrun, thank you for the 245 bits. Came back to an in-person game with the middle/high schoolers I DM for. They faced an albino moose in Icewind Dale. The moose almost won.
Yeah, I bet.
I remember that.
It did.
I
I remember that too.
Whew.
Memories. So many memories. I can't believe that Cazador made an owl explode.
Oh my god.
I looked at it. It's funny.
I mean, it happened.
Brian Merrill, thank you for the 50 bits. Gundams. All fun and games until you have a full shelf of master grade model kits. Price range from $20 to $70 each. Hundreds of them.
My premium Bandai kit arrived this week. It's,
Oh, no.
It's in the backlog now.
Oh no!
Under the Master Grade Dynamis.
And in 5 years, when you get to it, let me know.
Aeon Protect Gaming, thank you for gifting 25 subs to the community.
My finger slipped.
Oh no. And Tears of Mozart's finger also slipped because they also gifted 25 subs to the community.
Fight, fight, fight. Kiss, kiss.
Mad
them
Tom K,
fight.
thank you for the 100 bits. Hey guys, can't stay long because I'm exhausted, but looking forward to see how this campaign ends. Also, congrats about your Bulls looking good, Bosco.
Thank you. They're currently down 4 last time I checked, so we'll see if we can come back. Sorry, they're up 1. They just changed.
Ooh,
Nice. So we're
hey.
97-96 in the fourth quarter.
There's time to botch it still.
Listen, it's the Sixers. We've got this. It's not the good Curry. We're fine.
All right.
Commoner,
How
thank you for the
dare you.
100 bits. Wait, you're telling me it's all orcs? Always was.
Yeah.
We did technically get an October out of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pegleg Bob, thank you for the 9 months up here. Here's a bet that Bosco is going to send them all to another domain of dread if they ever escape the mist. And finally, Gaijin Goomba is rating with a party of 84. How's it going?
Hey!
Hey!
You know that guy.
He still hasn't slept
Yeah.
since Wednesday.
Go to
Oh,
sleep.
God.
Go to bed.
Yeah, it's way past it. It's like 9 o'clock. It's bedtime for him.
Yeah.
Get your NyQuil.
We got two
Have a
more
good
additional
schlep.
bits. From Volk551, thank you for the bit. Bosco, who's better at defense, Dennis Rodman or Shaq?
Dennis Rodman.
Easily.
That's not. I mean, Shaq was big, and I'm not going to go down that road. But yes, it would be Dennis Rodman.
I was a Lakers fan at the time, and even I would agree.
And from Flustered Bun, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm going to fight Streamlabs. I'm so upset that we might have to wait another year to hear Bosco DM, but we get Remy and Bryant back. I also had a very fun birthday weekend ready for spooks.
My condolences about one of those.
Yeah, no one wants to hear Remy again.
It's true.
I like Remy.
That's just because he's the closest thing to a dinosaur on the show.
He was
That's
better
your
when he was a
mistake.
whale.
I agree with
No,
that
the closest
sentiment.
thing to dinosaurs were actual dinosaurs.
Shh.
There was the Dino Drop, the T-Rexes in the circus.
Pop, pop. No, there.
Listen,
Oh, man.
I'm gonna poke holes in your jokes whenever I can.
I'm going to poke holes in your character. Continue, Connor.
Well.
That was it.
Joke's on you, I'm into that shit.
That was it. Whoa. All right. Well,
Yeah.
while I turn Thero's character into Swiss cheese, would anybody like to give a quick recap of last week's events? We'll call it the
very
events of last
much-
week tonight.
I would very much like to try.
You may try.
So we started the session, for those of us who are afraid of clowns, zoomed in really close, watching a fight transpire between some fantastical flesh-like creatures able to hug you to the point of not breathing, all while also trying to hold off a gentleman who was really good at giving Brand headaches so powerful that everybody else felt them. Bunch of people almost died, but we didn't die, and the Pumpkin King was kind of okay with that. We ended up making a deal with him that he would show us how to traverse the mists if we told him why the ravens were looking for him. And we sort of cunningly discussed it out loud in a way that he could hear it and gave him all the information he needed. And he almost helped us, but none of us knew how to actually get that help. Brand had an encounter with the Night Reaper, tried to use his scythe to open up a portal in space-time, and it didn't work, which was kind of sad, but also good.
Would have been so cool.
The Night
I'm waiting
Reaper
for one of
left.
those B100s to actually work for Brand.
The Night Reaper left, saying, "I'll come back when you know what you want," essentially. And we traversed our way back to Vallaki. Once we arrived in Vallaki, there was some tension as we traipsed through the town. We came
Whose
across
fault was that again?
Somebody's, I don't know.
Okay.
We came across an inn. Most of the party went inside, and once reaching inside said inn, which some might remember as being the Blue River Inn, if I'm remembering that correctly. Blue Water Inn.
Sorry, I was grabbing a book.
And upon entering, those who were inside met with a man who may or may not have been of a certain were-raven persuasion, and
Allegedly.
he suggested they meet upstairs to talk, and we left off with Capnos trying to find Waihakeda, who is no longer waiting outside the window because she heard a sound and followed the sound and smelled the Pumpkin King, who closed a door behind him, and that was where we left off.
Very nice. Do you have inspiration at this current juncture?
If you'll give it to me,
I shall.
well, then I do now.
All right. That might come in handy when you fail a
Dude,
save on some guy.
If anybody needs it, I think it's me.
Yeah. I'll reroll? Yeah. Absolutely. All right.
Bye, chat.
Bye, chat.
Bye, Chad. I love you.
Always a pleasure seeing you here. I think.
Here we go.
Hi, chat.
Oh, I
Also,
didn't-
Connor, I love you.
You love Connor?
Yeah,
was
don't worry about
inaccurate.
it.
No,
Oh,
I am
yeah,
worried about it.
prove it.
That's I
Oh,
never
don't-
heard. What?
Don't worry about it.
No, don't.
Monty,
conspire.
don't look at memes.
Well, now I have to.
Yeah, why would you say? You should have been
Son
like,
of
Mon-
a bitch!
I feel like now everybody has to take the obligatory
No.
peek.
Just go
I've already
start
looked.
the game, Bosco.
All right, I will just start the game after I take a peek into. Oh my goodness. Yep. Excellent.
It
You
never
knew. You should have
ends.
known it was coming.
Never
I don't
fucking
know who
ends.
that man is.
You're good. Right. So.
Set the scene for us, Bosco, please.
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure. So you guys are at the Blue Water Inn. We left off with Waihakeda catching a sniff of pumpkin pie, potentially. And you are currently at the bottom of a staircase that is on the side of the inn. So where you guys approached from the door, you are to the north of that and a little bit in. The rest of you moved towards the stairs inside of the inn and begin to make your way upstairs. Kapnos, I believe you were first. Is that correct? I think Kapnos went up first.
Yeah.
All right. And then, are the in sounds too low, too high? Are they good?
They're
It's not good on my end.
Sounds
Let
good.
me check
Good on my
chat.
end.
Chat, do you
Yeah.
hear it okay? Oh, actually, you know what? I should probably click over to the...
Yes, just to make sure.
Let's see what chat has to say.
Also, before I go too far into this, just as a heads up, there will be minor spoilers for the Curse of Strahd game. There will be names and items and things listed, described, talked about that show up in there. So I will give you guys a heads up when that's coming if for some reason you want to be like, I don't want to know. But they will be very minor at best.
Could you turn it up slightly, Bosco? It is
Yes,
a bit
I can.
quiet, is what chat is saying. So
Okie dokie.
it could be just a
Dang.
smidge. That's good. Yeah, that's perfect.
Cool.
Oh, there's those weird jingling noises.
Yep. It's a weird place. So, as you guys traverse up the steps, Kopnos being in the front, when you reach the second level, you'll notice that there is a banister directly to your left as you make a left onto a walkway. You can actually see down into those circular tables that I described last time. And across the way, you see a door and another walkway, almost like a balcony, similar to the one that you're currently on, but a little bit shorter. As you see a door directly in front of you as you come up the steps, Kopnos, and you see a hallway that leads all the way down. There is a door at the very end of this balcony. There is also a door to the right, just past the one in front of you on the stairs.
And were we told which one of these was ours that we procured?
You did not ask, I don't believe. He came down and went back up, and you guys followed him. So you're not sure which door he went into. Although, while you guys are there, everybody give me a perception check.
Okay.
I assume not me.
Correct, not you. We're gonna bounce back and forth a little bit.
Yeah.
Grim Carl's
as
still
I-
like coughing up blood.
As I recall, I was at the bar.
Wait, that's the wrong one.
I don't think I went upstairs. With
I think Grimharl and Kopnos
I
went up
did.
together. Waihakeda is outside. You were at the bar, and I forget where were you, Ray? Did you stay at the bar with?
I think I
Right.
actually wanted to go
he
up
might
and
have
like.
went upstairs. I think I was the
Yeah, I
only
wanna-
one at the bar. There's just Brand being sad at the bar.
Got it.
Ray is feeling a bit determined and wants to go to the plot where the plot's happening.
Okay, fair enough. To be fair, the plot is happening all around you. So, Brand, you are staying at the bar. The other three are going upstairs. Waihakeda is outside. So, the three that are upstairs would need to make perception. So, Kopnos, Ray, you rolled, and
11.
Grimharl. Perfect.
Yeah.
So, Grimharl and Kopnos, you actually hear a door close, but it's across the balcony on the other side. You then notice the door in front of you open up, and you see a familiar face poke his head out. He kind of looks down the walkway and then down the stairs, and he motions for the three of you to come in.
Oh, is it the guy we met at?
It is the guy that you met
Sophia's?
before, correct? It is the one who was outside of Sophia's.
I would like to incite him before we even.
All right. Are you looking
entertain
for
that
something in
idea.
particular, or are you just trying to check his mood?
Is he luring us into a trap?
Okay, sure, go for it.
Natural
Oh.
20.
Wow.
You are fairly confident that this is not a trap of any kind. There would be way too much stuff going on for this to be an effective trap for you.
Okay.
He would want to. Chances are he would want to be in a less densely populated area to trap you guys, considering you'd probably fight back.
Fair enough.
Is there
I'm gonna
anybody
turn
else?
towards Kapnos and give a little nod.
Actually, with your natural 20, you would probably also discern that it's more likely that he's here to discuss things because of the fact that there's so many people around. There's less chance for an outburst.
Fair enough.
What were you going to say, Ray?
Is there anybody else in the room, or is it just him?
He's the only one that poked his head out.
Oh, okay.
So he motioned for you guys to come in. You guys are welcome to stay out there if you would like, though.
Kopnos will take another swig of his wine and stroll over to the door.
You'll be amazed to find that it is still very, very good.
Tasty.
So Kopnos, you're going in?
Yep.
As you walk in on your direct right-hand side, so you enter the door immediately to your right, you see a large fireplace that is lit. This would again indicate where the fire was coming from of that smokestack that some of you saw on the outside. You see a singular bed to your left with a nightstand on either side. And you see the gentleman walking back towards a wooden table at the far left side of the room, directly on the opposite side of the fireplace as you kind of look around. The room doesn't seem very lived in, but it does seem like it is the master suite or the equivalent of an inn's master suite. He motions for you to come in and close the door behind you, unless your compatriots would like to follow you in.
I'll follow.
Excellent.
I'm going to go too as well.
Okay. As the three of you enter the room, whoever comes in last, do you close the door?
I'll.
You would see him specifically motion for you to close it.
I'll close it.
And
I
as
won't
you
lock it.
Okay. And as you close the door, we're going to pause you right there. Why Hakeda?
All right.
Yeah.
You are at the very bottom of these steps with that lingering smell still in your nose. As you kind of look up the stairs, you see the singular door directly in front of you and up.
I will do my best to quietly approach the door and have a listen to what may be transpiring on the other side.
Okay, give me a perception check. Do you still have a point of exhaustion?
Disadvantage.
Yeah.
So actually 12.
So 12. You take a look at the door, and it's hard to hear anything from the inside, mostly because there's the sounds of patrons and a little bit of music. So it's hard to get a gauge on directly behind the door beyond that noise. But what you do notice with a 12 is that this lock appears to have been picked. It was locked prior. It seems to have been tampered with.
Is this connected to the main inn, or is it a separate building entirely?
No, this looks to be an upper floor to the inn. This is just an entrance directly to the second floor.
Okay. This is scary. Okay.
Yep.
I will slowly open the door and see what I can see on the other side.
Are you trying to open the door stealthily, or are you just trying to
Yeah.
open it? Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead and give me a sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand?
I think it's how you'd open a door quietly.
5.
The door, immediately when you push on it, begins to creak as the metal has not been oiled for a very long time on this wooden door. And as you push it open, you see what I described earlier. You see a very short balcony, and you can actually hear the sounds from downstairs much more clearly. And as you kind of peek your head, you see a much longer running balcony on the opposite side of you. You also see a door directly in front of you, and you see two to your left. One closer to the door that you just walked through, and one towards the end of the hallway.
Will you allow me to ride the Nat 20 smell check from last time to try and follow the trail that I smelled in the first place?
Sure. You, with that Nat 20, you smell it coming from one of the two doors at the end of the hall.
I will creep down the hall, doing my best to avoid any windows or banisters that might give a view to the downstairs. Got it.
When you approach the two doors, there's one to your immediate, you came up the steps. So it'd be one to your left and one right in front of you. They're kind of, it's like an L-shaped wall, and there's one in front of you. If you can imagine, like in a hotel, there's the one right in front of you. There's one to your left. Give me a perception check when you get close to both doors.
Is it which kind of perception?
I will allow you to choose.
Okay. Given that I'm riding smell, I will do a smell.
Okay, so then it's just a straight roll.
Yep. 12.
You kind of sniff a little bit, trying to figure out which room that pumpkin scent is stronger in, and it seems to permeate in this general area. It's hard to pinpoint the room. Give me, just because you would be at disadvantage, give me another perception check to see if you can ride that 12.
At disadvantage for...
Yes, correct. So just roll it one more time.
Wait, for what?
This is going to be to hear something.
Oh, okay. 9.
I'm going to say you only needed to roll once, so it was a 21, so I'm going to take the 12 from before. So writing that 12, you actually hear something come directly from your left. You hear a poof, like something hits a wall.
And there's a door in that direction, right?
Correct.
I will move in and open the door.
Okay, you're just going to open the door without trying to stealth
I
in?
can't insight a sound, so...
I will let you. I will let you try to discern the sound and what it could potentially have been.
Okay. Is that what
It would just be an insight check. I'll just let you roll a straight insight check.
at disadvantage?
Correct.
9.
Hard to tell.
Okay. I'm just going in and opening the door.
Okay. As you open the door, you don't even attempt to try to keep it quiet. You see a woman dressed in black with a hat and a crossbow pointed at an individual pinned up against the wall with a human male grasping his throat. You instantly recognize Sophia and the Alpha. And the person on the wall, you have no idea who it is. It just seems to be a human male.
Oh, shit.
What?
And
Wow.
as soon as you enter the room, you watch Sophia turn the crossbow to you and turn it back to this individual. What are you doing here?
I'll kind of freeze when I see what's going on, and after a moment of looking back and forth between them, I'm going to step inside and close the door behind me. I could ask you the same question.
Do you know this one? And she kind of tilts her head towards the human who's...
You say I don't recognize him at all?
You don't recognize him, but you would recognize the smell.
I was gonna say I was gonna creep closer and just
That
as
smell begins to get more intense the closer you get.
and it's pumpkin.
Correct.
Okay. You said the Alpha has him by the throat.
Yes, and he is just staring daggers into this person.
I believe I do. Though what he is doing here, I am not certain.
You watch Sophia slowly lower the crossbow just a little bit.
I would
Wonderful.
still keep that raised.
She immediately raises it. And as she does, we're going to pause you right there. The other three, as you walk in and close the door, you notice this scruffy-looking gentleman kind of moving some papers along on his desk as he turns back towards the three of you. So, I hope you found something. You instantly recognize his voice is once again different than any of the ones you've heard before.
Well, in a manner of speaking,
We found a lot of trouble.
Thank you for that. And I spit up blood.
sort of pat Grimharl's back.
Don't touch me.
What kind of trouble?
The
An evil circus dimension?
More of the Pumpkin King's fun, I would assume.
correct.
Interesting. I don't suppose he gave you any insight, did he?
A bit, but I don't think you're going to like what we have to tell you.
I'm very used to bad news.
It's not so much bad news as it is no news. The Pumpkin King is just as confused as to why you are interested in him as you seem to be about him. Or as he seems to be about you. This wine is good.
You see him kind of look you up and down, almost trying to get a gauge on whether or not you're withholding any information, which, of course, you're not. And after a couple of moments, he kind of rubs his chin a little bit. And he turns back towards the desk. Well, it appears you're telling the truth. Troublesome. I suppose it's time I trusted you a bit more. You see him grab a piece of paper and he's going to hand it to you. It looks like a sketch. And
Lean
as
in and I'll grab it.
As you take a look at it, it looks to be some kind of artifact. You can see that it's been very crudely colored. It's a circular item, almost like an amulet, with a solid red gem in the middle. And there seem to be almost tail fins all the way around, almost like a saw, like a saw blade. And it seems to be something that would be able to fit in your hand. But this is simply a sketch. This item, in particular, is very important to me and the people that I work with. And it has recently gone missing. The Pumpkin King is notorious for playing games. And he's, of course, been looking for us. I figured it was only natural that he would have taken it. But you say he mentioned... Go ahead.
What exactly is this thing? And I point down at the sketch as I kind of lean over and look over Capnos' shoulders.
Yeah, same. Looking over.
All right, just sort of looks over one shoulder and then the other, seeing both of you.
Yeah, but those leaning over.
Yeah.
Also, for everyone's information, slight spoiler for Curse of Strahd, but nothing huge. What you are looking at is a holy symbol of Ravenkind. It was delivered. Oh, go for it. Yeah. What would you like to do?
Can I make a religion check to
Absolutely.
see if it actually is, potentially, just by the way of
Yep.
its construction? So the way you described it, it sounds more like a weapon.
Yep.
11. Not super great.
You would know that it does look like a weapon because it has those kind of triangular shaped blades. They're not actually blades. They look more decorative the more you look at it. And even with an 11, this does look like it could be a holy relic of some kind, especially with that jewel in the center, the craftsmanship, the detail, the carvings on it. It seems like something that is very, very intricate.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to check.
Yeah. There are legends about this particular item. That a paladin named Lugdana was gifted it by a giant raven. It is particularly useful when dealing with a specific kind of undead. He looks at all three of you very knowingly, and you may insight him if you'd like.
I'm definitely going to insight that.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Monty, tone it down.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I need you
I'm
to calm
sorry.
down.
When we get into combat, that's when all those rolls will go away.
Raycool and Copnos, you immediately go specific kind of undead. Oh, vampire, probably, right? Grimharl, you having that click in your brain and looking at this item, this would probably be the type of thing that Strahd would be terrified of.
Ooh, Lordy Lou. Keep that little nugget of information.
When he
in
mentioned
my-
specifically that a paladin was gifted this, a
Yeah.
holy person gifted a relic like this, instantly you can just fathom how powerful this must be, which would explain why so many people would want it.
Yeah.
So, Ray points at the sketch and then looks at the guy. You suspected the Pumpkin King took this.
I thought he was playing a game.
And just going back in my head, we didn't see any amulet like this at all.
Nothing
right?
like this, and the Pumpkin King made no mention of it.
And you said that this thing was stolen from you.
It was. Not from me specifically. From others
back
like
of-
me.
In the back of Grimharl's mind, stealing is illegal.
It is.
Did Sophia have anything like this around her house?
Ooh, that's a question.
Give me intelligence checks just straight for all three of you.
Oh
If
boy.
only there was somebody who rifled through her belongings.
Yeah, right.
If only.
That
Ooh.
20!
Natural 20.
Woo!
Goddamn.
Okay.
Hey, y'all,
Okay.
Now it's my turn. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, a 5,
No
a 4, and a natural
witchcraft
20.
At the table, guys. Come on.
Copnos and Grimharl, you think back, and there's Copnos, there's so much stuff there The only thing you can think of is that one tooth that was missing, but beyond that, you're like, what else does she specifically have? Grimhall, you've never really cared for the books and the stuff that Sophia goes through. Raycool, though, you specifically know you have never seen anything like this all over that house. You've done some skirting around, kind of taking in. You're used to knowing what your surroundings look like.
Everything I look at.
Yeah, you're just used to you're always sizing stuff up because something might be valuable enough to take. If you had seen something like this, you would have absolutely taken it. This thing is worth a lot of money.
Oh yeah, Strahd's scared of it. God, who else could have stolen it though?
What exactly makes it so scary?
It is particularly good against the undead. And it has the ability to hold vampires. It can also shine direct sunlight from out of that center crystal. It is incredibly powerful, which is why you must understand I did not mention it before. I was
Makes
weary
sense.
of you at best.
No offense taken.
You say this was gifted to some holy warrior type?
The legend is that it was gifted to a paladin by a giant raven. Whether it was celestial, taking the form of a raven, or an actual raven, is hard to know. But again, legends are very loose with the truth. But the artifact itself does exist.
Sort of strokes his mane for a second.
No, I'm not sure about any gods he might have taken, but we know somebody, a knight, an honorable warrior, who may or may not have some relation to ravens.
You see him think for a moment, and as he does, we're going to pause you there and switch back over to directly across the hall.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
next door.
the Alpha still has this creature pinned up against the wall who is still gasping for air as Sophia keeps the crossbow bolt trained on this creature's head. And Waihakeda, the floor is yours.
You should keep your eyes on him, but perhaps we should hear what he has to say.
Yeah, you should hear what I have to say. Is right.
You see the Alpha kind of squint his eyes a little bit, and he'll half turn his head back towards you, Waihakeda.
Why would I let this thing go?
Because he may know more about what is going on than any of us. Though he has been playing coy with the information.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
good shit, Mark.
You watch Sophia kind of give him a nod as if agreeing with you, and you watch his hand let go. And as he releases this human off the wall, you can see nail marks in his neck. They're just red marks that are a little wet.
Nat 20 for the podcast, people.
It is a
I
nat.
said it.
Yep.
Oh, you did? Oh, I didn't hear you.
Yep.
Sorry.
You seem to know who this is.
I believe the name he prefers is Jack.
It's Jack.
Though you may know him by many other names.
You see Sophia keeping the crossbow on him. Her eyes kind of go wide for a moment.
The Pumpkin King.
The very same.
This is him. This is him? This is him. This is him.
And last I saw him, we had made a deal.
What sort of deal did you make?
Information for information.
I helped him with. I helped him.
You did not help us with much.
Shut up. Please shut up.
Your associate
Okay.
was rather lacking in that department.
He works for me.
Yes. And I believe our side of the bargain has been fulfilled. But yours has not.
All right. What? God. I hate werewolves. Let me just state that for the record.
You see the alpha kind of, even in human form, very an intimidating kind of growl, guttural in the back of his throat as Jack kind of.
Anyway, what exactly do you mean I didn't uphold my end of the bargain?
You said you would help us understand and perhaps traverse the mists.
And she'll make eye contact with Sophia when she says that.
Sophia's eyes go wider than they were just a moment ago and kind of looks back to Jack, waiting for a reply.
Didn't Zerachus give you the rundown? Didn't you see the... Oh, good. What's your question, specifically?
Perhaps you may wish to field this one, Sophia Miklos.
Yes. I have been researching ways to get through the mists, Jack. I know that there is a way to do it. I know there are other lines. And I have seen evidence. But I have not been able to find tangible research on it. If you can traverse the mists, if there are other lines, we need to know how to get there.
You watch Jack kind of dust himself off and pick himself off the floor, but he is immediately bodied into the wall by the alpha, who doesn't really let him move, just stand up. And he kind of looms over him. Even in his human form, he's very tall and very, very strong. And Jack kind of looks back towards you.
Okay, look. There are ways to traverse the mists using very specific items to guide you. Otherwise, you just get lost. That's the whole point. That's why you can only come and never leave. And even once you're here, there's only certain places that you can go. All right?
And what are these items?
It depends on where you want to go, all right? For example, all right, let's just say that I wanted to go to a land of, like, beasts and jungles and stuff. That one's really weird. I would need a gardening instrumentation device of some kind covered in blood. Very specific, but I can use it as a guide.
And what allows you to do so?
Me specifically? Oh, no, look, anybody that has a item that allows you to pinpoint where you want to go can do it.
How? Perhaps you can write it down.
Oh, yeah, that's great. Your memory's going to parasite. All right. Does anybody have a pen and paper?
Please, Sophia, I beg you, for the one time, I need you to have pen and paper.
You see Sophia not only pull out her journal, but also a quill and dig through her bag and pull out ink. And you see Jack, when she pulls out the book, go like, haha, you don't have a... Well, but you don't... And it's all facial expressions of just him getting progressively like, all right, great. I actually have to do this. And you see the alpha give him just enough room to like move over towards one of the nightstands in the room as he begins to make his way over, and Sophia hands him the information and he will begin writing it out.
I will be doing what I do best and watching him. basically unblinkingly.
You know, while I do this, I feel like I'm giving you a lot right now, and I didn't really get a lot of information on the big ravens that you seem to be so connected with.
You got the information that we had.
Only because your friend's a loudmouth. It's not really technically part of the deal.
You asked for us to give you that information. We obliged.
I wanted to know why they were watching me, not where they were. That was just a bonus.
They were watching you because you were watching them. They do not know why you seek them out.
Great, that's
and so
just
they
great.
seek you.
Okay, great, awesome. More riddles. I'm just gonna keep writing because this is stupid.
You see him begin to dip the quill, write, kind of shake it like it's a pen, and then realize, all right, I have to dip it, and then write some more. Meanwhile, back on team
5 yards away.
Yeah, back on other side of room. The three of you are holding this.
Grimharl.
What's
Yep.
Brand up to?
Grimharl.
Brand is
just-
downstairs, I assume, drinking his troubles away.
So
I
Brand is currently at the bar and he's sort of drunkenly describing the carnival and he's like, and he said it would be fun and it was fun, but then it wasn't. It just like slams his hand into the bar.
You're screaming that?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Oh my god. Oh my god. White Hikeda, you're watching Jack write, and as he writes, Brand, you hear a voice in your head.
Hey, Brand, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you say that out loud?
Yeah.
You watch the bartender go, no, that I didn't. Sorry, what? As the Pumpkin King continues.
Did you actually have fun? Just, for my records.
I mean, the first few were fun. I liked watching Ray do the sport ball.
That was
Why
pretty cool,
Hikeda
wasn't it?
didn't seem to have fun in that one, though. I left
Oh,
him...
you sent White Hikeda into the wrong tent. I don't even like that tent.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago. We don't talk
liked
about the
meme
yeah.
machine.
Nobody's ever ready for the Inquisition tent.
I really liked the meme machine.
Why does everybody like meme? I don't understand it.
I thought the little man was funny.
Oh, yeah, the little gold and black one. Yeah, he's adorable.
Brand is just sort of clutching his, mug of ale, fully leaned over the bar, almost in fetal position.
Look, I just, I thought it was nice to have somebody there that actually, had fun for once.
I almost died.
Like, you were fine. You did great, kid.
I'm still almost dead.
Oh, yeah, you should probably sleep. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you should get some rest. I'll make sure you sleep sound. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
That's ominous.
Brand starts crying.
Aw, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm right here.
So meanwhile, back in Were Raven room.
Yeah. I just didn't want Brand to be left out.
No, it's totally fine.
Okay.
So the three of you are holding this sketch. And you kind of see the gentleman stroke his beard again.
I think it might be time for us to exchange information as a group. I have a surprise for you. I did hold up my end of the bargain. Your friends are here.
Sophia and the Alpha.
Correct.
Okay.
Ray looks around the room.
Not in here. They're across the hall.
Oh. Huh.
You
Oh.
seem surprised.
It's
Just
been
all, it's just all coming together.
stressful and confusing. couple of days.
Yeah. And usually, like, in order to get to one place or get one thing, there's a huge hurdle we have to go to or overcome. And so the fact that they're just down the hall, it's like, whew, breath of fresh air.
Great comfort.
They're heroes, you know.
Oh?
Yes.
They might not have succeeded in what they were aiming to do, but they tried nonetheless, and they sacrificed a lot, and they still do. They might not know everyone that knows them, but we all appreciate what they did and continue to do, as well as you three and your compatriots.
He kind of looks at you, Copnos, for a minute.
Though I must ask a rather uncomfortable question, seeing as how you probably know Sophia better than anyone.
He takes his glass of wine and takes another sip. Mm-hmm.
Do you trust her?
Sophia is a complicated person, but she has frequently been the only person I've trusted during my stay here.
Your initial hesitation worries me, Copnos.
I just wish sometimes she would trust me as much as I do her.
He kind of gives you a nod and then motions for the three of you to follow him towards the door. Do you all follow?
Yeah.
All right. As you exit the room, he leads you down that initial long balcony that I initially described. And right there. All right. As he leads you down that particular balcony, you hear a commotion coming from inside, from across the balcony. You just hear what sounds like muffled voices. It seems like in the bottom right-hand corner, where you notice those same two doors that I described earlier. It is across the balcony. And you watch him kind of tilt his head. He's actually gonna... Anybody who would like to can roll a perception check to try to
I would like
zero
to. I
in
was
on.
going to
Yeah.
ask if I could.
Yep. He's gonna roll
Okay.
one, and he will pass.
12.
12.
14.
14 for Ray.
Natural 20.
Oh,
All right.
We are.
Grimharl and Raycool, you hear that initial sound and some muffled talking. Copnos, you very specifically hear two voices. You hear one that you don't recognize quite, and you hear Sophia's voice.
He stops dead in his tracks and he turns to look. Sophia.
It seems to be coming from behind the door that Waihakeda entered earlier. And you also notice that your friend's head immediately turns towards the door.
There was another one with you, correct?
There were two more.
You see him kind of look over the balcony and notice Bran downstairs kind of gleefully spouting off at the mouth towards this bartender that is way too busy for your shit.
Can I give Copnos something because he rolled a nat 20 perception?
Go for it.
As you sort of peer over the balcony, only Copnos would have the sharp enough ears to just you hear Brand muttering to himself, "I stole a claw! I stole the werewolf claw!"
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
As soon as you hear that, you freeze, knowing, wait, werewolf claw? Who's in the... Oh, no.
He just looks down at Brand, looks back up at the door, looks down at the were-raven.
something the matter, Copnos?
You okay, buddy?
Maybe we should check in on Sophia and the others.
You want me to collect the child? And I point down towards Brand.
We're going to head that way. So yes, please. You should all be here for this.
Very well. I'm gonna go down the stairs and I'm just gonna pick up Brand unless he resists and like
No,
Like,
You
no,
resist Brand?
no.
I'm gonna here we go, and I'm gonna pick him up and I'm gonna shoulder him over my shoulder and just walk back up the
I
stairs.
just sort of start mumbling as you're carrying me. Grimaro, I'm dying.
Yes, we're all dying when you get right down to it.
I'm dying soon.
Okay. Yes. No. I give him a little pat on the back as I keep walking. We'll get you a nice gravestone. Don't worry about it.
As all of you make your way down the stairs, he leads you outside and around to the side of the building. And you see that same staircase that I described earlier leading up towards a singular door. And as you walk up, he stops at the door and kind of takes a look at it. And you see him begin to fiddle with it. Ray, you would instantly be able to notice this lock has been messed with. And he just noticed that. And you see him open the door and push through as it creaks open. And he walks down towards the end of the hall and makes that left right before he gets to the end and opens that door. And as all of you follow him in, you see 4 individuals. You see the Alpha in human form, Sophia, Waihakeda in the corner staring at the bed as you see a human male writing in a book. It looks like a journal of some kind. Looking very unhappy. And Ray Cool, you're the only person who would recognize him. That's Jack.
Ah.
Shouldn't you be drawing? Sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
No, the were raven is behind us. We've got.
Oh my god.
I'm a were-orc.
Ray just points at the Pumpkin King Jack and just like, so you followed us. I knew it. I had a feeling.
Copnos, Grimharl, and Brand, all of you are confused when he calls this human Jack out of nowhere.
Yeah, Grimharl's gonna I still have Brand on my shoulder, by the way. I'm just holding him there. Just kind of cock my head towards Raycool a little bit.
Ray just holds out a hand, just like, well, when he doesn't have the Ray gestures like a big head. When he doesn't have the big pumpkin head, he's that.
That is some information, perhaps. Next time you should tell us.
I thought
good. Everybody's keeping secrets. Awesome. This is
Not me.
phenomenal. I mean, actually, that's a fair point. Yeah. Well, hold on. Yes, you are. You have a secret.
One secret.
Yeah, you do.
Brand reaches into his pocket.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Are you serious?
Oh god.
Okay, what do you do, Brand?
I'm gonna make myself a roll.
Okay. What are we rolling and what for?
I'm gonna roll a charisma save.
Okay.
And if it's low, I'm gonna bring the claw out of my pocket.
Okay.
Okay, it's high.
So what are we doing?
I do have one secret. I don't know if I should tell you though.
Don't worry. I won't tell anyone.
He kind of winks at you.
I pat Brand, who's slung over Grimhall's shoulder, to like, don't worry, we know you're a true orc. It's okay.
What? No, it's something else.
Waihakeda, when all of them walk in the room, you notice the Alpha begin to kind of sniff the air.
Oh no, I'm
I'll
in
make
danger.
a note of it, but I am keeping my eyes on Jack.
Yep. And Jack, as they walk in, finishes up the last couple of lines, dips the pen, dots it, period, closes the book, opens
I'm
it to
gonna
make sure
grab-
he didn't just close it on wet ink, and then leaves it open to dry.
I'm gonna grab the book immediately.
You do so. It's a little smudge, but not too bad.
Is it legible?
It is still legible.
Is it sensible?
Yes. Because he explained it to you before he wrote it, you would be able to interpret it. But he kind of gives you a wink. Oops. And he puts the pen or the feather back into the ink.
Can I insight that?
Go for it.
The fuck do you mean, oops? 4.
You have no idea.
God damn it.
And Raven guy followed us, right? And
Yeah, he's in this room. He's very quiet around the Pumpkin King, though.
Well,
I will turn to acknowledge everyone else, and noticing the were-raven, I will look between him and Jack, and I'm going to make eye contact with the were-raven again.
Okay.
I believe an introduction may be in order.
You see the bearded individual step forward, and you see him look at Jack, and then you see him look to the rest of you. He then looks very, very longingly at Sophia, or not longingly, but he takes a long look at Sophia, which is very different.
Oh my
'cause
god,
words
yeah, you
have-
better back off. Do not
Yeah.
look at her longingly.
Why?
This room is too
Yeah.
small to have
This
to deal
is too
with that
small
right
to deal with
now.
all that BS.
Yeah.
we don't
He's
need
ki-
a love
he's-
rectangle.
He's kind of reading her demeanor. He then looks over at the alpha, and then he turns towards Jack.
It appears I was wrong about you, Jack. Perhaps you're not the thief I thought you were.
Wait, who called me a thief? Was it Ray? I bet you it was Ray, because he's a thief. That's called projection. He has a lot of problems. Do you want to know do you want to know what's in his head? Do you want to know the things I've seen?
Hey, I appropriate from
Don't talk
tombs.
about thieves.
Oh my god. Grimharl's just going to snap and arrest everybody.
Grimharl is just like, you can see like a single vein like appearing on her helmet somehow, and it's like bulging slightly.
Jack, is it really stealing if it's a tomb that's thousands of years old and everybody's there has been dead for thousands of years? I'm just saying.
It's called grave robbing, and it is also illegal.
Ray, just nervous sweats. Mm-hmm.
Wait. But he watches Grimharl puts a hand to her face. He goes, "At what point does it become archaeology instead of grave robbing?"
When you write things down,
When
The
does
math
it
starts.
become archaeology instead of grave robbing?
Yeah.
When you're not taking the things that are meant to go into the museum.
Grimharl,
is just
sometimes the
having
line can be a bit
existential
fuzzy.
crisis.
Oh boy.
Grimharl's
the
like
line-
like having existential crisis while also holding on to Brandon. Is just like the math. You know, the woman with all the math, just like, huh?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh man.
That-
So after Brand's exclamation, there's just a brief pause in the room as everybody tries to figure out. I'm sorry, what? As Jack then goes,
All right, let's just cut to the chase. I'm pretty sure this is projection. You thought I was a thief because you're a thief. You birds are always thieving. You're picking up your nuts, and you're picking up your rats, and you're picking up whatever else birds of prey pick up off the ground like a heathen. You're a thief, and you know it.
there's another brief pause.
Brand starts sweating.
And you watch the were-raven, and in fact, he's going to inside Jack. Oh. You watch him take a very long look at Jack. Again, he seems to be taking in information, very subtle ticks in Jack's behavior, particularly because he's in a human guise.
What was stolen from you, Jack?
And for the first time ever, you guys see Jack freeze.
Ooh. Ooh, I want it. Can I insight? It seems kind of
Absolutely.
Can I
Mhm.
insight that?
Yep.
14, not great.
It is so blatant Okay, Cop knows with a 20. Anybody
Natural one.
else? Hey!
Ta-da-ta-da.
Fuck it, I'll give it a try. I know him pretty well. 8.
All right. Ray?
Yeah, sure.
I got my own stuff going on.
Copnos and Grimharl.
Excuse me, sorry.
Both of you notice the freeze in Jack, and it's the freeze of somebody who's just been called out on something that they were trying to hide. Having said nothing, he's not used to being read that well, and that caught him off guard. And you, with that inside check, Copno specifically, something was stolen from Jack, which is why he reacted that way.
Okay. All right. I don't know what magician you all brought in here, but this was not part of the deal.
There was no deal.
Ray shrugs.
There was absolutely a deal.
But
I don't-
this is
I
the
don't know
one you
who-
are looking for.
He All right. All right. So question for Birdman. Were you or were you not spying on me and then took something from me? Did you or did you not? And don't lie to me because I'll know.
He will. He does know. He can get in your head.
Yeah. Thank you.
He
Speaking
kind of
from
goes.
experience.
He reaches out to he reaches out to fist pound you, and he goes, "Ah, you're too far," and does it himself, and explodes it.
Whatever.
You see the human with the beard kind of stroke it one more time.
I believe we've been played, Jack. You say something has been taken from you. Well, something has been taken from me. And it seems they used our suspicions to play us against each other. Copno, show him the drawing.
I will hold up the drawing, and I will show it to the room.
Waiakeda, you notice the medallion that I described earlier with that red gem in the center, circular in make, some carvings on the front, and then those blade-like fins that go all the way around. If you would like to, you may also roll a religion check as a native to this land. And I will give you advantage because you're from here, so it'd be a straight roll for you.
Okay. You said religion.
Correct. Not that it matters
That's
when you
a
roll.
natural one.
Wow.
baby.
You
2 in a row. Start the counter.
So this is worrisome. This seems like something you should know about. It definitely seems Barovian in make, but you have never seen anything like it.
Perhaps Jack's jape about losing my memory is more on the nose than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
So they took your what? I don't know what it is.
Some sort of anti-undead device.
Oh, oh, wait a minute.
You see him immediately begin to scramble like he's trying to pat himself down, and then he just kind of reaches into the ether and pulls out a book and begins looking through it.
All right, let's see. 5, 7, 8. Okay. We might have a slight problem.
Define slight.
All right, so I've heard stories about that thing. I don't know if your bird friend told you about it, but I've heard stories about it. Thing's really powerful, very valuable. Oh boy, I know plenty of mercs that would love to take that out. So the thing that was stolen from me specifically was a golden boot. I actually took it from a merc. It's a long story, but remember I was telling you about items, tree? What was your name again?
She just stares at him.
In today's episode of Ravenloft,
Right,
one of
okay.
people once again experiences a microaggression.
So macroaggression at this point.
Fair enough.
All right, whatever. So yeah, I was telling the tree about how nobody paid attention to Xericus apparently. So there are items that you can use to specifically traverse the mists and guide where you're going. Otherwise, you get completely lost. Now, it doesn't take you home. That's not how it works. But think of it as like your own little network of interconnected places, I guess is the best way to say it. It's really hard to describe to somebody who's never done it before. But, if what I'm thinking is going to happen, you're going to learn sooner than later. So here's what happened, Birdman. I think your device is about to go bye-bye because the item I lost, and I couldn't figure why they picked that one in particular, like just got the damn thing, they're probably not in Barovia anymore.
They've traversed the mist to another place.
Yeah, and if that's what they
reach forever.
And if that's what they took, it's probably so that nobody uses it against Strahd.
Who's
Some-
Strahd?
Oh.
Can we all just
My
look
God.
at Brand, just like,
Everyone just slow turns and looks at Brand.
just PTSD, just kick it in?
I'm
like that-
so confused.
Quick question, Bosco.
Yep.
He mentioned Xerxes.
Yep.
Does that ring any bells?
It doesn't, but he was saying it in reference to the person helping you earlier. So 2 and 2 would equal Night Reaper. Maybe that's his name.
Cool.
There it
Good
is.
to know.
And this golden boot, what exactly does it do?
Yeah, so that would be one of those items I was talking about. That can be used to direct you to a specific place. I guess I had to check here to see where they ran off to. Yeah.
Where did they specifically run off to?
So where you guys haven't been around here long. So it's what the hell was it? What did it start with? It was like a L or a G. Was it a G? I have an S. Let me go back to my book. I'll figure it out. No, wait, it was something Lou. What Dement Lou or something like that. Listen, it's real ritzy. It's awful. It's a bunch of people dressing up in
History check for
Good luck.
16 both sides?
Even with a 16, you have no idea.
Okay. All right.
Is this place here? Is this place here in this?
No, you specifically having been from Barovia have never heard that name before.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gauging the room with all the natives and checking their reactions.
Nobody seems to react to that name. Nobody.
Why did no one answer my question?
Sorry, what'd you want to know, kid?
Who's Strahd?
Oh, really powerful dude who will mess you up if you ever see him.
So
That is
like you?
correct.
No, he's not fun.
Oh.
He's dead though, right?
Strahd? Oh, he's real dead.
Yeah, so.
Oh.
He's a vampire. That's kind of the point.
So if he's dead, then why does the thing that is good against him being gone matter?
All right, so when I say that he's dead, you know what a vampire is, right?
Does Bran know what a vampire is?
That's up to you.
It's like an orc, except the tusks are on the
I'll
top.
tell you what. We're gonna
instead
make
of
this
the
right. Give me, because they exist where you're from. Give me a high or low.
Low.
You know what a vampire is.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, well, so there you go. Vampires
Well-
are dead. I'm not lying to you.
Well, I know he's like undead, but like, wasn't there a raid on the castle or something? And like,
Yeah,
he's
and?
dead?
Sure.
Evil
That's-
never seems to stay gone for long in this place.
Does not seem so.
Look, all I know is even if he's not around, I don't trust that he's actually gone. Why do you think I only pop in here every so often? This place sucks.
It does. Why do you think I want to leave as well?
Yeah, I don't plan on being here very long. Trust me.
Copnos.
Yes.
I believe now would be a prudent time to explain to Sophia what we encountered by the castle. It may be painful, but I think it is important.
Ray turns to Sophia. Sophia, you might want to sit down for this one.
You too, Alpha.
I'm fine where I am.
But you do notice that Sophia will sit down. She'll kind of rest the crossbow against the nightstand.
All right, I'm listening.
We have it on quite good authority that Sumer is alive.
You watch the Alpha and Sophia immediately look at each other, but there's a lot less shock than you were expecting. And you see him just kind of nod at her. That shouldn't be possible. That shouldn't be
Insight.
Go for it. Which one are you inciting?
Whoever looks the least shocked.
I will say you would probably get a better read on Sophia because you've been around her longer.
I specifically would like to insight Sophia.
Okay.
Could I incite the Alpha because he's my boss and also? I
Yes.
spent
So
more time with him?
Copnos, you will have advantage on Sophia. Grimharl, you would have advantage on the Alpha. Everyone else is a straight roll on whoever you would like. Just let me know. So
Here we
Wahikate
go.
is going to do Sophia. Does anybody else want to roll?
That's a natural one. That's 3 in a row. Let's go, baby.
Let's go. We're going to hit the streak,
God.
aren't we?
We're gonna
the
do
streak.
it.
The streak is 7.
Only a 10.
let's
I'm a little distracted by
Okay.
Brand crying
So-
on my shoulder right
Soft
now.
20? Soft 20?
Soft 20. Who are you inciting, Ray?
19.
Oh, I'll do Sophia.
And Copnos is a 19 for Sophia. So
Yeah.
the Alpha has a stone cold look on his face that nobody can read, unless Brand would like to attempt to.
Sure.
Oh, God.
If you nat 20 this,
7.
I swear to God.
Yeah.
He'd have to double nat 20 it. So Raycool and Copnos, you would both get this from Sophia. She has a look on her face that isn't shocked. Something must have tipped her off that this was a possibility, but she's not so unfazed that she already knew, if that makes sense. This kind of confirmed a suspicion more so than she knew that this was already a thing. As for the Alpha, none of you have any idea.
We... Madam Ava had this device that allowed us to communicate with the souls of the dead. Sumer was uncontactable. And as far as we know, there is only one reason that would be. And when we checked where we buried him and Calamity, we did not find anything in his grave.
In fact, the only thing we found were claw marks that went upwards. He dug himself out.
And a distinct lack of the smell of rot means he was not raised.
You see her kind of look down into her lap. I knew something had to have happened. I visited there not too long ago. I noticed the dirt was different, and I told myself it was nothing.
That's why you were researching all this time. You weren't trying to look for a way to bring him back. You were wondering how he did.
She kind of looks up to you and looks you in the eye. Give me an insight check as you notice a very cold stare from her. This will be with advantage.
3!
Wow.
While you're not able to read what the expression is, your natural instinct is something you said struck a nerve with her.
He sort of purses his muzzle a bit.
Did not mean to offend.
You didn't offend, trust me. She kind of looks at Waihakeda very briefly and then stands up just to kind of shift her body a little bit and move.
This was Sophia's journal that Jack was writing in, right?
Correct.
Waihakeda is still holding on to it, Pretty tightly, in fact.
Okay. Sophia, as she stands up, you notice the alpha again begin to sniff the air, and this time he's going to move over towards all of you. He kind of shakes his head. Everybody give me... everybody give me insight checks.
I thought you're giggling and I'm scared.
That wasn't me.
Sorry, that was me.
Oh, okay. I was wondering who was laughing. 17 for me.
No!
It's an 8.
Here, I thought we knew each other.
10.
10.
The streak is dead.
The streak is dead.
13.
Long live the new streak. Only Grimharl would get this.
Oh, Jesus.
And it's obvious. It's honestly pretty appropriate. There is something that the alpha smells, and he's trying to figure it out in his head, and only you would.
Out of character. What is it, boy?
Oh, God.
Please, by all means,
stuck in a well?
see how that goes over.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, excellent.
Starts sniffing the air, lifts his arm, sniffs his pit.
Just pull out a milk bone.
Throw it for him. Is he trying to conceal it based off of that insight, or is he just sniffing?
He seems like he's not being obvious about it, but he's not necessarily concealing it. You just have noticed his behavior enough to pick up on it.
Everything all right, boss?
Everything's fine.
I want to insight that.
Go for it. You'll have advantage.
I wanna wiggle my way off of Grimharl's back.
I'm gonna hold you in place. I'm like,
hey, Grimharl. Grimharl.
Yeah.
Everything's not fine.
Oh no.
Liar!
You notice the.
If you look at Brand, I'm sweating bullets right now. and my hand is just always like not leaving my pocket.
You notice Jack kind of stand up.
Uh-oh.
And you notice the bearded human individual catch his eye.
Jack, is there any other information you can give us that might help? If they stole it to leave Barovia, we need to track down that artifact. I don't know if you know what it is, but it is quite valuable and it belongs here.
You see Jack kind of pause for a moment and think, rubbing his chin, very similar to the way the other individual does, but with no beard.
All right, so look, I think we're all on the same page that super baddie dead guy is bad news, and this thing not being around is also bad news. And I kind of like him.
He kind of points to you, Brand.
And since I don't really want to see anything, I don't see anything bad. I don't want anything bad to happen to him. So I'm gonna throw you guys a bone. No pun intended, Fido. But
I flinch as he says bone.
Yeah. You see the alpha kind of turn and sneer at Jack, who does not seem to give a damn.
So, if this individual was trying to leave, he would probably need some assistance because he was being tracked down. Now, I have a little storage chest with an item in it, and it would actually help you go to the same location. I have them stashed all over the place. If you guys want to go hunt this down, I could probably tell you where that is.
Seeing as it is in your best interest as well that we stop this being, perhaps you would wish to join us.
Me? Like, just, you want me to... Really? I mean, I guess I could. I got nothing to do for another...
You kind of see him look at his wrist, and you're like, why would he look at his wrist?
Can I insight the Pumpkin King for why he's
Sure.
kind of squirming?
Sure,
why
go
he's
for
all
it.
Like, basically, how confident is he that he can actually help and like fight with us?
We haven't seen him fight. That's the
You've
other
never
thing.
seen him fight.
Yeah,
He might not be able to.
He might not be able to, but
19 insight. He's either doesn't know how to fight, or he actually does have somewhere to be, and this might set him back a little bit.
This isn't interfering with any scheduling, is it, Jack?
No, why would it interfere with it? I have nothing, we have nothing to do. I'm doomed.
What?
Look, if we make it quick, this is... If I do this, you owe me.
Owe you what?
A favor.
Ray thinks for a second. Would it just be me the favor or everybody else?
Oh no, all y'all gonna owe me a favor. Collectively, as a group.
The more
So
life
this is the part
changes,
where
the
you
more it
create a
stays the
powwow
same.
and figure out if you want to do that or not. Don't worry, I'll wait.
Group huddle. Okay, guys, what are we thinking?
Well,
Yeah.
Brand is freaking out.
Oh, I thought that was Mark for a second. I'm like, you good,
No,
Mark? You
no,
that
okay?
was not me.
No, that's
Sounded
Brand,
like you.
Brand freaking out.
All right, I'm going to put you down. Okay, don't do anything weird. And I'm gonna
Oh
gently.
no, don't kill him.
like,
Wait, that's my job.
I just like gently with two hands just place you on the ground, like a little standee.
as not thrilled as I am about the prospect of owing the Pumpkin King a favor, given what ridiculous shenanigans he puts us through regularly.
Oh, I'm not jazzed about it either, but I think I agree with you with where you're going.
We don't even know what his capabilities are.
What we do know is we did not escape unscathed from the last encounter. We could use all the extra hands we can get.
Yeah, I'm with Waihakeda on this. Although, just one second. Ray pokes his head out. Hey, Pumpkin King, can you fight?
Hmm?
Can you fight?
Yes?
Insight?
Go for it.
No.
14?
Yeah, he can fight.
Okay, I think he can fight. Just ducks his head back down. I think he can fight.
The real question is, will he?
Doesn't seem likely.
Well, I mean, I think he will if we promise him a favor.
I stole a claw! I put it on the ground in front of everyone.
Oh my god.
Wait, so I have to ask, actually?
Yes.
Oh, the guilt was too much.
Brand reached his breaking point. I'm sorry, everybody.
All right.
Oh god.
All right. Okay. So you take it out of your pocket, you're just going to put it on the
I
ground in
just
the middle
put it
of
on
the
the
puddle?
ground in the middle of the group huddle.
Okay, hang on.
What is that?
Oh.
Ray just points
It's a
down.
Grimharl.
It's going to kill us all.
As the sound of that claw, do you drop it on the ground or do you place it on the
I
ground?
place it on the ground, like open palm, and then like lift my hand up.
As soon as you hear that exclamation, Grimharl, you immediately go, wait, what? And turn to look at the alpha, whose eyes are already bolted on the floor and see the claw. Brand, you watch this very large individual march into your huddle and grab you by the throat and immediately pin you up against the wall.
No, he's good. He's friendly.
No, he's not. Listen, boss.
I was talking
He's
about
like-
Brand.
He's like Conrad. He's just kind of stupid.
Conrad never touched that. Where did you get it? Words, boy.
I'm looking at Sophia.
I'm like tapping my arm on his hand like I can't breathe.
Cobb knows, as you look over to Sophia, she will immediately move over to grab the claw and immediately start trying to pat on the alpha's back. Stormor, no, stop it!
I point.
I grabbed the spray bottle. Bad dog. Bad.
I point at Sophia.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
So a normal roll.
Right.
If there was ever a time for Brand to roll high persuasion. 18.
Oh!
You watch as the alpha squeezes on your neck. You can almost feel his nails beginning to grow into your neck, almost similar to what was happening to Jack before you all entered the room. But as Sophia kind of taps him and Grimharl calls out that no, it's fine, he's just dumb. You feel the air return to your lungs as he lets go and you hit the floor.
What an awful day!
What have we learned?
You all watch.
I look towards.
If you
Brand.
steal, don't get caught.
What have we? No, that is the wrong. Very cool. That is the wrong lesson. Brand, what did we learn?
When you're alone in someone's house, don't take their valuables.
Exactly. Good boy here having candy, and I hand him like a little granny strawberry.
Yeah, it's
Little
very
granny
strawberry.
candy.
You see the
I
cat
don't
under your
know, it
armor
just-
just kind of like pull a piece of candy out and hand it to you.
I don't know where I got this. It just kind of appears.
Brand curls up on the floor. He's done for now.
You see the alpha take a knee and kind of loom over you as you're like in the fetal position on the floor, and you hear in your ear a growling whisper.
Ooh.
You're lucky they spared you. If you ever touch that claw again, I will rip out your throat and feed your body to my pups. Do you understand me?
Can I try and perception check this?
You sure can.
Please give it to me. 12.
I will give it to you. You do hear this.
This is completely unrelated. I just like Grimhall was like, oh, he's pregnant.
No, no, that's not.
I look towards Sophia and I'm like, and put a hand towards my mouth, like gasp.
They did it.
Man.
They did the nasty.
That seance really did something.
He's
to you,
talking
Grimar.
about.
Oh my god.
Oh God.
I don't say that out loud. That's just in my head. It's just like, ooh.
God, I can't.
Listen, Grimharl lost everything.
Realistic
She
cow
needs
face.
this. Realistic cow face, yeah.
That is not where I was expecting to. I regret ever giving that to you. All right, mistakes were made.
And so above game,
Correct.
just so I'm gathering this all.
Yes.
Pumpkin
So
King's
the
gonna
Pumpkin
take
King-
us
the
to
Pumpkin
get this
King-
artifact. And
Correct.
he's gonna help us.
He
in
will help
exchange
you
for a
in
favor.
exchange for a favor. So you will have additional help if you so choose.
Can we know what the favor is, or
He has not said what the favor is.
Yeah, he's probably not even fucking gonna tell
Right.
us.
Ray
That
pokes
would
his
be
head
a
out.
safe
Can
assumption.
we ask what the favor is?
Sure.
What's the favor?
You'll know when I tell you.
Yep, that's about right.
Well, guys, do we want his help?
I don't think we have much of a choice.
Yeah.
But should we
Yeah.
not? Out of character, I have fucking nothing. I have 3 HP and like no
Yeah.
spells.
I'm really
Yeah.
low too.
If only you guys had a place you could rest for the night.
I
Yeah.
know.
Let's rest and then go
Pumpkin
to
King
war.
did promise me sweet dreams.
Yeah, King did say he'd help you sleep.
I
Whatever
believe,
that means.
Let's
I believe
just,
we
just,
may be outside the realm of negotiation at this point.
If we get the rest in and you help us, I think that would be the best course of action.
Aye.
Then
Are
if
we
there
good-
are
are we
no
good to do that?
objections,
Can we take a long rest, Bosco?
You can ask the person who brought you here. Yes.
Can we
Hey.
sleep? Can we sleep in your room?
I have procured rooms for all of you. I figured you could use them.
Ah.
Oh, Ray lets out just the happiest sigh.
Would anybody like to do anything before you go to bed?
I'm gonna make sure that the alpha doesn't kill Brand.
Yeah, let's.
You would know that, especially you, Grimharl, would know if he wanted to kill Brand would already be dead.
Yeah, he probably would.
He's been talked off the ledge by you and Sophia. So
I would like to have an exchange with Sophia.
by all means,
Try and make go as quickly as possible. I promise.
No, you're good. This is the roleplay section of the night.
Ideally, it would be kind of separate from the rest of everybody else. Wayakata's been holding on to the book that Jack wrote in the whole time, and she's going to approach Sophia in private.
Okay. Do you want to have this conversation so no one can hear you? Because they'll hear you in this room.
I actually, while this is happening, is it okay, Bosco, if I feed my cat real quick?
Yeah, go for it. This is the perfect time to do that.
She's not going to disallow anyone to hear the conversation unless Sophia doesn't want them to hear it.
Okay, that's totally fine then.
It is more to the side. She's not hiding it per se, but it's not a loud discussion because she doesn't think she needs to involve
Is there anything else anybody else would like to do as well?
I want to talk to the Pumpkin King, but it could be after this.
Okay, so Ray wants to talk to the Pumpkin King, Sophia, and Wayakata. Copnos, did you want to do anything?
I kind of also wanted to talk to Sophia.
Did you want to grab her after the Wayakata talk?
Sure.
Okay.
Because
Or it could be simultaneously if you guys want to do it
unless
together.
there's something
that's
that
fine
you
with me.
specifically want in private.
Correct.
Yeah,
if you
that's
wanted a
fine with
private
me.
talk, you could have a private talk.
It's your call, Connor.
It's fine if we do it simultaneous. He's just curious about a couple things.
So Copnos and Wayakata with Sophia, Ray with the Pumpkin King. Brand, did you want to talk to anybody?
No.
You just want to
My
die?
pillow!
My pillow! All right, so Brand, you will make your way out of the room.
I will.
Yes.
I will just, if I can, I'll just briefly be like, "Sorry, he's a stupid moron. I hope they're doing great." And thumbs up to the alpha.
You should get some rest, Grimharl.
Yeah, you too, old man. That was a joke. Don't kill me. And I go to bed.
You're not yourself when you're sleepy.
So Grimharl, you begin to take off your armor because you don't want to sleep in that nonsense. As you walk into the bedroom, it's the second door. It's the one that was directly in front of you when you walk down this shorter balcony. There are 4 beds. You look at the far left-hand side of the room. Brand is already passed out in one of the beds as you begin to take off your armor and prepare to sleep in one of the other ones.
I'll grab a little blanket and I'll like gently, I'll tuck him in a little bit.
Brand, you feel very warm. This
Give
is
him
the
a little
coziest you've
stuffed
felt
animal.
since you've been here.
True.
All right, we are going to start.
Sleep well, my little dumbass. That's it for me.
The alpha is going to post up on the wall in this particular room. You notice the room that you're in has 2 beds on either side of the nightstand. And did you want to talk to the Pumpkin King privately, Ray, or did you want to also do it in this room?
It can be. It doesn't have to be private.
Okay,
It's
then
just-
he'll step just outside the door and lean up against the balcony.
Okay.
I assume you follow him out?
Yep.
Is there a reason you're following me?
I'm curious. How often can you make those pocket dimensions with like circuses and stuff?
I mean, why? What do you want?
Is it possible?
No, I can't send you home.
Can you send me somewhere that's not my home?
No. That's Reaper shtick.
Ah. So I'm gonna have to talk to your Reaper friend. Got it. Do you have like his like number or
Why do you,
like a-
what do you,
like-
kid? What do you want? Like, what are you so obsessed about? Where are you trying to get back to?
I'm trying to get to this place called Icewind Dale. Ever heard of it?
No, can't
It's
say that
in
I have.
Faerun.
Okay, that has the word Fae in it. I do know some of them. That sounds awful.
Yeah, Fae are.
The worst.
Creatures.
Literally the worst.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No, I take that back. Werewolves are.
Shh, you don't want the big guy to hear
I
you.
don't care. You know how many werewolves I've kicked in the face? 1. Exactly 1. I've
Listen,
actually kicked more
listen,
minotaurs in the face. Your
I'm gonna-
friend. Oh, yeah?
I'm gonna owe you a favor, but if it's fighting him, no way, no how.
Oh, God, no. Why would I waste my time with him? He's stuck here.
Oh well. I just wanted to know about Icewind Dale.
Look, I'm sorry that I can't send you home. I wish it was as easy as snapping the fingers and doing that, but it's not.
Ray just snaps his fingers.
At least not for
Anything
someone
happen?
like you. Yeah. No, nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Nice try. There.
Damn it. I was so tempted to go roll me a D100. I'm like, but there's nothing that could happen.
No.
There's literally, fuck. If he wasn't here, that would have been...
Ray snaps his fingers and then he just kind of.
No, fuck it. Roll me a D100. I just thought of it.
Oh no. I was just doing this as like a.
No,
like
it just hit me. Roll it.
Oh. 40?
Nothing happened, but I did have an idea.
Okay,
All
okay. Ray just snaps his fingers and pauses and just holds on to it for a second. Okay, worth a shot. All right. See you when I wake up tomorrow. Ray goes off to sleep.
He's going to close the door to the room and allow Copnos and Wahakeda to have their conversation with Sophia as the alpha kind of leans up against the far wall. Sophia's currently sitting back down on the bed as she begins to look over her crossbow and kind of take out the bolt that was in there from earlier and just take the tension out of the strings.
If you have a few moments, there are some things I wish to discuss.
I bet there are. Please have a seat.
She kind of looks for a moment and says,
I will stand.
As you wish. Copnos?
He'll stretch and he'll take a seat somewhere.
So you sit at one end of the bed. She's kind of sitting at the other end.
Firstly,
and she kind of indicates the book that Jack was writing in that she's still holding.
I need to know the information that is in this book. To what end do you use it?
That is where I keep a lot of my notes on various things. Research.
The books you have been reading are worrisome. You, of all people, should know. This land is no stranger to necromancy. And it always starts as research.
You're not the only person that is native to these lands. I'm well aware of what lies within them.
And yet you keep reading.
Are you judging me, Wahakita?
No.
It
I
sure
am
feels that
asking
way.
you. I am hoping that somewhere, something in your mind will implore you to be honest and truthful. Not just with us,
And she kind of indicates both Copnos and the alpha.
but with yourself.
She kind of looks over to you, Copnos. You feel this way too?
I will be eternally grateful for your aid and your patronship to me during my stint in this realm. But I would like to help you as much as you have helped me, and without all of the facts, I can't do that.
Well, since everyone is in a sharing mood, if you have questions, I will answer them.
What is it you're looking for, and what do you aim to do once you've found it?
I'm looking for a lot of things. Is that a specific question, or should I go down the list?
She just kind of holds up the book.
Right, that's where I write it all down.
God, you rename her Sassy Sophia. Jesus,
For
girl.
reals.
The information that Jack has just imparted. How to traverse the mists.
That is one of the many things that I was looking at. I could not figure out the way to navigate them. Anyone who's ever tried that I know to go through the mists has always reappeared in the same spot that they went through, sometimes in much worse shape. But they've never been able to find their way through.
And what are you hoping to find?
To know what else is out there.
So it's curiosity.
Very much so.
I want to insight her.
Okay.
I'm probably
think-
going to fail, but I would like
you
to
think-
know.
Okay.
I want to know if this is truly just like wanderlust, or if there's something that she's still not being fully open about.
Okay. Give me an insight check. Cop notes, you can roll it as well if you're curious.
15.
Yeah. Also a 15.
You both get the sense that in regards to this particular topic, she has been nothing but truthful. It is genuine curiosity as to what else is out there.
Given that I believe her, I will hand her back the book.
You would also know that while there are notes in that journal, it's not the actual book of research that she was looking for.
Right. But
Yeah.
it was I was more holding on to the information that Jack had written down.
Gotcha.
But hearing that, I feel comfortable giving it to her.
Yeah, she will take it and she will immediately begin to put it in her pouch, her like backpack looking pouch.
If I may ask another,
She motions for you to continue.
why did you aim to hide your research when last we spoke in your home?
She again looks over at you, Copnos, and kind of lowers her head a little bit. Because I knew you would judge me. You would make assumptions.
Is that to me or to Copnos?
It's directed towards you, but she looked at Copnos first.
My role is not that of a judge. I only patrol. Justice is for those with a higher purpose than mine. Assumptions can only be made when the information is not shared willingly. Ignore the helicopter flying outside my bedroom.
I didn't hear it, it's fine.
Okay.
Sorry, it's just really loud.
No, you're good.
I didn't hear it, yeah.
They're coming for you, Wahakeda, for your crimes.
Nah,
Oh my god, it's Burnout Vaughn. He's got a sniper right
Oh, shit!
Wait, is Bernard Vaughn?
I'll do it myself.
Yeah, he's a Burnout's been on the roof this
Visual on
whole
the
time.
window. Fine.
Wait,
I'll
wait.
do it
Taking a-
myself.
I'll do it myself. I need to feed my kids.
Wait, is Bernard Vaughn a helicopter pilot?
No, but he did bet on why Hikeda died.
Oh,
So he took
okay.
the
Oh, it's
shot.
a bet pool.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, whoa, that's really cool. No, he just wants to murder you.
Yeah, he just wants me dead. That's all.
Yeah.
All right,
It's much
sorry.
simpler.
The only assumptions I would make are rooted in that I do not know the truth.
I am in no position to judge you.
We all lost something in that fight. guess some of us handled it better than others.
That was the only other question I have right now. If you wanted to ask something.
Yeah, Copnos he'll look up and he'll be stroking his mane. If the alpha is there still, he'll look between the both of them actually.
The alpha seems to be surveying the situation, absolutely listening in, and keeping a very close eye on Sophia. Sophia hasn't looked over at him, though.
Your reaction to finding that claw was quite something. What is it exactly?
Are you asking the alpha or are you asking Sophia?
I'm asking the room.
You'll watch Sophia go to say something and then look over at the alpha. And he kind of gives another nod.
It belonged to someone close to us, and it's all we have left.
Is the claw visible, or does the alpha have it?
The alpha picked it up.
So it's not within eye shot then.
Correct. But you remember what it looks like. It was a werewolf claw. It looked like it came off maybe like
Okay, a werewolf
one of the
claw.
digits.
Okay.
Correct.
I was thinking maybe is it a claw or is it a talon?
It is it would have come. Yeah, so it's definitely a claw, but whether or not it came off a foot or a hand, you would have to see it again to know exactly. But it is probably one of those two. It's definitely not a tooth of any kind.
If it is personal, I won't pry.
It is simply not my story to tell.
Needless to say,
We've lost a lot here, and try to hold on to what you can. And I guess you get desperate for a change, so...
she kind of holds up her notes and shakes it a little bit.
There is something you may wish to add to those.
To my notes, you mean?
Yes. Something I found intriguing in hearing Jack speak of the method of traversing the mists. He spoke of something that reminded me of you, Copnos.
Turns his head.
He mentioned a land of beasts and jungle.
Well, in Theros there are certainly jungles, but if he was referring to me, sprawling golden fields would be my... Oreskos is lots of plain lands, not very many jungles or forests.
I see. Then perhaps I was mistaken.
But that didn't seem familiar to you.
Not to me, no. It seemed to be something he spoke of offhand, but...
Ray! He says he's from a jungle, correct?
Yeah.
I can almost hear him now.
You would know that he was outside talking to the Pumpkin King last you saw him.
Right.
If you want, I can enter the scene if you want, but
I'll waddle to the door and I'll
Just like Mr.
Open it up.
Fantastic arm just stretches out the door, grabs him by the collar.
At
and
about
brings
this
him
time,
in.
they would have just probably finished their conversation. You would notice Ray heading towards the other door.
Recall.
hmm?
You mentioned you were from a place called Chuk.
Yeah.
That is a forest jungle type of area, correct?
Yeah, very foresty, very jungly. Yeah.
I'll look over to Waihakate and
I
I'll
don't-
thumb to him.
I don't know if it's called Chult though. It's got a weird draconic name.
Ah,
Are there more beasts like yourself and perhaps Kapnos there?
Whoa, what do you mean beast? What's with the name calling?
Look, y'all been calling me Tree all
Yeah,
week.
I was gonna say, like, you don't like people call you tree, you're gonna call him a beast? What the heck? Why, Kate? I
Right.
thought, you know.
Ray rubs his chin. Well, you had lots of reptilians and bird folk, like lots of dragonborn as well. A few Gripply too. All manner of jungle creatures.
I imagine none of these sound familiar to me.
Correct. None of these sound familiar to you.
Kenkus, lizard folks.
Well, should we have the opportunity to research further? Jack mentioned something about a gardening device covered in blood that could lead you to a land of beasts and jungle.
Should I Arcana that or history check that?
You can give me a history check.
Eep. A 12.
Based on the way that he was describing it, it was so vague that it could potentially be where you're from. But after asking him to get you to Icewind Dale and him specifically saying that he couldn't get you home, it's probably not the same jungle that you're thinking of.
Most likely not the same jungle I'm from, but I'm looking to get to somewhere on Faerun, and Pumpkin King mentioned he didn't like Fae at all, and I've only had just a few encounters with Fae. I don't want to deal with them. They suck to make deals with.
I suppose it is good that we can rule that out now, rather than wasting time on it in the future.
Mm-hmm. Ray nods.
I may need to ask a favor of you, Alpha.
You see him kind of look up off the wall.
She'll kind of look around at everybody in the room and then sigh very quietly.
If we are to venture any further,
And she'll look him dead in the eye.
I need to eat.
You'll see him catch your eyes and kind of give a very soft nod.
And then he looks towards Brand.
In the other room?
I'm just joking.
That was like
You know
through
what?
the wall. He looks at Brand.
You know what? If that was the way Brand went out, so be it.
It almost was.
You know, you are what you eat, Wahakeda, and you're a
Oh,
friend.
God.
You
no.
are an orc.
No. She would not eat him. Definitely not him.
The alpha will begin to move towards the door, hearing you say that. And he'll put a hand on Kopnos' shoulder.
You should sleep in here tonight.
And he points over at the other bed.
all right.
kind of pat you on the shoulder. And as he kind of motions you into the room and closes the door, he looks at you, Ray.
Mhm.
You should get some rest.
One step ahead of you.
You open the door. You notice a tucked-in Brand and a massive Minotaur passed out on the 2 beds furthest away from you. There are 2 other beds.
Ray just Family Guy flops onto his bed.
What, down like 8 flights of stairs first?
Yes, exactly. No, just Ray's tired. He just flops into bed.
Copnos, you will notice the Alpha close the door as he motions you into the room, and he will walk you outside Waihakeda down those same steps that you initially came up.
Mm-hmm.
Copnos, was there anything you wanted to do with Sophia before we shift to Alpha and Waihakeda?
There are like 2 beds in here, right?
Correct. There are 2 different beds. He pointed towards
Yeah,
the
be
other
careful. You're stepping very close to ruining my Grimharl's.
Grimharl's OTP.
Carefully
man.
crafted fan fiction that is slowly becoming reality. Yeah, no. Copnos would, if there weren't, he would have slept on the floor. Yeah, he'll just make sure that Sophia is all right before
she will
doffing his armor.
She will turn to you as the room is finally empty.
Is it true, Copnos? Is he really alive? And listen, if it's a curse, if he's undead, listen, if there is some kind of thing you're leaving out, I just need to know. Please.
We are not 100% certain. We haven't seen him. But
he is alive.
signs are pointing to yes. I did have one more question, actually. Sumer, when you and the Alpha stormed Strahd's castle the first time,
Yes?
did he seem a bit strange?
Sumer?
Yes.
I mean, not more than normal. White knight in shining armor, like always. Why?
Calamity's spirit mentioned something. Something about
the little one.
Yes.
And he sort of, he even though his armor is off, he still has
The bracer.
Her
Yeah.
bracer on. And he sort of rubs his paw pad along the jewel.
She mentioned something. She seemed to have some sort of awareness around her burial site. And she mentioned something about a deal.
What deal? Who made the deal? What deal?
Signs are pointing to... Well, Calamity said killer. I'm not sure what that means, but it could either be the person who killed Sumer originally, or the person who killed her. We won't know, but we're going to find out. I promise this to you.
Copnos. I can't lose him a third time.
I know. That is why I will find out.
She kind of nods to you. And she'll finish putting away her stuff and begin to get ready for bed. As the Alpha and Waihakeda traverse back down the steps. Once you are out of earshot of everyone, he will turn to you now outside and down the steps.
How bad is it?
She'll kind of show the wounds that she's been slowly collecting and the fact that they are already rotting as if they were wounds from weeks ago and hadn't been treated.
Mm-hmm.
That explains the smell. How many?
I know one would be enough, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
One. But I must ask that they deserve it.
Follow me.
I will do so.
And as we fade to black and you guys move throughout the city, I need everyone who is in the inn to roll me Constitution saving throws with advantage this time.
Oh boy. So
16.
So is that normal for me? Because
That would be no. You specifically don't have to roll, Brand.
Oh, okay, nice.
19 for me.
19 for you, Ray.
16 for me.
Nice. Copnose.
Let's find out.
A two. A three.
A 3.
Don't be a 3.
24.
There we
Oh
go.
my god.
Excellent. You guys didn't even need it. Brand.
Yo.
As everybody sleeps soundly, more soundly than they have in a very, very long time. Brand, you specifically have a very strange dream. It almost feels vivid as you see a very familiar pumpkin-headed figure in your head. The
Oh,
space
no.
around you is completely white. It's like you're standing in a void of blankness. And you see him just standing maybe 10, 15 feet in front of you. And he kind of scratches the back of his head.
So, I was thinking about what you said at the carnival.
Yeah.
You're right. I could have made some improvements. But I think I can make up for it. Just, so you can leave a better Yelp next time.
Okay.
Excellent. Sleep well.
As he kind of poofs out of existence and you continue your rest, pick any one skill and you are proficient with it for the rest of the session.
Oh fuck.
He's like, deception.
All of the deception.
You know what? I will pick medicine.
All right. Perception with Medicine. And with that, Waihakeda, as you and the Alpha spend some of your evening taking care of your condition, we will consider it sated as you return home. And I need you to also, with advantage, roll me a Constitution saving throw as you take that final bed back at the inn.
19.
Very nice. Everyone sleeps surprisingly well as all your levels of exhaustion go away with a full night's rest. Spells come back. You're fully healed.
Huzzah!
Oh,
And
my God.
as you awake, we're going to take our break there.
All
Wait,
right.
are they all our levels are exhausted?
Yes, all of your levels of exhaustion are gone.
Huzzah.
Because I believe Waihakeda only had one.
I had one.
Well, I had 2.
What? Yes, but yours also all go away.
Oh.
because you
nice.
slept with the Pumpkin King. Wait, no.
Nice.
Whoa.
Whoa!
No, I meant,
Alrighty.
So I thought because Waihakeda had one. Ray, did you still? No, Ray slept well last time. Yeah. So Bran, you were the only one that got the benefit of having multiple levels taken away.
Which is good because I think I was the only one with multiple levels.
Correct.
Yeah.
Sometimes it pays to be the one person an NPC likes.
Fucking hell, Pharaoh.
So
I'm
hello,
calling in
what
that
I-
favor.
What I like about it too is that it doesn't feel like it feels natural too, because Brand would be like
The
so,
one.
Because
Yeah.
they're both fucking lunatics.
They're both weirdo lunatics. Yeah.
Zenlita, no.
Oh boy.
What did Zenlita do?
They do say eating your vegetables is good for you.
Remember
Ban.
when Zen didn't do that?
Zenlita, ban yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, take that sword and just commit Sudoku.
First of all,
Commit solitaire.
Commit
Also,
solitary.
By the way, I absolutely hate Extra Val and Zenlita right now, and I'm gonna fucking fight them in real life.
why?
Wait, what?
Don't. Only Connor and Therapod will understand, but look at the memes chat and Rogadins only.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yes, good. Oh no!
Yeah.
There's been more added.
There were 33 last night, and now there's more, and I haven't even saved the rest of this fucking garbage. And I have to post these.
Sorry, chat.
Well,
Memeing is going on.
If you follow my Final Fantasy Twitter, it'll make sense. You'll understand.
Will it?
While whatever
All
you're
you
doing
need to
is
know.
going on, I'm gonna help myself to these ketchup potato chips that were
Are they the
sent
ones
to me
that I
by a very caring.
Mark,
couple
I
of
need you to
people.
take 2d10 of damage.
I'm
Nope.
gonna
By
go
the
make
way-
some coffee. I'll be right back.
By the way, Mark, the EV set that came out recently how hard is it to get cards of that?
Are you talking about singles or packs?
The packs, the one that's got like all the EV cards.
Yeah, that so
Like,
that's
what's it
that
called again?
is-
EV
it's-
something.
It's called Evolving Skies.
Is it Evolving Skies? I thought that was a
Yes.
separate set.
No, that's the set that came with all the evolutions. It had a different name in
Oh.
Japan, but the English release name is Evolving Skies.
Oh, okay.
It
that
was
the
called
one-
EV
is it-
Heroes in Japan.
Oh, okay. EV Heroes. That was what I heard. All right.
But it's not necessarily hard to find them now because the new set is coming out and the Pokemon Company is making the dedication to reprint stuff as much as they can. So you might start seeing more of it in the regular places.
Okay. I might
But,
check Draco's
there's a-
work and maybe see what they have there.
There's a particular friend of yours that you could probably talk to who will be able to help you.
Probably,
easily
yeah.
find stuff.
I'll be right back. I gotta amuse
But
bathroom.
pull rates are hard. I'll tell you that much. So anyway, welcome to the Mark Allen Jr. patented trademarked halftime show. Definitely not stolen from any other person's ideas. How you doing, chat? I hope you're all on my side on the ketchup chips, by the way. If you've never had ketchup chips, find a Canadian friend and have ketchup chips because they're delicious.
I would have liked if that sentence just ended at "find a Canadian."
Yeah, find a Canadian. That's it. Just run up to a Canadian, grab them by the shoulders, and say, "Ketchup chips!"
They'll show you the
they'll-
way.
Yeah. Hope you guys are enjoying the evening. We are, I don't know, we're taking the break a little late, so I think y'all might be able to assume that we're going to be running a little late today.
I mean, it depends. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
But I hope you're all in for the ride. Shadow Fox Master asks me for my thoughts on chicken flavored chips. This is the first I've heard of them. I kind of hope they're not real. I would rather just have chicken.
There's chicken and waffle flavored chips actually.
That is sacrilege. Just get chicken and waffles.
How do I feel about Keith Lee being released from WWE? So I heard rumors that Keith had a little bit of an attitude backstage, but he wouldn't be the first person to have an attitude. I don't know what that company's doing with their talent right now. They're cutting people for seemingly no reason.
Budget cuts.
I feel like if somebody says they're watching, like, what is it? I almost said NWA, but that's not what it is.
AEW?
AEW.
Yeah.
I feel like if somebody says they're watching AEW, they're going to get cut. That's what it feels like right now.
I mean, AEW is so like the Eddie Kingston CM Punk promo from this past week was fire. It was
yeah.
absolutely fire. And the best part was like neither one was the good guy or the bad guy. It just depends on your perspective. Like I like that there's a lot of shades of gray in their storytelling. Also, the match was announced like a couple days ago and they've already got me hyped for it. I'm like, that's all right. That's another level of promo.
I love that they just went like, you've got 10 minutes with each other. Go.
Yeah. Oh God. Eddie Kingston could get in a fight with nobody else in a room. He could fight a paper
And
bag.
win.
He's done it. He's on Being the Elite.
He
He's
did
like
fight the
he
paper
cut
bag.
he cut a promo on a cookie.
Yeah.
Gummy bears. He talked about how the gummy bears were making them soft. Oh man.
Anyway, since you guys are here, do we want to do bits and subs, or are we just gonna?
We
save
can,
it?
or I know the last person before Connor stopped was Tears of Mozart. So if Connor wants to go through them from that point,
Yeah. Let me just finish gushing about Half-Life Alex to somebody on Twitter.
do it.
Such a fucking good game, dude.
I still have to finish it because I wanted to, but I was getting. That was like the first thing I did on VR, so like I wasn't ready for it yet.
Oh wow, yeah.
So it was
That's like
making me a
Alex is
little
one of
sick.
like 3 games
Actually-
that I would say are worth VR for.
Somebody
yeah.
said that Kenny did a match with a blow up doll. Watch. There was some. I think it was Ibushi who did one with a blow up doll.
Yeah.
It's better than most of the stuff you see on Monday Night Raw. It's disgusting. It's just.
Isn't that's the one from like the early 90s, right?
I don't know how.
Really?
No,
Yeah.
it was definitely earlier than that.
There's one from the early 90s where it was a Japanese wrestler who was wrestling with
That was
a doll.
Mark.
Kota Ibushi.
It was
Mark.
probably Ibushi, but I don't think it was the 90s.
Mark.
What's up?
I have ketchup chips too for my Halloween candy.
Ugh.
I'm gonna mute myself. But
Why do you? Yeah, please do.
Also, yes, I believe Half-Life Alex is well worth getting an index for. Like,
Have you played it?
Yeah.
oh my god, it's so good. Where Pegler Bob?
Tears of Mozart with 100 bits, I think, was the one that
Oh
happened
no,
when you stopped.
yeah. Tears of Mozart, thank you for the 100 bits. I just wanted to say that I bought a lavender and gold metal dice from Die Hard Dice just because of Remy. Ooh.
Aw, thank you,
Yeah.
Tears of Mozart.
I can't
Man.
need garbage.
That's
Thank you for
awesome.
the 100 bits. Feck, I'm late. Bosco, don't kill anybody.
Why not?
I think it'd be fun. Destroyer 777, thank you for the 17 months. We finally made it. How much have I missed? About 2 hours worth. Art2 Fever, thank you. R2 Fever, thank you for the 4 months. You guys got me through COVID and my stressful work days every single week. How can I not sub again to you beautiful people? Oh, thank you.
You beautiful people.
El Robot.
You beautiful people.
Thank you for the 1,522 bits. No message, just bits. Oh, wait, no, it says cheer grab. Platinum Raven, thank you for the 15 months of Prime. So the day after Halloween, I had to drive to Kansas City, Missouri for my grandfather's funeral. He was battling Parkinson's and dementia for 4 years. This world is but temporary, and he's now in his final piece. I know how you feel, Platinum Raven.
Very sorry for your loss.
My great-great-grandmother went a similar way. The Atom Bomb, thank you for the 100 bits. At what point does archaeology become grave robbing? Paperwork. Indeed. The difference between doing research and fucking around is writing things down. Anthony12203, thank you for the 16 months. Anthony12203, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Hey, it's daylight savings time, and the clocks are moving back an hour. We're getting an extra hour of Ravenloft.
Wait, is it?
Yeah,
don't even-
actually, I totally forgot about that.
Yep, daylight is happening. Daylight
Yep.
savings.
Apparently, BC is thinking
But
about
we're
abolishing daylight
falling
savings time.
back, so we get the hour, so we're good.
Yeah, but what I mean is, there for a moment there, Connor and I are going to be only an hour ahead of you guys on the West Coast instead of 2 hours.
No, you're thinking of Mountain Time. There's only certain
No.
places that don't.
No, we are 2 hours ahead of you,
Correct.
which means when we hit 2 o'clock, it'll jump back to 1 o'clock, but that's only midnight for you guys.
Oh, I see what you're saying. For that brief period of time.
Yeah.
I see what
So
you're
for
saying.
2
Yeah, yeah.
hours,
Oh,
we're only
thank
going to be an
fuck,
hour
I
ahead
have
of
an
you.
extra hour tonight.
Hell yeah, brother.
Got so much shit to get done.
I hate daylight savings time. It's so dumb.
It really
Yep.
is.
Yeah.
True.
Flustered Bun, thank you for the 300 bits. I can't. This episode is killing me. Brand is on point. Bosco, you're giving me emotional whiplash for playing Jack and the Alpha, but Jack is my favorite. You had me actually laughing to the point where I snorted.
Yeah! Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Burnout Vaughn, thank you for the 100 bits. Also, is it a bad time to mention that my mother is a former secretary for a U.S. colonel and was certified to fly a helicopter? I'm not saying you're in danger per se, but
Your mom's a badass.
Yeah.
it's pretty fucking cool. One sweet girl, thank you for the 100 bits. I love the stream so damn much. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Zinlita, thank you for the 200 bits. Now I know what a scaly is, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Cosmosis45, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm excited to see how this goes. Definitely different from last time. I hope Ray makes it out this time.
So does Therapod.
Uh-huh. He's
They're
got a
about over here
boyfriend to
biting
get
his nail
back to.
be-
He's got to get back to his
Husband.
Yeah. Listen.
Listen,
We-
did you put the
we-
ring on it yet? Damn. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, there were wedding
twig.
vows involved. Haka performed the ceremony spell.
Did he do a haka?
That is true.
No, he did the Macarena.
Eh, Macarena. Aye.
Now it's a party.
You
Viridian
mean
Winter,
the
thank you for 100 bits.
Hakarena?
Oh my god.
Excellent.
Ketchup flavored chips are the best.
No, they are not. Objectively,
had-
nope.
The only ketchup chips I've had were not that great.
Thank you.
And as a huge fan of ketchup, I was sorely disappointed.
Well, it doesn't taste like ketchup, but it's not.
Why?
It's also not something that we can get in the States very often anyway. So I appreciate them because they're good.
Wait, if it doesn't taste like ketchup, what's the point?
There's an aftertaste of ketchup, but it's mostly
It's like
salty.
No,
it's
it's
like
not.
a-
It's
it's like a-
disgusting.
It's like a tomato
Yeah,
kind of vinegar, tomato
Yeah, a
vinegar
fake
kind of chip.
tomato doused in vinegar.
it's mostly salt and vinegar, but it's not as strong as salt and vinegar chips are.
Yeah, it doesn't hit you as hard.
So I can stomach it better.
I love salt and vinegar. Pokemon cards wouldn't be that bad for the pull rate, at least the newer ones, old cards, GG. I mean,
Well,
they
no.
won't be as bad as short printed Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Blue
I
Eyes
will
and
admit
Red
you-
Dragon specifically.
I have opened over 500 packs of Evolving Skies, and I only have 3 of the 6 Sylveon cards that are in the set. Don't talk to me about pull rates.
You got a Golurk though.
I actually got, I had the
That's
Alt
my favorite
Art
Pokemon.
Golurk from a long
Yeah.
time ago. Do you want the one I just pulled today?
If you want to mail it to me, sure, yeah, I'll
I
absolutely,
absolutely
take
will,
that.
because it's extra. I don't.
I like Golurk. Golurk's my
It's worth a
favorite.
lot, but it means more to me that it goes to someone who wants it. So I'll send it to you.
Okay, I'll take it. Thank you.
Oathbreaker John, thank you for the 100 bits. I may not be a big wrestling fan, or even know I know that WWE is being dumb. Now then, what do you guys think of the new dragons? And is there a list of use and won't use for our DMs?
Oh, Visbins. I think the biggest thing for me, and again, I've only skimmed through the book, but there's a lot of really good beasts in there. I could talk about Visbins for a while. In terms of like the gem dragons, I won't say anything in regards, but gem dragonborn are 100% not going to be playable in my game. They're way too overburdened with a bunch of shit.
Damn.
Yeah, they're cool, but they're like they get free telepathy. They're also like got a bunch of other crazy shit, and I'm like, this is. I'm like, this is a lot for like just a race. Like, it doesn't feel very balanced. So, I think like cosmetically they look very, very neat. But for me, I also don't like psionics a whole lot. So,
Yeah. I like.
Yeah, if you don't like
gem
psionics, then
but
gem dragons are just
I
not
think-
gonna work for you.
I like gem dragons too. I think
Yeah.
I can use them in places, but
Well,
um,
I already use Matt Colville's homebrew gem dragons from
mhm.
his book, so I'll have to read if I prefer Fizzbands or not.
yeah,
that's
they're
good stuff.
they're pretty good. I will say this: the artwork in that book is fire. Like, it's
Oh,
very
yeah.
good.
That's a big pull just to get it, is to have some more good dragon pictures.
Yeah, no, they did really well with the art direction for that book. Beyond that, the rest of the book is very good, especially if you like want to run a Draconic campaign. I had to laugh when they mentioned Horde of the Dragon Queen, and I'm just like, you're gonna wanna fix that module until you recommend it. I think, I'm like, I get it, you're trying to promote it, but that's not what I would want to promote. It's not terrible, but it's also not that good. But yeah, no, I think it's definitely, if you're a DM, and especially if you like to run dragons, I would definitely recommend picking it up. If you're a DM and you don't like to run dragons as much, I would not recommend it. I would say probably skip on that one.
Also, there's a Mind Flayer dragon.
There is. There's also there's also there's a lot of unique, very cool dragons in the book that I'm very impressed by. So
Did they put the Shadow Dragon back in?
Shadow dragons are in the player's handbook.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, Connor.
What? Listen.
They've always been there.
I've never seen one.
Shadow dragons are back. Always have been.
Always have been.
Well. Magic Ninjago, 10 years to spin Jitsu. Thank you for the 100 bits. Ooh, time to start collecting new hype train emotes. Rosso 6, thank you for the 100 bits. Tell Bosco that I found that cookie promo and put it on the MNW Discord for everyone to see. Hey, check it out. It's pretty good. Flustered Bun, thank you for the 6 bits. I've always been behind on daylight savings. Now that I live in Arizona, I've completely forgotten about it until just now. It's true. Arizona is one of the few places that doesn't observe it. Yeah. More Thrandor, thank you for the 100 bits. Daylight time equals Unexpectables starts at 0 hour instead of 22 hour. You win 1 hour, you lose 1. It's true.
Yeah,
I didn't know they added history. I didn't know they added 12 more or they didn't know they added 10 more hours. It's crazy. What the You also start at 0 now. That's nuts. Damn it.
It's almost like military time is a thing.
Time is an illusion.
I prefer the color clock myself.
Where's my sundial?
Where's your sun?
It doesn't work.
That's a good point.
That also doesn't work indoors. That's it, by the way.
All right, everybody back?
Let me just. This will be like
I
literally
made a
like 10
horrible,
seconds.
horrible
and I'll be right back.
realization.
Mm-hmm.
I never switched this over to the slideshow during the break.
That's all right. It could
Absolute
hey,
troglodyte.
it could be worse.
I'm sorry.
I can't see the code for the Die Hard dice. Oh no!
No, they can't see that.
Unexpectable exclamation point, 15%.
There you go. 15%. That's a lot. That's a huge percent.
Get the dice to it.
By the way, if you're gonna order dice for Christmas, now is the time. Like especially
really
for
is.
before you get into the Christmas flood of people ordering shit. Now is the time. Like if you're Christmas shopping, do
Buy
it now.
early.
Before
I am
shipping
back.
becomes bullshit.
I mean, shipping's
Yeah.
already bullshit, so beat the rush.
I'm back. I just had to grab my second Baja Blast, and now I'm ready.
Hey.
Curse you.
Don't drop it.
I'm not a heathen, Thero.
I'm not a war criminal.
The only person I know to have dropped it.
He dropped 2. He told me
Yep.
it took 2 tries to film that fucking video, and I'm like,
Yep.
I hate you so much.
That's right. I had the pleasure of pouring out the Baja Blast that she left here.
I didn't finish it because I had
Nope, but I poured it out and I thought of you the whole time.
Damn.
Did you play taps while you did it?
Nope.
No respect.
All right. Bye, Chad. I love you.
Bye,
Bye,
chat again.
Bye, chat. All righty.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. As all of you wake up, the 4 of you that were in the side room, so that would be Waihakeda, Brand, Grim Harl, and Raycool. All of you wake up in that room. Copnose, you wake up in the same room as Sophia. Again, all of you feeling extremely well rested. The sounds of the tavern are still going on, but they're not nearly as loud. It's not nearly as packed as it was when you guys finally passed out. But you're impressed that there's even still people in here in what you would presume is the morning. Not that you can really tell based on the way that things work in Barovia. However, one thing that you notice, Copnos, is the Alpha is not in that room. And Waiakeda, you notice that he is not in your room either.
Did he come back with me?
He came back with you, and he walked you into the room, but after the door closed, you didn't see him.
Okay. Can I find traces of him?
You can give me a perception check with
Any
smell-based.
shedding?
I have advantage on smell.
You sure do. And you also don't have your exhaustion anymore.
So good. 16.
Yeah. You smell a lingering trace of him, but you can tell just based on how sensitive your nose is, probably a couple hours old. It's just lingering in the air.
Does it seem like he tried to cover his tracks or just that he left?
It seems that he left. He was here and then just left.
Okay. What about Jack? Where's Jack?
He is also not around, and none of you
What
see him.
The fuck?
That being said, you're still in your rooms, so
Well, I will exit the room.
that's all right. As you open the door, you still see absolutely nothing.
I'm blind.
You you hear the hustling and bustling a little bit louder now that the door is open, and anybody who was kind of taking their time to wake up, Brand, you are starting to hear stuff in the room. I'm not presuming anything. It's your character. You do what you want.
Yeah.
You're the kind of guy who would sleep in. But you begin to hear the
Don't
sounds
sleep for 2
downstairs
days
of.
and then you almost die. You know, you're gonna
Yeah,
need
you
some
just
extra Z's.
5 more minutes. I feel is an appropriate excuse at this particular
Yeah.
juncture. Copnos, you will notice that Sophia is already awake and seems to be like getting her gear ready. Good morning, sleepyhead. By the way, you snore.
Ah, no, I purr.
Touche.
Either way,
Wow.
Ray is like rubbing his eyes. Either way, it's really loud.
When did you get here?
Well, the doors are open.
I broke in.
Yeah, I broke it. I've been watching you sleep.
Well, I got here when some mist came in and took me out of this tomb, and
Is that when
You
you
too,
killed your
huh?
boyfriend?
Whoa. Whoa.
listen, I got my revenge. It's all good now.
That's true, you did. You got your revenge and your husband back.
Yeah,
Anyway,
he got better from death. It's great. Anyway,
so as you guys begin to reconvene in that main room, everybody kind of puts on their armor, grabs their gear, and you convene in that initial room that you were all in. As Sophia kind of looks to all of you. So you're actually going to follow him, aren't you?
I don't see what choice we have at this point.
This place is wonderful. I love it here.
He's been possessed. Kill him now.
I thought you hated this place.
No, this inn specifically.
Oh, right, yes. I can't say that I've been here before, but I've heard great things.
It's
does
the
have
first
wine.
time that since I've been here, my dreams weren't haunted by dead people.
what did you?
Sophia
dream
kind of
about?
leans over to you, Copnos. Is he always like this?
Yeah, he was the first night and got progressively more dour.
Is he going to be okay? Do I need to...
I think he'll be fine.
Okay.
Grim Harl just picks him up. Okay, enough of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Outside.
A cane comes in from stage left and puts
Yeah,
him around the
away.
neck.
So you're all going to go alone with him?
Unless you have a better suggestion.
That okay.
Who
Who
just
loaded
cocked
the
a
gun?
shotgun?
You notice her, like, looking at her crossbow. She didn't actually cock it, but if a crossbow could be cocked, she kind of puts it on her shoulder. I'm just saying.
I do
I'm
the same thing
sure-
with my crossbow.
I am sure we will go back to hating him once we are done. But
I like him.
brand notwithstanding,
Brand does not speak for. Well, why? I just looked at Brand confused. Just like,
He's nice to me.
yeah, only you.
I don't
If
know
anything,
why.
that's more concerning. But for now, we could use all the assistance we can get. He
All
has
of it, huh?
information we do not.
That enough?
And
You see her
apparently-
pick.
oh, go
You
ahead.
see her pick up her bag and load it onto her shoulder.
Where will you go in the meantime?
With you,
Oh,
unless you'd prefer me go home.
I'm not
Go
going to
home.
turn
No, I'm
down.
just joking.
Fucking.
You
We
have
spent all
puppies
this time
to
looking for
raise.
you. Go home.
No, I'd like the vampire hunter to be with us. You know.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, especially while we're finding the anti-vampire thing.
Not going to turn down a helping hand, especially one that knows vampires as well as you do.
Oh, shut up! You're flattering me.
You have Grim Harl just angry faces vibrating in the background.
I don't
Just
like
a
this rathanization.
slow turn.
The old cartoon characters just kind of sliding in from right.
You're
at-
ruining my ship. All right. Well, we should get going. Where's your friend?
I lift up a
Slow turn to
barrel.
Brand.
There are no barrels up here.
I lift up a
Brand.
chair. Is the Pumpkin King there?
No, he's not under the chair.
Is the Pumpkin King under Brand?
I look at the bottom of my boot.
Roll me a D100.
How did I get that here?
This one's gonna be the one.
Here we
is
go.
it.
Big money, no whammies. 70.
Oh, 70.
You pull it up. It's just your boot.
Okay.
However, you do hear in your head, Brand.
Hello there, Bucko. Did you sleep well?
You all notice Brand jump.
What is it? The spider?
No, he's in my brain again.
The spider?
No, the
No.
Pumpkin King.
Seems to be prime real estate there.
Lot of space.
Ooh, tell them it's very cozy in here. Lots of real estate.
They made the same joke. He says there's a lot of space in here. Why is everyone so mean to me?
No, it's a joke, kid. I like you. The
Oh,
dumb
true.
ones are the most
Joke.
fun.
That's true.
Well, come on downstairs.
Oh, he says to come downstairs.
All right. Go downstairs.
I can't believe
Yeah.
he's literally just the voice in my head is real, and it's the Pumpkin King.
Ba-dum, ba-dum.
It could have been worse.
As you guys walk down those steps again and exit the building, you notice standing at the very bottom and a little ways back is the Pumpkin King, still in human form.
Can I specifically not go into the common room, but go outside the way I came in? I don't. Think
That's
anyone in
the way you're
inn-
all leaving now. You're all on that side.
Oh, okay. I don't know if
Yeah.
anyone in the inn actually knows I've been in.
No,
here.
the only person who seems to know you're there is the mysterious man who does have no name,
Yeah.
who you also didn't see, but again, you didn't check the main room. So,
Right. Yet.
but as you traverse down the stairs, you see the Pumpkin King standing at the base.
So, how's everyone doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Good. Awesome. Didn't really care for you.
About you. Yeah,
Oh.
thanks.
Brand.
I'm doing great.
Hey, here we go. All right. This is going to be an adventure. I can't wait to be super late.
I forgive you for almost killing me.
I didn't. I never did that. I have
Indirectly.
no recollection of those events.
Indirectly.
Not
You-
well, but
it's-
then I
it was
didn't
your
directly.
carnival.
I could stab you
your
right now and directly do it, but that'd be mean.
Yeah, you wouldn't do that.
No, I wouldn't. You, on the other hand,
He looks at you, Ray.
Ray shrugs.
I'm just saying I need new boots. Anyway, shall we? Where's the rest of your posse?
I'm right here. I'm like,
No, the rest of the.
Ow.
I start counting on my fingers.
I guess they're not coming. All right. This should
Well-
be. What?
Guys, get down here.
I'm at the bar ordering a beer.
I'm gonna look at Sophia.
Okay.
The Alpha seems to have left early today.
No, he's still here.
Oh, really?
Something tells me he wouldn't want to miss this.
He'll be there. Don't worry.
That's all I'm gonna say.
All right. And you said you're at the bar, Copnose?
Yeah.
All right. As you sit at the bar, you actually notice after about 5 minutes, as everybody's gathering outside, you notice a familiar face come down the other set of steps. And it is your bearded friend.
Ah.
He's going to make his way over to you and sit at the stool next to you. Good to see you all awake.
Yes, we are. We have a plan and we are going to act on it. Just as soon as I get some breakfast.
By all means. I'm going to check on the rest of your compatriots whenever you're ready.
And he's going to head outside. What would you like to order? There is a large selection of eggs and meat and eggs and also meat.
I will get meat and eggs and a beer.
Excellent.
What about
Whoa!
the Lucky Charms?
Huh?
What about the Lucky Charms? Are those made of egg or meat?
Mm.
They just inexplicably
Both.
have a bowl
Does-
of Lucky Charms.
Does the Lucky Charms have egg or meat?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why they're
fair.
lucky.
Yes, they're very lucky.
Egg
And when you
charm.
pour milk over them and put them in a kitten bowl, it's perfect for you. So they bring you about 3 eggs, cracked, scrambled, very quickly cooked, and a large T-bone steak.
I dig in. I know we're getting ready to hit the road, and I don't want to
Mhm.
keep people waiting, so I'm just
You
gonna
scarf-
scarf down my.
You scarf down the eggs pretty quick. They're nicely seasoned with a little bit of salt and pepper, but nothing too sophisticated. There's also a little bit of cheese, cheddar cheese, sprinkled over the top that's nicely melted into it. When you cut into the steak, it's got a little bit of a kick to it, almost like a spice, but it's done medium rare. And as you cut into it, you can see some of the blood trail off of the T-bone steak as you carve around the bone. And eventually, you just pick up the entire bone itself and gnaw and clean that thing all the way to the bone. And you'd probably eat that too if it wouldn't make you look weird. But you drop it back on the plate. It is very tender and very, very good, and the best meal that you have had in a long time.
You know what? This place isn't so bad after all.
You also, as you say that, a thing of ale hits your hand.
It's going to be a good day.
And as you swing it back, it's got just the right amount of kick for your day without making you incapacitated.
All right. I'll sit up. I'll pay for my meal. However much that might be.
You don't even see him come back to charge you.
I'll just lay a gold on the table.
You also notice that your breakfast in particular is better than pretty much anything you've seen any of the other tables have.
I sit at the bar and I grab the gold that Copnos used there and I try to buy breakfast with it. Because I have no money.
Wow.
Do you do this in front of me?
Yes. I have no money and I also have no shame.
He just looks at you and he just strokes his mane. Go for it.
As you kind of wave the gold, they don't seem to come over to take it, but they do bring you out scrambled eggs and they will give you a steak if you would like one as well.
I pocket the gold.
Nice. You get a sirloin steak. It's a lot leaner than the T-bone, not nearly as marbled or as fatty, but still very, very good. And again, you also notice that your meal is not only similar to Kopnos's, but also better than anyone else seems to have in here.
Nice.
Is there anyone serving us, or are they just appearing?
There is somebody sliding it down from the end of the table. Give me a perception check.
Yeah, I want to see, because that's a little odd. Oh, it's coming. 5.
Okay. Brian, you can give me one as well. And you won't have disadvantage.
Wow. 15.
As you look down towards the end of the bar, you notice another human male, this one with darker hair still than the person who was there last night. However, you notice his eyes are kind of a reddish brown.
Huh. Do I know something about him because of my favorite enemy?
You notice that his eyes are not as bright and glowing as somebody you might have met in a ghost town, but they are similar. Maybe someone who had a weapon you tried to swing.
Fucker's a 5-star chef too.
Turns out they call him Nightmare
I
because of
attempt
the
to
peppers he
communicate
serves.
this information to Kapnos through hand gestures.
Mm-hmm.
Kapnos
So
is just stroking his mane and nodding, but he's
I
not getting any of it.
I point at the guy and I make like a little like crescent like scythe with my right arm and I swing it like a grasshopper almost.
And as you kind of look over to him and notice him, you do see the bartender from earlier in the evening come around the corner and go, "Oh, good, thank you. All right, shift's over, buddy. Let's go. Let's move. Let me get in here. Let's see. He's taking care of it. And you see him kind of doing like a checklist of stuff, kind of patting him on the back. This other individual with the reddish eyes, when he feels that hand, doesn't seem to move and just turns almost like a zombie would turn and begins to walk. Very, very stiff.
Hey man, he makes good food. You know.
Yeah, don't judge him. You know.
And as you guys finish up your meal, you rejoin your compatriots outside unless there's anything else anyone else would like to do.
Out of character, I am ready to go.
All right.
Fucking go.
Come out.
All of you convene around the storage shed that is outside. You guys remember passing it when you guys came in initially. You're just outside of that on a little pathway. And all of you are there, including the mysterious figure with a beard and Sophia. However, you also notice coming through the tree line is the Alpha. As he rejoins all of you. And the Pumpkin King seems to... Ahem! All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, looking at Ray.
Looks at Brand.
I finger gun to the Pumpkin King. Just, hey.
So, just a couple of, what's the word I'm looking for? Disclaimers. So, I haven't been to this particular location in a while. No one can blame me for anything that happens. He kind of looks at the mysterious figure with the beard, specifically when he says that. And then he'll turn to the rest of you. And by taking you here, you're all in agreement. You owe me.
Fine.
Excellent. Follow me. And you you watch as he turns around and phases through the door of the storage shed. There's a brief pause. And as all of you stand there for about 30 seconds, you watch him walk back through it. Right, forgot you can't do that. Ooh. So we're going on foot then, huh?
You can't do that for all of us?
No. And he's going to leave the premises. As all of you, I assume, follow behind him.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow him, just like
Yep.
shaking my head.
Yeah.
As all of you follow him, you, Waihakeda, and Kopnos, you know the area sort of vaguely, based on your limited research of the area. But you, Waiakeda, would know. You guys are specifically heading to the northeast section of the land of Barovia, not specifically the town. You are going to be northeast of Castle Ravenloft, and you will be just south of a mountain range, of which I have the name, and you would know.
You said northeast of Castle Ravenloft and just south of?
Of a mountain range, correct. Sorry, you'll be northwest of Ravenloft, because Ravenloft is to your east. So you'll be west of it. So northwest of Ravenloft and just south of Mount Baratok. Baratok.
Mount Bartok. Got it.
Yep.
Good bat.
You know there is a large expansion of the Spholic Woods over there, but it appears that you're heading in that direction. And as you begin to see off in the distance the tree line of said forest range, you come upon a small town that appears to be in complete ruins. It's similar to the town that you were initially in where that zombie creature attacked you, except all of the buildings have been decaying, beaten down, run down, collapsed in. It looks like there was a massive fight that took place here at some point, and this village was either ransacked or poorly defended. And as you begin to traverse the lands, the Pumpkin King seems to move to a very specific part of the town. And there is a well in the center of the town, and then directly next to it, there's almost like these double doors, almost like a tornado shed that somebody would see cover in. And as he opens them, there are stairs that lead down, and it is very, very dark. If you have dark vision, you would be able to see down there, and you would see the steps continue down for about 40 or 50 feet until they eventually disappear into darkness.
Bosco, I hate to take away. Do we want to switch the music to something
Yes, I
a bit
do.
more appropriate?
Yep. Thank you for reminding
Would any
me.
of us happen to know any history of this place?
The
Hey,
only
Bosco,
people...
Can we go back to the previous music? I regret that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So the only two people that could possibly know anything about this would be either Kopnos or Waiakeda. So you two can roll and give me a history check.
13.
Five.
Neither of you have really seen this town before. This town looks similar to a lot of the ones that you've passed, Waiakeda. You've never really traversed very far north outside of the woods. And while you can see the woods off in the distance, this is a little bit further away from that. And normally when you do your patrols, you try to stick to the woods. So you're not aware of any event that occurred in this area that you can recall that would have led to this kind of destruction.
Fair enough.
How far from the town are we?
You're still in the town. This looks like these double doors are kind of in the center of town near a well.
Okay. I am gonna burn a first level spell slot, and I'm gonna use Primeval Awareness to discern if there's any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fiends, fays, or undead within a mile.
Yeah. You... would you count?
He's checking his notes. He's checking his notes. Panic!
Well,
Run!
no, I'm trying to figure out if the range would allow you. You do get a ping. You get, does it ping for every... Action,
It doesn't
It
reveal
doesn't
their
location number.
or
You get a ping.
but
There
it
is
tells
something.
Me what I believe it tells me what creature type it is. I'm not sure.
You can sense whether the following types of creatures are present. Correct. You do sense undead.
Okay. I will.
But that could just be Jack. We don't know.
You don't know.
There could be undead around.
As you guys start to look around, you also notice there's a member of your group that, while you were traversing, is no longer with you.
Was it
Oh,
the
shit.
alpha?
It is not the alpha. It is the mysterious man who has no name.
Oh fuck.
Great.
Where, Raven?
And
There
as
we
you look around, everybody who wants to can give me a perception check.
Perception.
14.
Perception.
Nat one.
18.
Okay.
16.
Guys, I found this really cool shiny rock.
11.
All right.
Whoa, that's a cool rock.
Yeah, it's got like layers in it.
Everyone except for Ray. You all start to look around as like you begin to wonder, wait a second, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you count it out. There's one missing. Oh, I know who's missing. Where is he? And you all seem to look to the same portion of the sky. And coming in like a hawk, you see this creature swoop in and land right in front of you.
This creature.
Do we have art?
Are we getting art?
Oh!
Well,
Oh my god.
Let's go!
Well,
So thank you to Darky Arts once again, who did both versions.
Darky, you knocked this out of the park. Holy shit.
He
There's
really
so
is
many
a were-raven.
feathers.
For the
There's
first
so
time
many
ever,
feathers.
for the podcast viewers, you see what looks like a rather large raven with 2 giant black wings on its back. As he lands, one of them seems to blot out a portion of the light coming in, as another one almost invites all of you in. He is wearing similar garb to what he was wearing at the inn, although looking a little bit more combat ready, if you will. You also notice, everyone except for Ray, a dagger on his hip, as well as a bow on his back
Oh.
between his wings. And as he lands with his dark black feathers, he immediately catches the eye of the Pumpkin King, whose jaw immediately drops. He would.
Have you seen any large ravens recently?
Shut up.
My kid is gonna start descending the stairs.
Fucking tree. Okay.
You will all, I assume, begin to traverse down, or would anybody like to do anything before you head down?
No, you know what? I'm gonna traverse up.
Okay.
You just fly away.
You take a stairway to heaven.
Just straight gravity.
Wow.
Just ceases.
For
Where I wish
screw
I had a slide
gravity.
whistle.
Yeah, exactly.
My planet needs me. Drips on the screen.
The tree
And she
planet.
would absolutely tree pose. I mean T-pose. Damn it.
Tree pose. And as all of you traverse down, you will also notice that as Jack kind of goes down, you notice his form beginning to shimmer as that familiar orange and black hoodie appears on his head, as the skin, which was once a almost olive color, starts to get a twinge of orange as it slowly creeps across his arm on either side. As we do that, we are going to switch to our map.
A map.
Oh
Map
shit.
hack.
Go.
It's true.
Oh boy.
All right.
Goodbye to the art chat. I have to click away from it.
It's true.
Good. It's really good art though. Darky art.
It is, yeah.
Darky
Darky
Arts killed it.
I do not envy having to draw that many
Yeah,
feathers.
like.
So Darky was really cool because they were very specific with some of their poses, and there was something that I was looking for, and I had to try to describe it, and it was that pose. And they were like, "This was really hard, but it was really fun." So thank you, Darky, for dealing with my nonsense.
There's so
And-
much like shading and detail in the feathers too.
Oh yeah, the pose in particular was challenging because Darky drew so many cool like sketch poses. I was like, I love all of these, but I kind of really want this with this and this. And they were like, I'll give it a shot. And then boom.
Yeah, the pose is really good. I like
It-
you can see like his left arm sort of extending and then the wing sort of mimicking
Mhm.
that same motion. Very
Yep.
good.
The idea was keep out the people that might be listening and come on in. Let me tell you a story was the vibe I was going for because he's an information broker essentially. Okay, so marching order. I've got Waihakeda going first. Does anybody specifically want to go down next?
I want to take up the rear.
The rear, okay.
I will go second.
I'll
Okay.
go after Brand.
Okay. Jack is going to be with Waihakeda.
Can't believe Brand is right behind me.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
Quite literally. All right.
That went so well last time.
We lived.
So Cotnos, are you going with Ray? You could essentially fit two across, so you guys can be right. So Brand is going down with the Alpha. Jack and Waihakeda were first.
That's not gonna be awkward.
Cotnos, do you want to go down with Ray?
I'll go with Ray. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, cool. And then Sophia's going to go down with this now raven-looking creature, and Grimharl will be taking up the rear as we switch to our map, which I will describe for all of you in just a second. And hopefully this works. As you guys go down the steps, you go down probably about another 30 feet or so. Again, those with dark vision are able to see, and those without dark vision are at least able to follow the people in front of them or hold on to a shoulder as you begin to see some light illuminate from the very bottom of the steps, which you can now see. There seem to be various vases and clay-like containers at the very bottom that you can see. And as you approach the very edge of the steps, that is where we will pick things up with 2 torches on either side of the entrance, the only source of light that you can see.
Where to now?
All right, so I remember I left it. Was it with the dead ones, or was it in the case?
Did he say dead?
Huh? No, totally didn't say dead. Oh boy. All right. Where did I leave it? Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna have to look. I'll tell you what, adventure time. Tree, which way?
If I could kill him with a look, I would. And I will
You can
step
absolutely kill him
down
with a look.
and look to my left, but it's right on the map.
Okay. Do you have dark vision?
I do.
Out to 60 feet?
Indeed.
All right. So you will see out to, let me see, right. Oh, God, you're going to get all of that. It's going to be a straight line, but you'll get it. All right. Un momento, por favor.
No favors for you.
Okay, fair enough. All right. You will see out to here. You see what looks like a long corridor. It is very narrow. There are stone walls on your left and on your right. There's a bit of a... trying to think how to describe it. There's a portion of the wall that seems carved out that contains all of these different vases and clay structures. And as you moved out, you'd actually see all this too. So I can describe it as you see it. And you would see, you're specifically looking in that direction, you wouldn't see that. Okay, cool. You see all of the different vases in this one section as you come down the stairs. And then this narrow walkway that one person at a time can fit through leads into a much larger chamber type room. And you also notice that there is a path behind you if you were to choose to look that way.
Yeah, she'll look the other way as well, just to kind of scope out the options.
So
But
you see,
in general, on a scale from 1 to mausoleum, how mausoleum is this?
very mausoleum. And as you look in the other direction, you notice a similar walkway with a path for one person at a time leading into another room. And you see a coffin with the lid taken off of it.
No me gusta.
That's not good.
Either hallway is narrow enough that we will have to move one at a time. However,
She points off to her right, towards the coffin.
that route is the most visibly concerning.
And then she points to her left.
This route is the most inviting, which is more concerning.
I mean, do you want me to go look at the coffins since you're all terrified of them?
We assumed you knew where you were going.
Look, I got you here. I don't remember which room I left it in.
Should we split up the party?
No. No.
Absolutely not, Mark Allen Jr.
Look, there's 9 of us in 2 rooms. It'll be easy.
Don't you know? You never
I I suppose we will check this direction first. It is what I believe Brand might describe as the most terrifying.
And she'll start heading slowly towards the open coffin.
I round the
hang
corner.
on.
Wow, they're right.
All right, Copnose, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, he was like, one moment. If we are worried about what might be down here, then by all means, allow me, first and foremost. And I will summon my echo.
All right. Can you see through your echo?
I cannot yet.
Okay. Got it.
Soon.
Soon. All right. Where would you like to put him? Or better yet, I'll just do this and you can move him.
Oh boy, I'll just at the end of the stairs here.
All right. You put him in that room, and I'm not going to reveal it because you can't see through his eyes, but you see him stand at attention in that hallway. Anybody who would like to can give me perception checks.
What kind of perception?
Could the two people in front of me move
19?
forward just so I can stay? I
Correct.
just want to stay at the end.
12?
That's a 12 for Wahakeda, 19 for Ray, 11 for Grimharl.
Oof.
I didn't roll.
14.
Oh, is that? Oh, that's an old perception. My bad.
Yeah. I presume because I'm not within eye shot, I can't really roll.
You could still hear this though.
Oh no. Ominous.
16.
Nice. So, Raycool and Grimharl. Raycool, as you move down, you would hear this, and Grimharl, you would hear the echo of this because everything is stone, so you would hear it reverberate. You hear the sound of sliding stone coming from that room that the echo is in.
Does anybody else hear it? It's Ray Cool and me?
It's you and Raycool specifically hear that. The rest of you are kind of getting your bearings. There's a chill to the air, and as everybody's shuffling down, it kind of covers up that sound so that you kind of miss it a little bit.
Everybody hold on. Something's grinding in there.
I just heard something myself, yes.
What do you mean grinding?
Stone on stone.
Slide cut to two golems doing the dirty on the dance floor.
No! No!
You said grinding.
I say we
Dancing
let the
guys.
pumpkin go first.
Oh, all right. You know what?
If he dies, we will not know what we're looking for.
If he dies, he dies.
Hey, come on, we're all on the same team. For now.
Thank you.
But only for now.
Fine, I'll go look. What's the worst that could happen? Right?
And unless anybody says anything, he's going to walk in there.
Oh
I'm
boy.
gonna walk in there with him.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm following behind still.
All right.
No, Brent, fucking good. No, get off of me.
Eventually we're gonna walk into something that's gonna hurt us. So
Cop-
might as
His
well.
question-
shovel is in the way.
Might as well.
All right. And as you walk in there, I can reveal this for you two specifically, because nobody else would see around these corners. The light illuminates this area. And you see two figures that seem to be moving the tops of these particular coffins. And you see Jack approach one of them and kind of pause for a minute and fold his arms, almost annoyed that somebody is here. But these two figures, both of them seem to be clad in white robes. One of them from the shoulder down, it looks to be a female human. It goes from the shoulders like a cut-off tank top all the way down into a flowing dress. There's a male who seems to be wearing just a completely shirtless up top with tattoos all over their body and very pale-looking skin and a whitish set of pants. Both appear to be dressed in sandals, and both appear to be looking at two different coffins made completely of stone, and they are attempting to move the tops of them. As the Pumpkin King kind of throws up his arms and looks back to you two and then points at them, annoyed.
Do they have any kind of religious symbology on them?
Go ahead and give me a history check.
I don't know if it would be
18.
possible for me to assist. Okay, an 18's good.
Yeah, 18 is very good. You have to look at their tattoos specifically to try to discern what this person or people could be. And you do recognize some of the markings. Stories that you've heard of various cults and groups that have traversed Ravenloft. These two specifically are priests of Osybus. Osybus.
Osybus.
Wow.
Is this? Oh god. The problem is with all the interdimensional world shit. Like, is that native or is that from a different place?
So Waiakita, you would know that they are part of Ravenloft.
They're native to Ravenloft, or to,
Oh, are they?
Or at least they are. At least they are now. With a 6 or with an 18, that's as much as I can give you.
Yeah, fair enough. So recognizing them, are they more than likely attendants? Doing
If
some
they're
kind of rite?
they look like they could be attendants, but it looks like they're looking for something, or at least moving stuff.
Have they noticed us?
They don't appear to be looking at you.
I'm gonna motion for Brand to step closer.
Okay.
Perhaps you can give them some of your charm.
You notice the female at the bottom snap her fingers and point towards that particular coffin as the other one moves over. And Jack still seems flabbergasted, like,
I sort of put my crossbow to my side and I dust off my tunic and go, "Hello!"
You see both of them turn in unison, look at you, and then turn back to the coffin. As they both now, in tandem, begin to try to move it. And you see them beginning to move it, but it's very, very heavy.
Let's see, let's see, did that not get through? I say hello in Orcish.
That seems to not even make them turn their head. As you notice, they expose just one corner of the coffin, and the male starts to reach his hand in and begin to feel around inside.
Oh, let's see. Oh, it's been a while since I've spoken this language. I say hello in Abyssal.
Oh.
Oh. Let me see something.
I loud whisper to Waiakita, "What's going on in there?"
We are not sure, but someone appears to be searching for something.
You see them turn back, and the woman responds in Abyssal.
Yeah, changelings get one language per
Oh
visit
my
with no
God.
restrictions.
The woman responds in Abyssal.
We heard you the first time.
What are you doing?
Also in Abyssal.
Looking for something, and you?
Also looking for something.
The male speaks to you in common. Best of luck. And they turn back to the coffin.
Okay.
What the hell is going on?
I turn back to Waiakita, and you just see the most nervous smile on Fred's face.
Can we snap cut to me with all the NPCs? It's just Grimald's like, I'm just happy to be included, to be honest.
You see them all begin to make their way in as you notice Sophia tap the alpha as both of them are going to move to the right.
Jack, do any of these look familiar to you?
I remember the rows of coffins. Hang on.
You see him beginning to check.
Oh. No. Right, heavy. Ugh. Probably a no, but maybe.
Aren't you a ghost? Or something?
Right.
You see him kind of stick his hand through and feel around.
God damn it.
Okay, not that one.
I'm
I'm gonna go with no. Ooh, that wasn't in there before. Okay, hang on. Excuse me, people.
I'll turn back to
No!
Waikita. They
You
said
see him going
we
coffin
were
to coffin,
looking for
checking them.
something.
What did you say,
Heard them.
Bran? Sorry.
Oh, I said they said they were looking for something.
And Waikita says back,
I heard them.
Oh, so you do speak the tongue of the devil.
Why,
When
Katie,
you
your brain
say
hurts as
that,
you realize
her
he spoke in
eyes-
common.
her eyes squint at you. You can just make out behind the elk skull that she wears on her head the telltale signs of both someone who has been insulted and someone who is tired of your shit.
Either way, I don't think they're a threat to us. At least not now.
Our friends went in that other room.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, they kind of just went without. They just went.
My God, they just ran in.
Yeah.
Hope they do not get
Stick to the
themselves-
plan.
Copnos, you know that both Sophia and the Alpha know how to take care of themselves. If anybody's going to be okay, it's probably them. That
X'd
being
out.
said,
You know that picture that the Dragon Lady in Game of Thrones makes?
No.
The fucking meme? I don't know. Just not really. Anyway, sorry.
I think we should wait to see if Jack finds what we're here for first.
Oh yeah. I poke like my body in. Do you need a crowbar? To
to Jack specifically.
Yeah, and then I notice like he's phasing through the shit.
You like
What
turn
did you
in,
say?
he's got like his head is just like in the sarcophagus.
You see him pop out of this one like a zombie. Oh, what did you say?
Nothing. Man,
All right.
I wish I could do that.
No, you don't. All right, so it's not in here. Best of luck, you two.
Do you ever like accidentally like fade through the ground? And, like,
Ah,
fall?
yep.
How do you get back up?
The way I came in.
I mean, it makes sense to me.
Thank you.
Ray scratches his head and moves into the big room.
I'm checking these pots.
I don't have dark vision, I realize, so I am assuming it's quite dark down here.
You
I
could
can't
see,
really-
so you could see within about 30 feet of that light. It spreads out, so you'll be able to see into that other room. But if you were to go into that room, you can't really see what else is in there.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what was going on this side.
If you'd like, you could roll me a perception check to listen for stuff,
I'm just
because
gonna
your
get the
ears
camera.
still work.
Are you sure?
But do her ears hang low?
They wobble
They-
to and fro.
Excuse me. They are long ears, but they are cow ears, and they sit delicately on either side of my head. Thank you.
So
Excellent.
you can't tie them in a knot or a bow?
No, I don't want to.
Shut the hell your mouth.
Copnos, as you begin to investigate the various jars, they all seem to be very dusty and empty. It looks like whatever purpose they might have had has long ceased to be a purpose any longer. They have not been moved in quite some time. You can even see some cobwebs on the ones furthest in the back. And as you guys move closer, Grimhar with a 9 perception, it's hard to hear a lot, but you do hear the sound of a bow clicking like a crossbow.
Just then.
I will move my out of the way if anybody wants to go past me. I still want to keep up the rear.
I'll come.
Waikita, as you get closer, you can see a light source in that room.
Lit.
It is.
I will step down and in.
And as you do, everybody begins to hear the sounds of bones popping and changing. As you step in, you see some familiar faces and some other familiar faces. You see a gentleman with red eyes and a black robe, and a skeletal figure with white hair in a black and gold suit. You also see Sophia with her crossbow pointed directly at the skeleton.
Hold a moment. They are associates of our guide.
You also see this now, because he has transformed.
Oh.
Oh,
Well, then let me give him
fuck.
some space then here.
Yeah, give that boy some space.
You immediately, Grimharl, recognize the sounds of bones popping and cracking, and as you walk in, the transformation has already completed, as he has very quickly returned to the massive beast that you're familiar with, as he is now glaring at the one with red eyes.
Question. Or go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
The name of the Reaper guy was Zen something?
Xericus, but I don't know if
Xericus.
everyone heard that name.
Okay.
I know why Hikeda did.
Oh, okay. But only
I wrote it down.
Yeah.
All right.
I can't remember who else was in the room when he specifically said the name. But
She
if you were
mentioned
there, you know it.
In front of Kopnos as well, and Sophia.
During
the
so Kopnos and Hikeda would know.
Okay. Continue.
Yes, so Sophia with her crossbow pointed towards the skeleton and the alpha looking ready to spear this guy against the wall with the red eyes. She turns back and says, "You know them too?"
We have met.
Why
They're
are
the
they
Pumpkin
here?
King's friends.
You hear from the other room, "Sorry, what?
Yo, PK, we found some of your friends.
Don't call me that.
PP King.
PK. Pumpkin King.
PK, fire your ass.
Oh, fuck.
But I prefer PK Cardor.
I'd like to take a look down this way.
Do you have dark vision?"
Yes, because I have
Special
umbral
eyes.
sight.
All right. And how is it 60 feet as well?
I believe so.
Okay, so you would get to here. Got it? All right. Brand, as you take a peek down this hallway, you see another large section of this room that is connected to the room that you are in by a very narrow walkway, again, for one person at a time. And as you look down the hallway, you actually see another room.
Huh.
And I'm going to try to reveal this as best I can without...
Don't like that.
Yep. You notice those same stone walls, as they narrow, they again open up into a room that looks like three of you could fit across. And it looks like it's about the size of the room that you're in, maybe a little bit longer. As you can tell, just beyond your sight, there's still more darkness. And there looks to be two entranceways as you walk in where the walls separate.
All right, I'm just gonna keep my crossbow trained on this room
Okay.
while they're having this conversation.
Waiakeda, as you move into the room, you will also notice where those torches are. There are two torches directly to the north of you. There is another path that leads to the north, also very narrow.
To the north.
As you notice Sophia about half lower her crossbow as she looks to the alpha, who does not look very happy at the idea of not doing something right now.
We must assume there is a reason they are here.
Hearing
they
the
live
chattering,
here.
the Pumpkin King is going to begin to...
Excuse me. Pardon me. All right, your thing is in the way.
That's Grimharl. She's not a thing.
No, I meant the other. After you, milady.
I just deadpan look at the camera and then walk inside.
You see him walk in. It's like,
Boys, hello. Oh, we have friends. Good. What? You said you wanted my help.
kind of looking at you, Waiakeda.
Yeah, I wasn't complaining. I'm looking at Sophia and the Alpha, making sure they're not about to
They
alter
seem
the
like they're
deal.
on their toes, but they don't seem like they're going to attack.
Is there a reason why they are here?
Like I said, I'm on a deadline, so they're gonna help speed things up.
Then by all means.
Oh, I have an idea. Why don't you check a room and we'll check a room? Brilliant.
And you see him start to head to the north.
Very cool.
What? Oh, you're volunteering me to go that way?
I'm volunteering you to come with me, as
Okay.
Wayakata's like indicating that we're gonna lose track of the Pumpkin King, and that's a bad idea. So
All right, I'm coming with you.
All right.
I also want to ask that Reaper guy something. So yeah, let's.
As you guys walk through, you notice another room with 2 more torches directly on your path. And as you walk through,
What the
You
fuck
all-
is that?
you also notice that there's another one of these gentlemen that you saw in these similar white robes. Again, shirtless with tattoos, the same kind of pale skin. This male gentleman seems to be working on a jar of some kind. And as you get closer, you see that it's filled with a fluid of some kind, and there seems to be a organ floating in it.
Ugh.
which organ specifically?
It looks like a brain.
We got mind flayers, folks. Time to run.
I don't think that's an
In
elder brain.
Ravenloft?
That is not an elder brain.
It's not an elder brain.
Elder brains are much bigger.
It looks to be like a green fluid, and you can see that there's like a metal top to it that might come off potentially.
I'm looking at Jack.
Jack seems to be looking around this room, thinking that there was something in here that is clearly not, and he kind of looks at you and shrugs.
Well, I thought it might be here.
Perhaps we should continue searching together.
Sure. You don't trust me, do you?
Not very much.
I can't say that I blame you after you.
But also, neither of us,
She's kind of indicating Ray.
know exactly what it is we're looking for.
Oh, right. I should have probably told you. Can you keep a secret?
She just looks at him.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
Ray does
Good.
an X over his left pec.
Oh, I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. But alas, here we are. All right, you're looking for... All right, have you ever been to one of those fancy dances where they have those masks that they wear?
I'm gonna hazard a no on that one.
Correct. You would be correct.
But do
You
I at
also
least
have not.
know what masquerades are.
You know that Strahd has done things like that at his castle where he's invited people up for massive balls. And so the idea of intricate masks being worn to an event isn't a completely foreign concept to you, but you have never been to one.
I am familiar with the concept.
Right, so what we're looking for is a feathered mask. It's made of raven feathers.
Well,
I thought we were looking for that necklace.
Oh, no, that's probably long gone. No, I'm trying to get you to where that's probably at. If he went to the same place as the boot that he stole, I'm gonna get my boot back.
right. A mask with feathers.
Raven feathers.
I understand.
Caw. After you.
She just turns around and starts walking.
Just one little quick perception. Does the jar have a mask in it, or does that guy over there have a mask on with raven feathers?
You don't even need to roll for. Well,
Okay.
with a 14, you know for sure that that brain does not have a mask, and this gentleman does not have any. He is completely topless, and there doesn't look like there'd be any place on his belt to hold it.
Carry
on his
on.
waist.
Carry on with your brain stuff, sir. Don't mind us. Leaves.
He doesn't even seem to pay you any mind as he seems to be fastening this top to the brain jar.
Entering into the larger room, Wyakeda's going to announce to everybody,
We are looking for a mask.
A mask. What does it look like?
You know, fancy looking, nothing you'd ever wear.
You know my name, not my life.
Fair.
Something that would be
Fair
worn
point.
to high-class parties and gatherings.
You immediately see the Raven enter the room
You don't say.
and then looks over at Jack.
Interesting festivity ritual.
Something the people of Barovia were prone to for some time, though not recently.
let me ask a question above game because I do
Sure.
not remember. Wasn't Jack wearing a mask the first time we met him?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
I'm misremembering. I feel like we met somebody who was wearing a mask, but I can't
I
remember who.
don't remember.
All right, fair enough. Moving on.
The Raven is going to begin to move towards the south as he notices you guys coming from the north. And he's going to sneak up to the corner and the other corner. And you will see him begin to look down the hall, Brand.
Mm-hmm.
Also, when the Reaper guy passes me, I'd like to poke his shoulder.
As you also notice that in the center of the room that you're standing, there seems to be a large circle in the center of it. You also see markings on the floor where the stone seems to have been cut into.
Are these markings like writing?
No, they look to be like marks, like the actual stone has been torn up. And yes, you may do an Arcana check.
18.
You do not sense any Arcana, but just based on the way that this circle is constructed, it looks like a larger version of what the Pumpkin King had back at the carnival.
The fountain?
No. So when you guys were in the tent, there was that ring pit, the centerpiece.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
The thing
it looks
that he
similar to
activated
that,
for
except
Teleport.
larger.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. I will step off of the circle.
I believe we should press forward. It was nice knowing you, Capnose.
Right here.
You watch your echo continue to walk in, and all you guys hear is the footsteps echoing, because I assume it makes noise.
Yeah.
I mean, it is an echo night.
It's just the
Thank you.
I'll
Feel.
I'll scooch in.
All right.
Just squeeze yourself right on in there.
What were you gonna do, Connor?
I'm just gonna look down the stairs and just keep an eye on it as I continue making it move forward.
Mm-hmm. As it continues to move forward, you don't see anything seeming to interact with it. And it's beginning to reach the very edge of those of you with dark sight that can see. I believe,
All right.
Brand, you have 60, so you're still here.
Yeah, I can
Yep.
see up to
Correct.
here.
Yep.
I'll just start moving down to meet it. Then.
All right. As you begin to move in, you begin to hear sounds coming from either side of the wall. And as you move closer, you could see that same opening that Brand saw earlier, Copnose. And as you walk in, you will see the rest of the room over here.
Are Jack and his posse following us close behind, or are they still
They are-
staying in that other room?
They are not. They are staying in that hallway specifically.
I don't like it.
So, as you walk forward, Copnos and Brand, you both see at the very end of this room a long wooden table with a book and some papers sprawled out on it. The book seems to be closed at the current juncture. There is also a quill dipped in some ink and 2 candles lit that seem to illuminate just the area around this particular table and a little bit behind it. You notice on the side there seem to be what looks like metal spears or potentially the post for a gate. That would be the thing that linked it together. And then on the other side, you see boxes. You see 2 large boxes with a medium-sized one stacked on top. And behind it, there is a circular barrel. All seems to be made out of wood. Then at the very end, working at the table, you see a figure completely covered in a white hood and robe. And they seem to be very focused on the table. They don't appear to have noticed you or paid you any mind yet.
Okay, I will just continue making my way in.
I will sort of pull up behind Coptos and go, if it helps, I know how to talk to them.
As you say that, you watch this figure stop what they're doing and slowly begin to turn. And you notice that this particular figure is wearing a mask. It seems to be a white mask, completely covering their face.
Does it got raven feathers on it?
It does not.
Oh.
It seems to just be a white, almost porcelain mask. The eyes have a slot or a spot carved out in either one of them. And it looks like on the right side of their face, there's just a little bit of a crack.
I'm gonna sue Bosco.
No, it's not what you think, I swear. It's not that much of a crossover.
Are you lying, Bosco?
I'm not lying.
Because if you're telling lies, you
if
have
I
to
were to
tell
if I were to zoom in on that picture, I could absolutely show you, but I am describing the actual picture.
I'm being a shit. I
Yeah.
didn't presume. I'm just being an asshole.
No, you're good. I appreciate it. No refunds, by the way. So as you guys move in, you see this figure turn towards you, and they kind of cock their head to the left.
Kopner just looks left and right, slowly raises a hand and waves.
And anybody who enters will. So Ray, you will see this as you step past that threshold.
I'll come in.
Copnos, you watch this figure look back and forth between you and the copy of you. You see it step forward. The figure moving step by step. Their hands are behind their back, almost in a one hand grasping the wrist of the other arm as they continue to walk forward.
In Abyssal, I'm going to say, did you find what you're looking for?
In common, you will hear a response. No, did you?
Not yet.
You will see this figure reach out and poke your echo.
Okay.
Oh.
Seems to be testing it.
It is semi-solid to the touch. It does have weight and heft.
Very lifelike. You're a magician.
This is just a technique passed down to me from my tribe.
Would you mind getting rid of it?
Can I insight that?
Sure.
Are they trying to weaken us, or are they being hostile? Or
It's
It's
very
11.
with that mask on, it is almost impossible to read them.
I want to insight.
Does it?
With a 20, however, you get the sense that they're maybe a little unsettled by the double of the exact same person. There's just something about it that they're uneasy about.
I'll just signal to Copnos that they don't seem hostile. I'll just turn to him and shrug.
He'll just roll his eyes and throw his hands up, and the echo will disappear into smoke.
All right.
And then he pulled out his gun.
Disappear into smoke.
So anyway, I started shooting.
So I started going blam blam. You see the figure occupy the spot, almost walking through the smoke,
It smells.
and will stand next to Brand and look them over.
So
Can you get
who
rid of
are
this
you?
one too?
What are you?
I'm an orc.
No, you're not.
Yes, I
He's
am.
gonna-
Watch. I turn into an orc.
Oh, a shape changer.
A what? I'm a were-orc.
Turns to Copnos.
He shrugs. I don't. Your guess is as good as mine.
I've never seen you before either. A giant lion come to life that can project himself in front of himself. Fascinating. And here, more animals yet still. What are you, creature?
He's another weird orc.
My name is Raycool. I'm a Saurian.
I'm sorry, what is that?
Dinosaur people.
What is a dinosaur?
Imagine a really, really mean lizard. And big, too.
I see. Interesting. And there are more of you.
On the plane I'm from, yes.
No, them.
Oh.
And you will see this figure point to Grimharl and Waihakeda, as you can both see the raven
No.
pressed up against the wall.
You can't see me. I'm in the other room.
I
There's
shout
nothing
up.
here.
I shout up from the stairs. Somebody's coming. Don't attack them.
Instantly attack them.
Brand gets sort of like really confused, and I walk up to Raycool and go, You aren't an orc?
Are we having another Kiwi moment?
The secret come out.
Does Raycool is an orc?
Ray looks actually a little bit guilty, and kind of deflates a little bit. Is like, unfortunately, I'm not a weird-looking orc, but I'm flattered you thought I was, considering you.
Wait, then how did I turned into you?
I guess you can turn into other things. Have you tried turning into him? And I point at Capnos.
No.
Why don't you try it? See what
jeez.
happens.
Oh, this is a lot of pressure.
I have performance anxiety.
You don't have to transform.
Oh, here we go. I turn into Capnos.
You did it. I pull out like my blade and it's kind of polished and like you can see a reflection in it.
Ah! I turn back into myself.
It's terrifying.
I put a hand on Brand's shoulder. I'm flattered you thought I was an orc.
What am I?
Considering you hold orcs in such high regard.
What am I?
Hey, listen to me. You're Brand, and that's all that matters.
Am I aware, everyone?
God.
I guess.
You
I
are
shouldn't laugh
the
at the trauma,
weirdest
okay.
orc.
Oh my god.
You're the Omni orc.
I sit down against the wall.
Oh no! Oh no!
Get that kid a paper bag. He needs it.
I'm gonna.
Will this cloak liver do?
I'm just gonna comfort Brand to the best of my ability.
This is the worst time for him to be having this crisis.
Yep.
This is literally the worst time to figure this out. Well, because she called me a shape changer, and then Raycool said he's not an orc, and the Vistani
Yeah.
said I wasn't an orc, and it's just like slowly coming together.
So you see this creature that appears humanoid, completely dressed in white robes with that same mask that I described earlier, now looking at Waihakeda and Grimharl, and turns to you, Grimharl.
A bovine.
I put a hand on my chest. Excuse me.
A bull? A minotaur.
Bull is incorrect. Minotaur is correct.
Interesting. So large. Quite
Okay.
powerful.
Okay, all right. Listen,
Hold my
okay.
hammer.
And now you see that figure turn their head towards you, Waihakeda.
Instantly hackles up. Not liking this at all.
Oh, the cursed. I've heard stories about the Watcher. I never thought I would meet you.
And
How are you,
who
Waihakeda?
You fucking what?
Hey, Capnos, I think shit's going on in the other room.
Hey, what the fuck kind of check would I do to see how someone would know my name?
Give me an insight.
How 20 soft?
Damn.
Someone would have had to have heard you talking and say your name out loud, or gone and searched your mind. Those are the only two ways it could possibly happen. You don't really write your name down unless somebody else has and they saw it, but you doubt that very much.
Does it feel like they're in my head?
Not right now.
I am very confused
Right
and
now.
very unhappy. When you said is this person kind of garbed and decorated the same way the other figures have been?
Similar white robes, except this one, their whole body is covered by them. They have a hood up. They have almost a flowing cape behind them. Their whole body is covered in this white robe, and they have that mask on. The only thing that is bare is their hands.
Grimharl will notice especially that when this person refers to her by name, Waihakeda takes a very defensive stance.
I will put a hand on my mace seeing that.
Who are you? And what are you and your people doing here?
Oh, we're looking for something.
So I've been told.
How about you? Are you looking for something?
You did not answer my first question.
That is true.
You know who I am.
I do.
I
Your
would
reputation precedes you.
I would ask for a return.
Names are unimportant.
Perhaps to you.
Identity is only as relevant as you make it. We are all the same here.
Then why your fascination with us individually?
I'm fascinated by creatures that I don't see every day, and even those I've only heard about.
I don't like this.
I hear you rolling dice. Don't do that. Scale me. I don't know what the fuck to do right now.
I don't know either. I'm just watching, dude. I'm like, he flirted with me. I'm done. I'm out.
Hey, you two or three down in the bottom. You want to keep looking while we try?
I'm reading this book.
Okay. Yeah, go to the-
As you go towards the book, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw as you go for the book.
Oh, great.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's coming. 16.
Come on, roll 20.
Okay.
You go to reach your hand towards the book, and you feel something in the arcane, something very unnerving, and you pull your hand back before you make contact with the book. And you begin to hear footsteps behind you walking back into the room.
I'll backstep, seeing as how something reacted when I reached out.
Now, Mr. Lion. Why so curious?
This
Well, this
person.
is a curious place. You
It
are a curious
is.
individual.
What are you looking for, friends?
Gonna turn to Brand.
Are you looking for something in here?
we're looking for a mask, but not your mask. One with
You
feathers
wouldn't
on
be
it.
here
Oh.
if we weren't looking for something in here.
Heavens, a mask. Similar to mine or different?
No, different.
What does this mask look like?
It has feathers on it, like raven feathers.
Raven feathers.
Oh, jeez.
Can I insight? Can I insight them to see if they know? If they know?
Gonna not tell her.
Why did you say it?
Go
Grimhall
ahead
is
and
just Fortnite dancing right now.
Go
God damn it.
I'm just like,
There's
go
a good day to not
Do they know
be
what I'm
there.
talking about?
Huh?
Do they know what I'm talking about?
Go ahead and insight them with a. Was that a 20?
Yep.
They seem genuinely curious as to why you would want that. They don't seem to know exactly what you're talking about, but you've piqued their interest.
We just need it for reasons.
Are you going to a ball?
Shifty eyes to Brandon Capnos. Yes.
Give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion or deception?
Are you lying?
I don't know.
You have to tell me how much of the truth you're giving me.
I guess
You know why you need the mask. You needed to traverse the mist, so you're not really going to a ball.
Yeah, so in that case,
It'll be a deception. Yeah.
15.
All right. Oh, fucking damn it.
Yes.
Do you happen to know where this ball will take place?
Through the mists.
It's the misty ball through the mist. Yeah, totally.
Through the mists.
Yeah.
As in you're going to traverse them.
Well, we're sure gonna give it a try.
And where in the mists are you going to go? With a
We
mask?
don't know.
How about you, Lion?
Got me.
Are you going to the ball?
Apparently I am. And he's looking very pointedly over at the both of them.
Interesting. Traversing the mists, a ball beyond the mists. You know, they do balls here as well.
I have heard as much.
You see them begin to move towards one of these wooden crates.
You know, you should attend one. All of you should. When
I'm
you're
stealing
back, of
myself.
course. From this mists party.
You see them open up the lid of the circular wooden container.
oh bleak.
You see them reach down into it.
Tell me, Lion, have you ever been to Castle Ravenloft?
You guys want to come down here or what?
Nope.
I'm watching, man.
It's
I'll go, like,
safer up
here.
here.
Yeah, I want to stay back here in case shit goes down.
Especially
have.
since we haven't heard anything from Jack in a long time, and that makes me nervous.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are making me like.
I have
Once
heart
or-
palpitations right now, man.
Might have once or twice.
How did you like it?
And you see them slowly pull out a decorative raven mask.
Oh, he's fucking got it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what a coinkydink. You have it.
You wouldn't happen happen to need that for anything, would you?
Not really.
Can I have it, pretty please?
So you can go on an adventure.
Yes?
He did say pretty please.
A ball, you said. Isn't that right, lizard?
I wink, like, yeah.
It's going to begin to step forward. And you see this creature of humanoid shape hand out the mask to you, Brand.
Oh god.
You know I'm going to take it. You
I know.
know Brand wouldn't hesitate. You know he wouldn't.
Before you grab it,
Cool, thank you.
before you grab it, may I insight?
Go for it.
You can still.
I
This
mean,
can
you
literally happen
insight, it's
right.
not gonna stop me.
I know this can literally be right as you snatch it, but 16. Is this lady or man or I don't know? Are they about to swindle us or fuck us over some sort of way?
With I can't believe how I'm rolling tonight. With a 16 somehow, there's something else going on here, but you can't get a read on what it is. But there is an ulterior motive.
Mm-hmm. I mean that's kind of stating the obvious, but yep.
Brand, as you take it, it is a very lovely looking mask. It is similar dark raven feathers to the ones that your friend has. There is a long beak that seems to be made out of a very sturdy material, though you can't really tell underneath the feathers. And there are two spots that you would put it over your eyes, and it kind of wraps around you could either wrap it around the back of the ears, or you could. It looks like there's a spot where you could put a stick into it and hold it up traditionally.
I'm gonna flip a coin.
Okay.
For
I
what?
put it on.
Okay.
Oh.
You put it on your face, and it fits kind of snugly.
Okay. I
And then
smile.
here comes the demons.
Yeah, right.
Smiling is its activation thing. Now you're gonna die.
Yo,
Oh,
what up,
no.
demons? It's your boy.
Well, we'll be going now. Good luck in whatever you're looking for.
Yeah. Thank you so much, masked person.
Hope to see you at the next ball around here.
We'll be sure to bring you back a party favor.
You see them wave to the two of you.
Hey, Capnos, you want to come with?
Just wordlessly gonna.
Yeah. Person, would you let our lion come with us, please?
Did our lion just fart?
Oh,
It was a mighty fart.
Mr. Lion Man.
Turn his head.
Would you come see me again when you're back?
Here.
Yes. I promise I'll clean it up for you.
I'm sorry.
I don't like this.
If I have time.
This person kind of motions for you to continue out the way you came. Waihakeda and Grimharl, you notice the raven looking back and forth to each of you. And as Brand comes through the entranceway with the mask, he looks almost petrified. Even Sophia and the Alpha are kind of thoroughly confused.
What's the Pumpkin King's reaction?
Found it.
Stone-faced.
Okay, I'm gonna go over to the Pumpkin
Gonna-
King.
Walk on over here.
You all right, Pumpkin King?
Dandy.
That you don't sound dandy.
You got what you came here for, didn't you?
Isn't it also what you came here for?
Yes, to fulfill my end of the bargain. I think we're done here.
Yeah, this place gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yes, no kidding.
Do you know who that masked person is, by the way?
You look at the Pumpkin King's eyes narrow on his face, looking straight down the hallway.
No. And that's what worries me.
We
I
need
vote we
to
leave.
go.
All right, everybody. Thank you for coming to the school trip. That was great. Let's go, Alpha. Poke. You're gonna have to fit through the door. That's your fault. Good luck.
I'm watching the Raven. What is he doing?
The Raven seems confused, worried, and waiting for something else to happen.
I'm leaving. I'm wearing the fancy mask and I'm leaving.
Wait by
you
the
had-
entrance,
you-
Brand.
You head back up the stairs, and Brand is out of sight.
We need to leave.
Wahikata repeats to the Raven.
The Raven is going to take a step and lean into your ear.
This was too easy.
I somehow don't think it was. I worry for what we may have already given up.
You see him immediately begin to move with some pace.
Yeah, fuck out of here. Oh,
Are
God.
the Pumpkin King and his friends following us out?
They don't seem to be.
Damn it. Okay.
Motherfucking.
1 second.
Jack.
Can I talk to your Reaper friend for a second?
You see him step aside, and you see the other one step aside as you see the Reaper step through.
Don't fear him.
Your scythe can go to other worlds, right? It can make portals.
You see the Night Reaper's head tilt.
Is that a yes?
You then see him turn and look to the other side of the room.
Yeah, we should probably go. But
You see him nod.
I want to talk. I want to talk with you later. Let's go.
Don't be dumb, Pumpkin King. Come with
So,
us.
Sophia, what are you doing? Sophia, get back here. Sophia.
Girl.
You see Sophia move a little bit closer and narrow her eyes. And in response, this creature in the white robe just kind of bows their head respectfully. And then Sophia begins to make her way out. Copnose, you can see the look on Sophia's face is one of a mixture of confusion and frustration. And almost as if on cue, as Sophia begins to make her way up the stairs, so too does the Alpha begin to revert just to be able to fit through that door or that pathway once again and follow after.
I really want to make sure that Jack and them are coming with us, but I have a feeling that it doesn't matter.
I think it's time to leave.
Yeah, just go. But
I said I wanted to talk with the Reaper when we're out of here, but I don't. Yeah, they're probably gonna fuck off.
who knows?
And as you guys head back up the stairs, you return to those double doors as you go all the way up. Brand, you're the first one to bust through out into the somewhat more bright area of the ruined town, as slowly but surely each of your compatriots moves up one by one by one. And as you look back, you do notice that the Pumpkin King and his compatriots have not come up with you.
Pumpkin King? two scary friends of the Pumpkin King. You coming? Any response?
Not a single response.
I think the
Please, persuasion check.
Give me a persuasion check. Go ahead.
19?
I don't like you, Thero.
It's okay. I don't like me either.
You wait for a moment and you go, man, this has never worked. And then from around the corner of the ruined house, you see the human version of the Pumpkin King emerge.
I'm actually legitimately glad to see you. What the hell was up with that person with the mask?
That place was really weird, and those people were way too unassuming about us. Like, they were just vibing or something.
I
Where are the
know.
other
That's what
two?
worries me. They weren't there when I put stuff there.
So they're squatters then.
For lack of a better term.
Interesting.
The one knew my name,
I mean,
Yeah,
you
that-
do have a reputation.
not by name.
When you put stuff down there, Pumpkin King, like, why did you choose this place?
Because I thought it was abandoned.
And so why would they choose this place to squat in, for lack of a better term?
Similar reason.
Mm.
Or there's something I'm missing. Either way, I don't know. But you have what you came for. Just be careful with whatever you're going to do.
Raises an eyebrow at that.
We have what we came for. You said you were going to use this to get us where we need to go.
Yes, it's fine. Are you ready? Are you all going?
He kind of looks to the rest of your compatriots, including your NPCs.
I'm good to go.
Of course.
Ray nods.
You see Sophia walk up to you, Kopnos. Can you handle this?
Yes.
All our powerful NPCs aren't coming with us.
Listen, sometimes when you... I'm
Nobody's
not bringing
right.
anyone to help us. No one's obligated to help us, so I'm just like, I mean...
No
if you
one's
wanna
asked.
come-
You asked the Pumpkin King to help you. Heaven
Yeah.
forbid.
We did ask.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, our track record with having people with us when we fight things has not been great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the only other person who had a bad time of it was Sumer, and he's alive, so clearly nothing bad happened.
Don't know about that one.
Yeah, I guess we're ready.
I'm ready.
All right.
So, just to be clear, NPCs behind you guys going as a group, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah, I
cool.
guess so.
Okay.
Guess so.
Pumpkin King doesn't want to come with us?
What a
He's going to show you how to traverse the mist, but he already said he had somewhere to be. As for the other
Alright.
ones, you didn't ask.
wait.
I kind of
They
assumed
implied that
coming
they were
because it
coming with
involved
us.
Sumer.
Huh?
Yeah. So Sophia and the Alpha are coming with us, though. But like the Grim Reaper and guy, those guys aren't.
Correct. Those guys are not.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Sophia and the Alpha are still
Alright.
coming.
Yeah, that's why Sophia was talking to Kopnos. I was going
Yeah,
to
yeah,
explain
yeah.
that.
Okay, yep. Okay. All right.
Sorry.
Take us away.
We've never done this before.
Well, I'm always up for new experiences.
Great. Don't worry. We'll be fine. I'll make sure of it.
Who?
I write that down. I write that down in my book right now.
So I sort of
You guys do notice that the were-raven is kind of looking off into the distance.
I sort of grab the mask
Mhm.
by its beak and sort of flip it over into my hands.
Okay, you do so.
And I'm just sort of holding it out as we're walking.
You realize you don't have to do that until... Whatever. All right. Follow me.
You see him continue to lead you guys to the north. Further north than any of you, minus Waihakeda, have ever traveled. He takes you through the woods. Waihakeda, again, surprising you that he seems to know his way. And as you walk and walk, you see that... Yep.
Sorry. Wow, he's a plant. He knows his way around the woods. It's so nice to have someone like this in our party, finally.
Oh,
Yes,
man.
because I am not a plant, so your statement is correct.
Ah, I see, I see.
Soka.
Don't you
Uh,
dare.
Name.
Bosco, you ass.
As all of you begin to walk, you begin to notice that towards the very edge of your vision, you see that hazy fog, that mist. For those of you that have ever dared to push the boundaries of Barovia, you have seen this mist just along the outskirts. All of you saw it when you were transported here, for the most part. Waihakeda, you're really the only one that has gone near it before or since.
Yeah, and it made the trees angry.
And as you get closer, you do feel that same strangeness from the foliage around you, Waihakeda. And the Pumpkin King brings you right up to the edge of the mist. You can almost see it catching the bottoms of your feet as you stare out into what can only be described as a foggy abyss. All of your compatriots following behind you as the Pumpkin King walks to the front and takes a step into the mist, but not all the way through.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last stop. Anyone want to get off the crazy train?
The hell's a train?
Oh, boy.
How do we ensure that we all remain together?
Well, hold hands.
That's really lewd. Ray did not say that.
I take
Don't you have a
50
husband?
I take 50 feet of rope out of my Dungeoneer's pack.
All right. Do you want
Set
to
it on the
tie-
ground near my feet.
you would be able to tie that to everyone's waist so that you would be connected.
That is what my intent is.
All right.
Are we gonna
So,
pull
Brand,
together
I will allow,
first? Oh my
unless
God.
anyone resists, I will allow you to start tying that around people's waists.
Okay. That's a good idea.
We're going full poltergeist, guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a movie reference. I don't know if you got that, Monty.
Oh my. Okay, I get it. Also, no, I actually didn't get it, but I'm just nodding, so I don't feel included.
And then, well, they said for the object to be a guide, it has to be stained with blood, right?
No, that was specific.
No,
for
that was
other
the garden instrument for a
Alright.
particular place. That was an example of an item.
He needs a
And I
bloody
guess,
hoe.
then I guess I put the mask on.
All right. As you put the mask on, it again doesn't feel any different. All of your compatriots tie the rope around with your help around their waist, so all of you are considered connected. The only person that does not is your raven friend.
Sir?
With all due respect, I believe I should stay here.
Is there a particular reason why?
Consider me concerned. And since all of you are going, the alpha of his pack, the best hunter in the land, I feel like someone should be here to make sure that chaos doesn't reign free. I don't trust what's happening.
And you're going to see him take a step back.
Do a little two-finger salute, Mr. Raven Man.
I'm gonna make sure to, I'm gonna hold Brand's hand.
can't believe I'm not an orc.
Yeah, same.
Do the mists look any different through the eye holes of the mask?
They don't. They look as foggy and as hazy as they've ever been.
All right, well, one last gamble. I walk into the mists.
As all of you
Follow.
begin to walk with him, step by step by step. Very few of you have ever tried to actually move through the mists. And as you do, you begin to feel a sense of directionlessness. A foggy haze that's not just in your vision, but in your mind. You try to focus on the details and the name that was said of the place you're trying to go. Brand, you in particular, racking your mind, remembering the name that the Pumpkin King said. Dementliu. And you focus. And you focus. And you all begin to feel a slight pain in your head. But Brand, you focus. It feels like hours, but it couldn't have been more than minutes. And as you begin to come out of your foggy haze, you begin to hear the sounds of waves crashing against a shore. You continue to walk through the mists. You see nothing, but you hear the waves. You hear a breeze pushing through some trees. And then suddenly the fog begins to clear up ahead. Like a wind blowing it out of your vision, you begin to see sand, water. And almost as if you were walking out of the ocean and onto the beach, you see a vast cityscape in front of you. A massive palace rises above everything else. As you look around, you see beaches and land, a few islands completely cut off by a massive body of water. And as you turn behind you, you see the water continue out for miles until that same mist seems to pull the horizon out of sight. And as you look around, you begin to hear music. Welcome to Dementliu. And that is where we're going to end the session.
Holy fuck, we did it!
Oh,
Well,
oh.
You are
God,
no
well,
longer in Ravenloft.
We're in a different plane now.
Oh, fuck. We're
And
going
we
to have
have
to
to
call the
find-
next one Dementliu.
Descent into I mean, we could. Fuck, we gotta find that item.
man.
We gotta get that item. I hope it's not like completely gone, because that holy symbol is gonna be so helpful.
Yep.
Bye,
shit.
Austin.
Bye,
Austin.
Bye, Austin.
Bye, Austin. See you next year.
holy shit.
Well, I managed to win the longest Halloween special award.
Again.
So you guys avoided the whole final fight.
Did we?
You
It
did.
was
Oh my
supposed to be
God.
with that masked person, right?
It was supposed there were enemies all over that map that could have appeared. That was a circle of summoning. There was stuff that was
Yeah.
going to come up. If you hadn't brought the Alpha and Sophia with you, you would have been in so much trouble.
Yeah. I'm like, this feels like these are our final bosses, and then the moment we left, I'm like, did we bypass the final boss?
Yeah.
You sure
with
did.
Bran?
You sure
I'm
did.
so worried.
You bypassed the final boss, but that doesn't mean it's a good thing.
No, it doesn't.
How do they
No,
know me?
we just kicked the final boss down the road a bit.
Yup.
Yeah.
And what's worse is we left the final boss
Mhm.
untempered, which means that they can get stronger while we're gone.
That is
Mhm.
true.
Yep.
I know how this works. I've done interdimensional
I
campaigns
can't believe
before.
that picking Abyssal as one of my two changes.
That
Well,
worked out.
well,
so
You know what's
well.
really funny though is that that's like one of the languages that I speak too, and it's never come into play.
So to be fair, just so I'm not going to reveal. I mean, if you read the books, you'll know what those people are. But they actually get any 3 languages I want. That just happened to be one of them for that person.
Oh fuck yeah!
So it worked really well.
So think about it this way, though. we didn't go into a fight where we knew absolutely nothing about them.
That is very true.
And
True.
now we might, because they appear to be outsiders. Even the Pumpkin King didn't know who they were. Maybe we might be able to learn some more about them before we go in to fight them.
We
next
did.
time.
If
we
you
did at
fight them,
least
who knows?
we did at least get that they are priests of Osiris.
Yeah, we did get that.
Or at least the two that we encountered at first were.
Would it be meta to ask, are we off the plane of Ravenloft, or are we just
So-
out of Ravenloft?
So
Would that
above
be
game.
meta?
So I'm going to say this right now. If you're listening on YouTube or anything like that, there's going to be some spoilers when I describe this to them. So thank you for watching. This would be a great time to hit pause or skip ahead like a couple minutes. But so above game, GM knowledge, there's this thing called the Domains of Dread. So the thing that the characters kept talking about was there's worlds outside of Ravenloft. Those are the other Domains of Dread. So it's like, imagine different islands that you can get to, but you can't get off the actual domains. You're stuck going through all of these different domains. So you can
Yeah.
move through the mist with items, which is one of the new things that they added in the new book, which was awesome because I'm
Oh.
like, this is perfect. So I've always kept that open, but they finally gave us lore for different domains, and you're in one of those now, which is great. So that's why all of that stuff happened and why I was able to play with some stuff. And so now next year, if we play again, it's all stuff that's not part of a module. It'll be all stuff that I can write.
Ooh,
So-
Shit.
that's exciting.
Collectively, we are in the Shadowfell right now.
In
Correct.
a way.
Yeah.
So there's different domains with different heads of the domain. So the head of Ravenloft is Strahd. You are now in a new domain, and you have no idea who the person
Yeah.
Who
that
the
runs this is.
person- in
Domains of
charge
Dread are
is-
like a smaller demiplane inside of
Yeah.
the Shadowfell.
And it was funny because a lot of people were like, "Man, I wonder if they're going to leave the domain of Dread." And I'm like, "Just you wait."
Technically, no. But
We're just in
Yeah.
a different one.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
in a different domain of Dread.
Yep.
it's a domain of different dread.
Sadness 2.
Yay, Electric Boogaloo.
Electric
But here's the cool
Boogaloo.
thing. I really liked, so the place that you ended up was all based on the cards that you pulled, which maybe now the charlatan makes more sense to
Oh.
you. So,
Okay, can I tell you my theory?
yeah.
My theory is that the 3 cards that we kept and that didn't get stolen for us was symbolizing the Pumpkin King and his 2 associates, because it was a charlatan, a bishop, and a dark lord.
Potentially, but
Well-
now that you're in a new domain, maybe they make more
That
sense.
might affect
We-
what we're
see,
actually doing.
That's the thing is, because we ended this session and we've had no reason to check, we don't know what cards we still have.
Exactly.
Right.
You have to wait
But-
till next year to
yeah.
figure that out.
If
Oh
the
my
Pumpkin
God.
That's
King-
right. Madame
if
Ava
any
can
of those
traverse the mist
three-
too.
Yeah, if any of those 3 were representative of one of these cards, they will be gone next time we check. But if we check and we have all the cards, we still haven't met the people
Those
who correspond to those
figures.
cards yet.
Correct.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
And there's
oh
no
boy.
guarantee that you'll even meet them in this new plane, but I will at least give you that. Well, the cards you pick determine what domain you were going to end up in. So I didn't know. I wanted to send you guys to the jungle one because I thought it'd be really cool, but you didn't pick that card. So yeah,
Damn.
Big apologies,
Or at least you didn't pick
by
the-
the way.
you
to
didn't pick the-
everybody in the death pool.
I should say you didn't pick the
Yeah,
card that
the
would have
fight.
triggered that event.
Sorry, Deathful, there wasn't a final boss fight.
I'm
but
actually
you
really
know,
happy. Normally you don't skip fights in Ravenloft. I'm proud of you guys.
I'm happy with how it turned
I
out.
love
but I'm also
RPing out of fights.
Really nervous.
It was
I-
still
I
very
love-
tense.
I think that was the first non-combat D&D session I've had in a long time.
Yeah.
I love D&D sessions where it's just exploring and RPing.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie. As the clock was ticking, I was like, "How
Yeah, how
are
are
we
well, I was ready to go
gonna
to
end this?"
I was good to go till midnight, like I mentioned before we started.
Well,
Like,
if
I
we
was
had done
till
that
midnight.
fight, there's no way we would be done by midnight. So it's honestly pretty
God,
good that
no.
you guys
Excuse me.
avoided it.
Yeah, in a way, for everyone.
It was a big fight.
Oh God, there's so much. Like, it makes me like, fuck, next year, no.
I'm
Yep.
so nervous.
Hey,
Gotta wait.
thanks for having me, guys.
No, thank
Yeah,
you.
I
I hope
agree.
you can come back next year.
I hope so, too.
Yeah.
It was so fun having you.
And who knows, maybe there will be a new character that you meet in
I
the new
I
land.
love I love the energy that Brand has brought in for
It's honestly, it's been needed. And here's the reason I
Yeah.
love this particular domain. The jungle one would have been fun because I really wanted to write for it. But this one is cool because all of you are such outsiders and creatures and not meant for high society. Watching you try to go through this area is going to be so fun.
Oh, fun for you.
Give me a monocle.
Right?
I cannot wait to see how you guys try to do this with all of your character dynamics and looks.
I'm gonna need a top
Ray
hat.
is actually pretty good in city environments.
I'm gonna need a top
Yeah,
hat
but
and
you're a
petticoat.
giant.
But you're a
reptile.
giant lizard and you have
Yeah.
no idea what the races are in this world.
What,
Yeah.
what is the name of the place that we're in now?
Dementiu. I could be
Dementiu.
saying that wrong. Let me spell it for you.
Dementiu.
Yeah. So it is spelled specifically. 'Cause I'm gonna get reamed online after this.
Someone in chat just said Brand will be recasted by Chris Pratt for next year.
No.
Yay!
He's so cool.
So it is spelled DM or DEMENTLIEU.
LITU.
EU.
EMENTLIE.
So the word dement, DEMENT, and then LIEU. Liu.
Listen, all I'm saying, you guys ever want Gundam?
And there is a title for the domain that you're in.
Place in my schedule.
There is a title for the name that you're in, but I'm not going to say it because it's very spoilery.
Actually, that's my question for you. Actually, Cypher is how hard is it to do? Like, are you talking about BattleTech?
No, there's a system that I want to try out specifically for Gundam called Beam Saber, which is
Yeah, that was the
hack
one that was
based on Blades
recommended
of the
to
Dark.
me. That was the one that was recommended to me because I was asking about
That and
ago.
I've also been playing Lancer recently, and Lancer is very fun.
Was that the book I sent you?
Yes. I
Yeah,
finally
is that
got a
good?
party to play it with. Oh my
Oh,
god,
shit.
it's so good.
Is it really good? Oh,
Mhm.
man.
It's very like, I don't think I would like run it for like a streamed campaign just because the combat is very dense. But it is very
It's
much
very fun.
It very much
It's very
indulges you
Gundam.
in the fantasy of being a Gundam pilot.
That's cool. Yeah, I was just wondering about that because I don't know.
But yeah, if you've ever played Blades in the Dark, there is a variant based on that system called Beam Saber, which is all about Gundam. And I kind of want to try running that in like an actual Gundam setting because I'm a Gundam head.
Listen, I am there for it if you'll have me.
Yeah.
Max.
And I'll make Bosco come along.
Gosh, do you have music, Bosco, as we go into the
I
side
sure
quest?
do.
Put up
Give
the
me some of that
slideshow.
sweet, smooth jazz.
Hell yeah. I feel like I'm in a Persona game.
That's kind of the idea. This is the song I used last week. I just wanted to switch it up.
Now deploying smooth jazz.
Emergency jazz, go!
But again, I just want to say thank you to everybody who swung by. I love running Ravenloft. Thank you guys for playing.
Yeah,
thank you guys for letting me run.
Thank you for DMing, Bosco.
Yeah.
This was, I have never felt more in control as a DM than I did during this, so it was a lot of fun to run. And I don't mean that in a like I'm manipulating everybody, but like
Try
I felt,
harder. Try harder.
Well, no,
ruin
like
everything.
like the last
Try
fight.
harder, ruin everything, make him cry.
Well, no, the last fight was
Make
really
him
good.
throw
I was
out his entire
Sorry.
dungeon. Make him have to deal with that. Make him cry a single tear as he puts it in the fireplace and burns it because
I
he can't
literally
use
just
it.
scrapped an entire encounter that I spent hours building. It
Bosco
happens.
just doesn't cry.
Yeah,
Wow.
Listen,
I'm
real
I'm
GM
more.
tech is you don't scrap an encounter, you recycle it.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
you
say
just
this
put it in
encounter
case for
doesn't.
later.
I don't have to change this map, and if you go back to that location, it can all trigger.
Just don't
I
level
don't
up
want
the
to go
enemies.
back to
we'll be
Ravenloft, man.
Let us not go to Ravenloft. It's a silly place.
But
Give me
that's my
different flavors of
home.
despair.
Ray wants to get to his husband. That's what he wants.
I can't wait for us to pop out on the other side, and the first thing we hear out of Wayakata's mouth is,
I'm
"I
hungry.
shouldn't be here."
I shouldn't be here. Thank you for catching on to my catchphrase.
Yeah.
The true why, Takeda.
Oh god.
Why am I here?
Oh man, I'm really worried because fuck? What happens when I get hungry in this new place?
That's true. Well, there might be
That's
more
not
alive things
good.
here.
That
Yeah,
doesn't
you don't have-
necessarily make things better.
Well, it
won't
makes
have
it
to
more
feel
accessible.
guilty because you don't know anybody here.
Yeah,
It's true.
there
You don't know
go.
who's good or bad. You just eat whoever you find.
I love
It ain't
that,
your
like,
forest.
I love that all of you guys are like, yes, continue your descent away from humanity, please.
Yeah, no,
by all
dude,
means.
dude,
More monsters.
This domain is your buffet.
Oh,
Dude,
God.
there's no human amongst us. You're good.
No, but then you'll have to kill me, Monty. Wait,
I can
actually,
turn into
now
a
I understand
human.
why you're pushing for it, because I know
This
you
is a
want
win-win
that,
scenario.
So.
If
Oh man.
if Waihekeda goes apeshit, they die. If Waihekeda
It's just
doesn't,
it's
they
just
die.
Grimhall cocking a shotgun, like loading the shotgun, shaking her head, going shame.
Tell me about the rabbits,
the,
Grimharl.
the Nick Frost gif.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, we should say goodbye to
We should
people,
go around
I
the
guess,
table.
huh?
It's late.
Yep.
Let's
Yeah,
start with our guest, the newest member of the team, making his
Hey.
debut on the stream. Thank you so much for coming. Sci-Fi, where can they find you?
Hey man, it's been great to be here. It's the first
It's good
time
to
in a
finally
long
play with
time.
you. I was
Yeah.
a big fan of what you did in Night of the Pride Wolf with Monty and all them,
Mhm.
and we've slowly stolen all of them and brought them in, and so we're glad that we could
It's
get
been
you on the
a
channel.
long time since
Yeah.
I've gotten to play D&D and
Hell
not
yeah.
run it. If you are interested in seeing me run D&D, I have a campaign currently running on Fridays called the Southern Front. It is a gritty militaristic campaign where the players are raising an army to repel an incoming invasion.
How many jumping jacks?
A fair amount of jumping jacks. I have my own custom warfare rules that I've drafted up. I think I made a little bit of a mini card game. So we're gonna see how that plays out. We're getting into our final 4 or 5 sessions.
Can you summon Exodia to win the fight?
Potentially.
Okay.
But yeah. Otherwise, I do variety gaming 6 days a week, every day except Sunday, over at
Who's
twitch.tv/sci-fi. Oh, that's me.
Who's
I have
scrunching?
plastic in my
Oh,
hand.
okay. I was like, who's interrupting sci-fi? I'll kill him.
It was me. I am.
you interrupt that, kill him.
Yeah, and come over to my stream and talk to me about Gundam.
Gundams.
I might poke
Dude,
him.
so there have been YouTube comments that are like, guys, you should run a Gundam thing. I'm like, I'll run it, I'll play in it, I don't care. I'm down.
Yeah.
There are maybe 5 Gundam series that I haven't seen. I've absorbed a lot of it.
I've
I'm gonna
only
guess
seen
you
the
haven't seen the one that I am in. That's what I'm gonna.
Iron-Blooded Orphans.
No, you're in Iron-Blooded Orphans.
You
You're
saw
in
it?
Season 2, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm in season 1 too, but don't tell me.
Yeah.
don't tell
I
nobody.
just don't have a name in season 1.
The guy that Bosco voices in Season 2 is an absolute unit.
Isn't he?
He's a
And he
yeah,
survived.
tank. Yeah, Bosco and I. Well,
We
spoilers.
both
They
lived.
ju-
Yeah,
They
Spoilers,
just
we
drew a
both live.
rectangle, and that was the character.
basically.
Wait, what's this character called?
Dane.
Dale.
Gale from Gundam?
From Iron-Blooded Orphans.
Yeah, here, I gotta...
Yeah, get the
Although,
picture.
I got an
ironically,
image. I'll
I
put
think
this in...
I think
I
I'm a
don't see
better. I
I'll
think
put
I'm a
this in
bigger war
general.
hero in that show than Bosco's character.
This is the character
Probably.
Bosco voices in Gundam.
What
Yes,
the
he is-
fuck? That
he
man
is.
is a square.
He is in
Yeah,
fact
he
a
is.
square.
He's got a sweet smile. Look at
He
him.
does.
He's a
He's
really
a
sweet
sweet
character.
He's a
boy.
good dude. He's a good person.
He's a really nice
Aw.
guy,
I like
which is
him.
I know was really hard for Bosco to play. So if
Yeah,
you ever want to
it
see
wasn't, but
Bosco at his best acting.
Really broke out of
right
his comfort zone with
it's
that.
Yeah.
true. What? No
Which one-
sarcasm. What am I supposed to do?
Who's your character, Mark? I want to see who your character is.
I play Derma Altland. He's got a lot of forehead, but he's also a sweet guy.
So, let's keep going around the horn. Mark, why don't you tell them where they can find you?
Yeah, you can find me on twitter.com at Mark Allen Jr. here on Twitch at Aeon Protect Gaming. Check out my cat's Instagram at Chonk for Life. Please, please watch Remain and or My Senpai is Annoying. Streaming now on Funimation. I am Kazuma in My Senpai is Annoying, and I play Jojima in Remain. Please check them out. Both shows have a lot of heart, and one is a lot of fun, and one is very cute. Check them out. More Pokemon coming up soon as the new release breaks this week. So stay tuned for that. We will also be getting back into more Ghost of Tsushima when I'm not doing Pokemon. So Looking forward to doing that. Sorry I missed 2 streams this past week. My schedule has been really full of a lot of voiceover stuff, as you might be able to tell now. So it just was not good to try and work my voice more than what I needed for other work. But hopefully it was a temporary thing. Maybe we'll be back to more regular streaming soon. I definitely want to keep at it. So yeah, come on by. We'll have fun. And real quick, just thank you guys here at the Unexpectables for having me back, not just for one, but for both Halloween events.
Yeah.
It was really kind of you guys to let me come back, and not only come back, but like come back for a lot. So thank you.
It's almost like we like you or something.
Oh my God, I don't know if I believe that. Y'all were rooting for me to die. So
You know who else we like? Who's the sweet bean that was also in both things?
Therapod.
Therapod.
Yeah, that's me.
Where can they find you?
Yeah, you can find me over at twitter.com/therapodart. That's where I post my art and all manner of content and bullshit. You can also watch me stream my process of art over at twitch.tv/therapodart, no underscore. Thank you all for people commissioning me and also for being patient, because there's a lot on the list. And yeah, ditto what Mark said. Just thank you for having me for the Wednesday and Saturday game.
I love having you in Ravenloft.
This has been loads of fun. I love it.
You know who else was in both of these beautiful things and participated? Distortion Devil.
That's me.
Where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube.com/DistortionDevil. I stream Tuesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Tuesday, I'm playing tabletop games with my buddies Hey Mr. Rabbit, Count Widget, and Probate. Fridays, Friday Funhouse, where I play a bunch of party games or just whatever I feel like. Saturday, I'm playing Yakuza 5 Remastered before either Prince Division or Gateway, which I believe Gateway will be happening next Thursday, or not Thursday, Saturday. So be sure and look forward to more Fallout action as the gang comes back to the St. Louis wasteland after their first successful boss fight.
Gosh, it's felt like so long. Thanks again, by the way, people. Oh my God. Thanks again, everybody, for letting us have an extra week for both Bosco and Connor.
Yes, thank you guys.
Yeah, it was really. There's a lot of people who really want the original content to come back, but I'm really, really glad that we got to have some extra time with these and really give them the conclusions that they needed. So.
And also give Monty time to handle stuff.
Yeah.
Driving.
And breathe.
Well, yeah. It's mostly just because my driving course cut into my vacation. So the vacation was kind of became not much of a vacation. So having that extra week just to relax and drink tea and just, was very...
Well, when you're not relaxing, where can they find you?
Oh my God. You can find me at Monty Glue on Twitter. You can find me at twitch.tv/Monty Glue. Tomorrow, Metopia. We're going to be picking up where we left off. We're in the snow section now. Now we have to deal with the Darker Lord Connor because Bosco got away scot-free, which is bullshit.
Woo!
But we'll be continuing Metopia, and on Thursdays at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, you can catch me running Dungeon of the Mad Mage for a group of people, including Brachyzoid, Zoran the Bear, Boo Radley, and my IRL really good friend Che. They actually met. So just for those of you guys who know the pre-raid, I'm running the pre-raid as written. There's a little bit of homebrew, but that is it. It is only where it is required. Everything else is by the book. Everything is going to be following the book as closely as possible, except for improvisation is necessary. And it's a really good drop-in game. So if you just want something to listen to while you're, playing a game or just doing the dishes, definitely come and check it out. It's very chill and very fun. And then, also, if you're into Final Fantasy XIV, I have a Final Fantasy XIV Twitter now, at PatienceFF14. I'll be posting stuff about Final Fantasy there, and also all the terrible memes that my friends have been making because they're assholes and I hate them. That's all for me.
Very nice. And ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we do not want to forget our sponsor, Die Hard Dice.
Die Hard Dice! Yeah. Oh, it's everywhere. Oh, beautiful.
Now, it took us a little while, and we're still working on updating the section where it says Die Hard Dice, but if you use the promo code Unexpectable ! You will receive not 10, but 15% off until, what was it, December 20th?
Jinkies.
Yes. December 20th.
That is an amazing deal. That is more than tax in any place. So you're getting your tax taken care of. You're getting a little bit off your dice accessories. Pick up a scroll. Pick up some dice for your loved ones and do it now because shipping will back up because supply chains are messed up. So definitely,
Who doesn't want dice for Christmas?
Make sure you pick out the ones you want and order them before they're gone. Also, don't forget to check out your local store just in case because they sometimes have really old model dice, which are awesome to sneak up on and be like, oh, I remember those. I want them.
Also, just because I'm sure a lot of people may have forgotten already, daylight savings time. If you're in the Eastern time zone, you've already come back. If you're in Central time zone, in 15 minutes, it will go from 1:59 to 1 o'clock. Don't freak out. The world is not ending. Just set your clocks back. So anyone in the States, I don't think anywhere in Canada does daylight savings time, right?
No, because they're smart.
Did they stop? I think we still do.
Do you?
I think so.
So are you falling back with us?
Is daylight savings time? I'm Googling it. Most of BC currently observes Pacific Standard Time during the winter months and Pacific Daylight Time during the summer months.
Oh, yeah, so you do it.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, so you're falling back with us. Okay, cool. You're getting an hour back, Monty.
Hooray!
It still won't help your sleep schedule.
No, it fucking won't. I woke up so late today.
Experience. Yeah.
God, I need someone to like call me in the morning and get me up.
I got you.
This is your morning wake-up call.
Dude, alarms do not work. I turn off the alarm and just go right back to sleep because I'm like, I have to do something. I'm just gonna.
That's why I have to set multiple alarms.
What? What?
Escapes the mall. Wake up.
Don't do that. That wouldn't wake me up. I would ignore that.
I put my alarm clock at the other side of my room from the bed, so I have to get out of bed to turn it off. And then
you have to train your cats so that they know they only eat in the morning,
Hobble meow, but I'll get up and I'll feed him and I'll go back to bed. That's the thing.
Oh wow, well that's
okay.
I'm really bad. Yeah, I'm really
Bunny
bad.
is really good at
you know what else?
You awake when she eats food.
You know what else is we're really bad at? Doing bits and subs because we have so many bits and subs to do.
We do.
Connor, it's all yours.
I believe in you.
Alrighty. Well, let me take a look here.
How does this here thing work?
How does this thing work?
There's a snake in my boot.
Somebody poisoned the water hole.
Neo Ander MCD, thank you for the 12 months of Prime subbage. Bell X, thank you for the 18 months. DZA 9000, thank you for the 19 months. Scat Flipsa, thank you for the 9 months of Prime subbage. Gonna miss this group of misfits.
Oh.
Yeah.
At least they're still alive.
Dead. What?
All you have to do is
two
just
contrasting things in that one.
That was really good timing.
Wait 1 year.
The Atom Bomb, thank you for the 500 bits. What an ending to Ravenloft Season 2. And now I head back to the Unexpectables and the wonderful land of the Feywilds. Oh god.
From Ravenloft into Ravenloft.
No, it's not Ravenloft, man.
No, it's not gothic horror. It's a different kind of horror.
Some people got real upset that the Feywild is scary, and I'm like,
I love it. I love it. It's Silent Hill.
The Feywild is always scary.
It's not scary. It's unique.
If you ever want to complain about somebody's homebrew D&D environment, just remember this.
Don't.
Yeah. Don't. Stop it. Get some help.
Keep going, Connor. Sorry.
Zenlita, thank you for the 100 bits. Episode title, See You Next Fall.
Oh.
No.
I like that.
No.
I kind of like it.
I do.
See you next fall? Why?
Because next fall will be when the next episode is.
Yeah,
but next fall we'll have a ball.
Oh, God.
You could say see you next ball.
We'll workshop
I don't know
it.
if we're mature enough for that title.
Oh, I had to resist the urge to make like huge balls.
Oh, it'd be great.
Like,
It'd be great.
jokes. Like
Huge ball.
That's
Oh yeah, I've been to.
No, that's huge range.
Keep going, Connor.
And he's got big balls, and
She's got big balls, but we've
Great
got the
balls of
biggest
fire.
balls of them all. My balls are always bouncing in my
Bits and subs, Connor!
We've
Zach,
You
broken
were
do
Connor.
supposed to save us from the shitty jokes, not make more of them! I have the high ground!
Everybody comes and comes again. Zacko 2, thank you for the 500 bits. Bosco, just admit it. You wanted the Jungle Realm so you could insert a Zarude cameo.
Absolutely not.
Which, by the way,
I look.
pulled another
I don't
Zarude
need
sign.
Pokemon of America to come after me.
Yeah, just
Okay,
get-
I am not
get
messing
taken
with
out
their
by
IP.
Nintendo lawyers.
Yeah.
I don't need that shit. They don't fuck around.
Yeah, Nintendo will. Ugh.
It's technically the Pokemon company.
That's what I said. Pokemon of America.
Yeah, it was.
I said
Oh, okay.
Nintendo.
Oh, you said
Nintendo,
Nintendo. They're all. They
Pokemon-
will also mess you up.
They will come for you and your family if you. Anyway.
I'd be like, and you see a random.
Yeah, they already have your family.
Yeah.
Didn't
Yeah,
even
but what are they
get
gonna do?
shot.
Threaten me?
Pikachu is just on a room training a sniper rifle on Bosco.
I'd be like, look, bitch, I supported you. What the
From
fuck?
Japan.
Why did you turn on me? Pikachu, man. You said you could. All right,
Fantastic.
moving on.
Thank you for the 50 bits. Thank you so much again for this, Bosco. Ravenloft's been so much fun to watch, and I can't wait for next year.
I
Also
can't
sad
either.
now because Mark Thero and Sci-Fry will have to leave again. I can't wait for next year so that we can but I also can't wait to return to the Unexpectables.
All good things must
Yeah.
come to a temporary end.
Indeed. One sweet girl, thank you for the 100 bits. Already looking forward to next year, but for now, I'll settle for being caught up with the Unexpectables. Yeah, that's an achievement right there. Brian Merrill, thank you for the 10 bits. It's not really that they lied, considering where they end up. They just don't know why. They just don't know they're telling the truth.
True.
Fantastic, Callum. Thank you for the 50 bits. Since this got eaten by Streamlabs earlier, what do you call a werewolf who is very perceptive? You
An
call
unaware
them-
werewolf.
You call them. You call them a werewolf.
But they're not. What?
They're an unaware.
They're not a werewolf. Yeah.
Yeah.
On a werewolf.
Maybe they misspelled it.
That's a missed pun opportunity, right?
Ah, yes. My old friend from high school, and a werewolf.
For an exchange
Vaughn.
student.
Oh man, this
Burnout
hurts.
Vaughn, thank you for the 100 bits.
Here it
Well,
comes.
to make it official,
All right.
at the end
Oh,
of
boy.
this, our second annual Ravenloft campaign death pool, we had bets placed on every party member, including one TPK bet, and you still found a way to spoil the pot for a second year in a row. I am not mad. I'm fine. Totally. Until next year.
Oh wow,
To be fair-
nobody had the everyone survives bet.
Cope.
I can't believe no one had. I still can't believe no
Mold
one had
cope.
Calamity last year. No one.
Yeah, I
bet
was
on
stunned.
Calamity.
Get smoked, fuckers.
Seethe.
Sucks to suck.
Guys, don't antagonize them that.
This is
No,
why
burnout.
gambling
No,
is
burnout
wrong.
deserves it. It's fine.
Wait,
Sure, he's not a
We're-
helicopter pilot, so he
Yeah.
doesn't.
it's all in good fun. We're not actually teasing.
This is why.
Yeah, get
gambling
wrecked,
is bad.
nerd.
Har har.
Whoa, Monty.
One
I'm
sweet
sorry.
girl, thank you for the
I've lost
24
control.
bits. Gundam 00 is the best Gundam.
I'm sorry,
Gundam
G
was
Gundam
pretty
is the
good.
best Gundam, and I will not have this argument on this Twitch channel.
Gundam 00 has a really good first season, a not as good second season, and a terrible movie.
He watches anime movies.
Wow.
I mean, I was.
Hold on,
just
Secrets
in
of the Jungle
one,
was a good ass movie. You need to
so-
hold the fuck on.
I was just in one. I'm required to watch by law.
The new Pokemon movie is legit pretty good. Take a look. Like, seriously.
Read a book. Reading Rainbow.
Dude, Sci-Fi, you're making Zako so happy right now.
Go ahead, Connor.
Magic and Ninjago, 10 years of Spin Jitsu. Thank you for the 100 bits. Yay, more Metopia. Hopefully Connor doesn't use his farts on us.
We're gonna die.
Don't
Yep,
worry.
we did.
Don't you worry about that.
No, don't you fucking do it.
They're back and better than ever. I now have more reverb.
No.
Oh no. God.
It's too much.
It's like a bomb going off.
I was gonna say we're safe as long as there's no reverb, and then immediately he let in the reverb. So, way to just come out swinging, Connor.
Magic and Ninjago, 10 years of Spin Jitsu. Thank you for the 100 additional bits. Inteleon is just sitting outside his window Whether it's G-maxed or not is up to interpretation. And finally, Blue Set, thank you for the 100 bits. I just imagine Brock Sampson voicing Pikachu when it comes to kill you.
Yeah.
Pikachu!
Pikachu! Yeah, Pikachu. Yeah, Pika. Anyway, that means we get to raid somebody.
We
Oh my
do.
God,
Can I make a request since this is it for
Okay.
me? So there's a bunch of animal people, my friend Timber included, doing a charity stream for Seattle's Children's Hospital. I would normally be in
Oh,
Seattle doing it, but because of COVID, I don't travel anywhere anymore. So could we raid them?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What is-
Yay! Awesome. I will.
Is the
so
chat?
It's
chat-
at what?
Go ahead.
Is the
Well,
chat
is it
subscriber
followers?
only, or is it follow only is fine? It's just it can't be
I believe, yeah,
subscriber
it should
only.
be. I think it's just follower. It's follower
Okay.
only.
Okay.
Okay, that's
That's
fine.
probably just to keep the bots from going.
Correct.
Especially
But yeah,
since
so
it's charity.
Follower only is fine. It's when it's subscriber only. we
yeah,
don't
it's
do
definitely
that.
not subscriber only because it's a charity stream. So they're doing an
Yeah.
extra live stream. They're doing. They used to do it. We used to do like 36 hours straight. They're going to take a break at night at some point, but they're still going. They're playing Visage. So it's what they do is when it gets dark, they do spoopy games. So it's perfect.
I see.
Spoopy good.
But yeah,
Outta here, guys.
so message is going to be
Bye,
hashtag
Cypher.
blame Bosco. Bye,
Have a
Cypher.
good
We're
night.
angry.
Seriously,
Yeah,
hit me up
definitely.
for Gundam.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
will.
Gundam. Let's do Gundam.
Yeah, keep in touch.
It was
You know,
lovely meeting and playing
You
with
ever
you.
need a player? My DMs are always
Yeah.
open.
You know where to
Gundams.
find me.
Yep. All right. Cool. See ya.
Bye.
Have a bye.
Bye.
What's the username?
I sent it to you. It's FFL Seattle.
I'm on Wallfly. You're gonna have to send it to Wallfly.
Oh, all right, got it.
Just put it in the general chat.
General chat. Got you.
That's probably the easiest thing to do.
Okay. Blah blah blah. Chatter. Waka waka. And we're in.
Lady Odeliar.
All right, there it is.
All right.
FFL Seattle.
What will be the raid message?
Hashtag blame Bosco.
All right.
I'm okay.
Always. It was either that or a message for Timber because Timber would appreciate it.
I don't see the raid thing.
All right. We're going off in 5, 4, 3,
Wait,
2.
hold
Did
on.
it raid? Wait,
No.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
there
no,
it is.
No,
There-
I haven't pressed
Now it
guys. Calm down. I haven't even pressed enter yet.
Oh,
Lol.
I was scared. I was scared.
And keep being scared.
Ah!